Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing for the Committees on Finance, joint with the Committee on Housing and Buildings. If you would like to submit testimony, you may at testimony@council.nyc.gov. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Please silence all electronic devices. Just a reminder, no one may approach the dais at any point during this hearing. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to Day 7 of FY25 Executive Budget Hearings. Councilmember Justin Brannan, I chair the Committee on Finance. Today's hearing will begin with the Department of Buildings, followed later by the Department of Housing and Preservation and Development, HPD. I'm pleased to be joined by my good friend and colleague, Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. We've been joined this morning by Council Members Lewis, Aviles, and Hudson. Moya and Caban are joining us on Zoom. Welcome to familiar face, Commissioner James Otto. It's good to see you and your team. Thanks for being here today. Laura Popa as well. Thank you all for joining us to answer our questions. Just to set the table for all our viewers at home, on April 24th, 2024, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY24 to 28 with a proposed FY25 budget of $111.6 billion. DOB's proposed FY25 budget of $210.1 million represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY25 budget. This is an increase of $32.1 million or 18% from the $178.7 million originally budgeted in the FY25 plan. This increase results from several actions, mostly 36 baseline positions associated with compliance and enforcement of Local Law 97, as well as additional funds for the DOB Now project. As of March 2024, DOB has 76 vacancies relative to their FY24 budgeted headcount. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the Mayor to add $19 million to restore eliminated DOB positions, especially for vacancies among DOB inspectors, while also increasing penalties for failing to provide inspectors building access and failing to maintain or remove sidewalk sheds. The administration did not put any money towards additional inspectors, but most surprisingly, it did not adopt our call for increased penalties, even though the IBO estimates that such increases would annually yield about $30 million combined. It's one thing for the administration to favor their economic projections over those of the council, despite consistent accuracy from our team, but it's something else to deliberately turn down proposals that would generate revenue for the city while pushing bad actors to change their behavior and promoting safer buildings and sidewalks. Significant work clearly remains in the process, and the council looks forward to shaping and delivering a final budget that supports New York's future. My questions today will largely focus on DOB vacancies, including their impact on building safety and the DOB Now project. I now want to turn to my co-chair, Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, for her opening statements.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending today's hearing on the fiscal 2025 executive budget for the Department of Buildings, or DOB. I'm Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, the Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. I would like to acknowledge that we have been joined by Councilmembers Aviles, Lewis, Hudson, and Carr. Yes, okay. The Department of Buildings serves as the primary regulator of the construction and real estate industries in the city. DOB enforces the city's construction codes, zoning resolutions, and the New York State Multiple Dwelling Law to protect workers and the public, including across the nearly 1.1 million buildings and over almost 44,000 active construction sites, through its review and approval of building plans, permitting, and licensing functions and inspections. As such, DOB's staffing actions and budget is a reflection of our city's commitment to safety within our buildings. DOB's fiscal 2025 expense budget totals $210.8 million, as Chair said, which is $8.5 million lower than the fiscal 2024 budget adoption. DOB's fiscal 2025 revenue budget is $345.3 million, which is $8.9 million greater than adoption. The major action in DOB's executive plan is the addition of 36 baseline positions associated with compliance and enforcement for Local Law 97, the city's landmark budget emissions reduction legislation passed in 2019. DOB's falling headcount is partially reversed with the inclusion of these positions, which are mainly energy auditors who will review the first round of energy reports due next year for some 50,000 buildings covered by the law. However, the positions that were given with one hand were also taken away with another. The budget removed 24 vacancies in order to align expected headcount with reduced personal services budget. DOB's fiscal 2025 budget includes 1,642 full-time positions, which is 191 fewer than fiscal 24 at budget adoption. Remarkably, as I keep highlighting, a quarter of DOB's positions have been removed since May of 2022. Many of these positions have been in the inspectorial and technical titles in the agency that seem far from superfluous. And we see the impact. The average wait time for a construction inspection has increased by 3 days. Average wait time for plumbing inspections has increased by 2.6 days. For electrical inspections, it's increased by 4 days. And in the first 4 months of fiscal 2024, DOB issued 2,225 total stop work orders, which is comprised of both full and partial stop work orders, representing a 36% decrease from the same period in fiscal year 2023. These are significant impacts. Indeed, DOB plays an essential role in enforcing the city's construction codes and zoning resolutions and the state multiple dwelling law, from construction safety to proposed City of Yes zoning changes, to ensuring basements and buildings are habitable and meeting higher energy standards. All of these fit within DOB's portfolio. It is extremely concerning to me that the administration has reduced DOB's headcount as much as it has. The council's call in the preliminary budget response for $19 million to restore inspectorial and other key positions lost in 3 successive rounds of vacancy reductions was unfortunately not heeded. Too many recent building collapses and construction fatalities have occurred, including in my district, and there are stark reminders that DOB is revenue raising, and that is because the law it is enforcing is life or death. Construction-related incidents with injuries have increased from 185 to 237, and construction-related fatalities have been 2 in the first 4 months of fiscal 2024. As discussed during our last hearing with the department, nearly all collapsed buildings had a number of DOB violations issued against them. Nevertheless, in a city of over 1 million buildings to inspect and attend to, these owners refused to make necessary repairs. This is why the council called for stronger penalties in the preliminary budget response, $28 million in revenue-generating penalty proposals that were not included in the executive budget. In addition to discussing headcount, inspections, revenue, and sustainability, today the committee hopes to hear more about DOB Now, which received $8.8 million more in the executive plan over 2 years, further extending the timeline and cost of this long-standing IT project, as well as how we can collaborate to safely get sidewalk sheds down across our city. As a reminder, after DOB, we will hear from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and then from members of the public. Finally, thank you once again to the Housing and Buildings Committee staff who worked so hard to prepare for today's hearing. Dan Krupp, our Principal Financial Analyst, Taylor Zaloni and Austin Maloney, our counsels, Jose Conde, Andrew Bourne, Reese Hirota, Policy and Data Analysts, and of course my district team, Sam Cardenas, Kadeem Robinson, and the entire district staff. With that, I will now pass it back to Chair Brennan.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Again, before we get started, I always want to thank the finance team that works really hard behind the scenes this time of year to make these hearings possible, especially today, Jack Story and Dan Krupp, my committee counsel, Mike Toomey, and my senior advisor, John Yedin, are doing hard work every day. As a reminder for folks in the chamber or watching at home on Zoom, the executive budget joint hearings will take public testimony on an agency's executive budget the same day, meaning after HPD and DOB have completed their testimony today. We will take testimony from the public. If you wish to speak on DOB or HPD, the executive budget, you got to make sure to fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my committee counsel, Mike Toomey, to swear in the witnesses.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Otto? Deputy Commissioner Popa? Deputy Commissioner Patino? Deputy Commissioner Ugarte? Assistant Commissioner Shamash? Thank you. You may begin.
Mr. Chairman, before I begin, I just want to warn you, if at any point during my testimony there's a kerfuffle behind me and we're besieged with paparazzi, it's only because Assistant Commissioner Juan Arias is here. His personal security, we'll get to it in due time.
Hey, Juan.
Good morning, Chair Brennan, Chair Sanchez, and members of the Committee on Finance and Housing and Buildings. I am Jimmy Otto, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Buildings, and I'm joined today at the dais by Laura Popa, Deputy Commissioner for Sustainability, Guillermo Patino, Deputy Commissioner for Legal Affairs and Policy, Gina Ugarte, Assistant Commissioner for Financial Management, and Yigal Shamash, Chief Structural Engineer, but I'm going to put a little asterisk next to that, and I'll come back to that a little later. We're also joined by a couple of dozen of the senior staff at the agency. We are pleased to be here to discuss fiscal year 2025 executive budget, as well as to provide an update on the department's performance and priority initiatives. The fiscal year 2025 executive budget allocates approximately $211 million in expense funds to the department. Of this funding, approximately $157 million is for personal service, which supports 1,642 budgeted positions, and nearly $54 million is for other than personal services, which primarily supports contractual services, equipment, and supplies. This funding is critical to supporting the department's mandates and priorities. The fiscal year 25 executive budget allocates additional funding to the department to support critical initiatives, including $4.1 million to support the department's sustainability initiatives, including the ongoing implementation of the Climate Mobilization Act, $1.7 million to support the Get Sheds Down initiative to redesign sidewalk sheds, and $8.8 million to support the ongoing implementation of DOB Now. While reduced staffing and overtime has had an impact on the department's service levels, we continue to maintain strong service levels in all key areas, including development and enforcement. Regarding development, we are currently reviewing new building applications within 10 days, major alteration applications within 7 days, and minor alteration applications within 6 days. The wait time between a construction inspection request and an inspection, which occurs after the construction project is completed by a contractor, also continues to be short. While there has been an uptick in the time it takes for a development inspection to be completed due to an increased demand for inspections and budgetary constraints, such inspections are being completed within 5 days of request in most instances, which includes inspections involving general construction, electrical work, and plumbing work. We also continue to respond to complaints from members of the public expeditiously. We are responding to the most serious complaints, priority A complaints, which are those complaints that relate to conditions that may present an immediate threat to the public within hours. We are responding to priority B complaints, which capture violating conditions that, if occurring while serious, do not present an immediate threat to the public within 12 days. We will continue to work to find efficiencies to improve the services we offer to our customers and members of the public, and we will monitor our service levels to determine whether additional resources are needed to fulfill our mandate. Last week was National Construction Safety Week, which the department used as an opportunity to remind the construction industry that safety must always come first on construction sites by holding safety-focused events and connecting directly with workers and contractors at construction sites in all 5 boroughs. Last week, the department also released its annual New York City Construction Safety Report, which provides a comprehensive analysis of building construction safety trends in 2023. This year's report indicates that despite conducting more total inspections than ever, department personnel have issued fewer summonses and stop work orders than in past several years, a strong indicator of increased compliance from construction industry professionals. Additionally, building construction-related fatalities in the 5 boroughs are at the lowest number in nearly a decade, with 7 deaths in 2023 as compared to a high of 14 in 2019. While fatalities are down, the report also shows the total number of building construction-related worksite injuries continues to rise for a 3rd consecutive year, a concerning trend that the department is closely monitoring. The department will continue to conduct proactive, unannounced inspections of larger construction sites to ensure that safety regulations are being complied with. This year, we are also implementing local laws that reduce the number of construction jobs a construction superintendent can be responsible for and that bolster site safety requirements at larger construction sites, including requiring more site safety supervision and the submission of site safety plans to the department. The department also continues to fulfill its obligation to address greenhouse gas emissions coming from buildings. The additional resources allocated to the department as part of fiscal year 25 executive budget will support our implementation of the Climate Mobilization Act, which requires all new buildings and existing buildings undergoing certain major roof renovations to install a solar photovoltaic system, a green roof system, or a combination of the two, and regulates greenhouse gas emissions at large buildings starting this year. The department has released rules and guidance to inform property owners about how to comply with the law when they start reporting their progress to the department on May 1st, 2025 for the first time, and about how they will be held accountable if they do not comply. We will continue to engage in rulemaking and on-the-ground implementation this year. As I mentioned during our preliminary budget hearing in March, we are also taking significant steps to improve quality of life for New Yorkers and to improve building safety. Last summer, the mayor announced the Get Sheds Down plan, a multifaceted approach to removing sidewalk sheds more quickly while reimagining the sidewalk sheds that are needed to protect the public and in connection with construction work. This builds upon the work of the department to address longstanding sidewalk sheds, including performing regular inspections and taking legal action to hold building owners accountable for maintaining their buildings. The additional resources allocated to the department as part of the fiscal year executive budget will support our efforts to redesign sidewalk sheds. Since the mayor's plan was announced, we have released solicitations and selected firms to deliver on 2 major initiatives, which includes redesigning sidewalk sheds to make them less obtrusive and more aesthetically pleasing, and to study Local Law 11, which requires buildings greater than 6 stories in height to have their facades inspected periodically to determine whether any changes to the program are needed. We have also released guidance to the construction industry regarding the use of netting in lieu of sidewalk sheds and rules regarding the installation of art on sidewalk sheds. Key proposals in the plan require legislative action, and we look forward to working with the Housing and Buildings Committee to pursue those changes in the near future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you. We welcome any questions you may have. Chair Brannan, if I might just say a few additional remarks above and beyond my written testimony. Last week noted my completion of my first year with the agency, and there's 2 observations that I would like to share with you and the members of the committees. The folks at the dais, the folks in the first 3 rows, and the folks that work with them are true professionals. I've been in this business a long time, worked with a lot of really good public servants. This is the epitome of public service. I was watching last year's executive budget hearing, and Chair Sanchez made a comment that unfortunately her district had suffered numerous number of fires, and to paraphrase, she said that when the engineers from the agency and the inspectors come and start walking through the building, there's a level of comfort or confidence that comes with it. I knew what she was saying. I was a brand new commissioner when the 10th Avenue crane collapsed, and seeing the professionalism in action was comforting. When the ground underneath us literally shook several weeks ago, and I looked around and said, okay, I know I have a role, what do we do? It was comforting to have these men and women around me. I've not hidden the fact, I've not run from the fact, I've embraced the fact, the team has heard me say, I'm in this position not because of my knowledge of the building code, but because I've been part of and helped build great teams. And when I got to the agency, we did not take a slash and burn approach. We didn't go in and fire or change. We took a systematic look at the agency. And we have touched every critical vertical. We have a new deputy commissioner from administration, Mark Sanabria. He has gone from unpaid intern to a deputy commissioner in this agency. Guillermo Patino, who is probably most familiar with the council, has had his portfolio expanded to be the DC for policy and legal affairs. We lost Joe Esposito. We took our time in naming a replacement. It's not official, but the mayor has signed off. This is the asterisk I meant earlier. Our chief structural engineer, Yigal Shamash, will be our DC for enforcement. Our budget shop is now run by the extremely talented Assistant Commissioner Gina Ugarte, who's putting her style and her imprint on that shop. Gus Sarakis, who's perhaps the most technically sound member of the agency, is now head of strategic initiatives, where he is the point on innovation. That's allowed our first deputy commissioner, Kaz Valenchik, who has worked in every borough office in the city, to now have the borough offices fall into his auspices, where he can have a more direct linkage. The first promotion we made is a woman sitting behind me, Cheryl Leone, who was a co-op worker who worked a week in high school, a week at the agency. Her tenure is measured by decades, not days. It's a long-winded way of saying that we have put the best people in the right positions, and oh, by the way, they look like New York. And I am a big believer in the book and the theme of extreme ownership. That means the buck stops with me, I'm accountable, but you push decision-making closer to the decision makers, and that is what we've done. Second observation, a little heady being in this room after testifying before Chair Sanchez twice in the committee room. This is sort of like being at Center Court of Wimbledon for me. I was in the super minority when I was a member of this institution. I learned from my mentor, Tom Ogdebeni, that relationships are everything in this business. And I've tried to infuse this agency with that mindset. Relationships with sister agencies don't want to be the agency known as the agency of no, or the agency that is an obstacle. We want to partner with our sister agencies, figure out a way. My chief of staff, Jason Rzyzewski, has played a major role in that. Relationships with elected officials. I treasure the relationship that we've built with Chair Sanchez. She has my respect. She has my affinity. I have not walked a mile in your shoes. I represented Staten Island for 23 years, which means I ran a marathon with no shoes over hot coals in reverse. And so we understand the pressures that you are under and the responsibilities you have, and that's why I think individuals on the dais and across the council we work closely with. Today we're going to talk about resources, which obviously is the right focus for a budget hearing. How we spend them. Can we spend them more efficiently? I think we can do a better job of what we have, but I also know where we want to take this agency, we might need a little help getting there. And I look forward to answering all your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Certainly, you don't have to be a staffer to be a good elected official. You don't have to be a former elected official to be a commissioner, but I think it helps because you know what we go through. You know all politics is local, and helping our constituents is always going to be our top priority. Okay, let's jump right into it. I want to talk about the vacancy reduction and the inspector head. So the council's preliminary budget response, we called for $19 million to reverse the vacancy reductions of the last three plans. particularly for inspectors. We understand that OMB did not request that OMB reverse those headcount reductions. Could you tell us, what's the average salary? I think you have about approximately 500 inspectors. What's the average salary for those inspectors, and what's the average turnover?
So just to get our numbers correct, agency-wide, we're at a budgeted head count of 1642. We have an actual head count as of May of 1584. 38 vacancies, a vacancy rate of around 2%. Specific to our inspectors, we have a budgeted head count of 540. We are currently at 525, which is 15 vacancies, a vacancy rate of 3%. I can give you a further breakdown of units where those vacancies sit. To answer your question specifically, the recruiting rate, I'll give you 4 numbers. Assistant inspector is 61,000, inspector is 67,000, supervising inspector is 76,600, assistant chief inspector is 85,000. If I can, Chair, the good news is that we have 15 vacancies on the inspectorial side. We have 15 candidates in the process to be hired that we hope to bring on board. We are averaging, we historically have averaged around 18, 19, 20 inspectors a quarter, bringing them on. We had a very good January. We have had a tough March in bringing inspectors on. Just to give you a sample, in fiscal year 24, the third quarter, we had 13 new hires, 34 separations, so we were minus 21. Of those 34, we had 16 inspectors who left. Inspectors leave our agency, often go to sister agencies, often go to the private sector. We can get into some of those challenges if you want.
Do you think, do you agree with the council that you should have more inspectors or a higher head count?
Well, I'll answer that 2 different ways. First is, and I've said this previously, it's tough to go back to 280 Broadway and ask folks to take a hill if you come and testify and say unequivocally, we don't need anything new. So I can't do that to the men and women of the agency. Well, what I can tell you is that 2 things. One, if you look at our service levels over the last year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15-year period, despite the pegs, our service levels continue to be strong. There are some retrenchments, no doubt, but even with those retrenchments, even on the development side, the service levels continue to be strong. So we are absolutely getting the job done. The second thing I have to point out is even when we were at, in recent memory, the highest number of budgeted inspectors, I think it was 711 in 2022, the actual head count was around 580. So the de Blasio administration gave this agency lots of lines that were never able to be filled. So what did we do in the 2 pegs? Like other agencies, we looked to see where the pain would be the least damaging, and we took down a bunch of those lines. Just to give you quick numbers, in the November plan, we took down 117 positions. Of those, 47 were inspectors. In the January plan, we took down 90 positions. Of those, 28 were inspectors. My point is, these were unfilled vacancies. So we continue to do the job with the staffing that we have. The one thing I will say, and I alluded to it in previous testimony before Chair Sanchez, is some of our service levels were impacted because we had to curtail overtime. Those vacancies that I referenced earlier, what they allowed us to do was accrue savings that we then used for overtime. Our overtime budget was $3 or $4 million. We were at $9 million in overtime spending, unsustainable. So when the PEGs were first announced, we turned the valve hard to the left to bring that number down. And that's impacted some of our service levels, certainly impacted some of the numbers on the elevator side. What we've tried to do tactically is turn the valve back to the right when needed. When weather was troublesome, as it was way too often on the weekends, and we needed to do some safety sweeps, we turned the valve back to the right. When the numbers on for a borough office, let's say the Manhattan borough office, the numbers were going in the wrong direction, we turned the valve. And we've tried to be really judicious, but think about that. We were at 3x of where we needed to be. And that's been a little bit painful. But again, even saying that, the numbers are historically strong.
I think during the prelim hearing, you'd mentioned there were no vacancies in the inspectorial specialties for electrical, boilers, and plumbing. Is that still the case today?
Yeah, just bear with me. I want to give you the exact numbers of that. 17. Just bear with me one second, sir. Okay, so again, budgeted in total of our inspectors, 540, actual 525. Let's break it down by each unit. Boilers, 21 out of 21, 0% vacancy rate. Construction side, 350 budgeted, 339, 11 vacancies, that's 3%. Of the 15 incoming, we intend to help that number with some of those incoming inspectors. Cranes and derricks, 8 of 8, 0 vacancies. Electrical, 48 out of 48, 0 vacancies. Elevator, 33 out of 33 budgeted, 30 actual, 3 vacancies. Investigations, 27 budgeted, 26 actual, 1 vacancy. And plumbing is 53 budgeted, 53 actual.
Okay. Appreciate those numbers. Some agencies bring their CFO and they forget to bring the numbers. What is DOB's role in referring private property owners to the DAs or the law department to seek restitution for costs that the city incurs around disasters?
Say it again one more time.
What is your agency's role in referring private property owners to district attorneys or to the law department to seek restitution?
Yeah, Chair, I don't know, and I'm
Okay.
looking at the faces of our team.
Does your agency recoup any funds that you expend on attending to private building collapses?
No.
Okay, I want to talk about DOB now. Executive plan includes a further $5.5 million in FY25, $3.3 million in FY26 for DOB. There's also a roll of $9.4 million from this fiscal year to next fiscal year. We understand the new timeline for completion is December 2025. What was the original budget and timeline for DOB now to be completed? And I guess where are we against that original goal?
I have to get back to you on the original. It certainly wasn't 2025. But let me, Chair, let me just talk to you about DOB now. Relatively speaking, it was a blink of an eye ago that this agency was a paper-based agency. And so many good things emanate from DOB now. Convenience for our customers, transparency for everyone, data collection for the agency, which hopefully can be poured back into safety efforts. But DOB now is not static. It is evolving. I kid the team like it's this breathing, existing system because it has to adapt to every change that comes its way. So when the council passes a local law, DOB now has to be built out. When the administration has a new priority like blast or like sheds, DOB now has to be built out. When the agency has its priorities, like the Adams Commission and the 50 near-term changes and the 26 long-term changes, that has to be built out. When there are simple rule, quote-unquote, simple rule changes, that has to be built out. And as you know, Chair, the council was particularly prolific when it came to DOB during the 2018-2021 period. All of that has to be built out, and everyone wants it built out simultaneously, and that's a challenge. So the 8.8 that has been given for this fiscal year speaks to priority number one on DOB now, and that is finishing the original scope, which is to retire BIS, which is a 30-year-old mainframe, and to shift us off of the Acela platform. And to make things more complicated, I've charged the team with another task, and that is this. Historically, the DOB commissioner and the folks leading the DOB Now effort have been told, hit this milestone, and then hit this milestone, and hit this milestone, and then hit this milestone. Unlike most technology, they weren't given a time to sort of beta test this. It was all about advancing and building out the system. Where the rubber meets the road in the borough offices, where your constituents go, where the industry goes, that's where those glitches manifest. So at the same time we're charging forward with the task at hand to build out the system, I've asked our deputy commissioner to work with our borough commissioners to look backwards and fix a bunch of those quote-unquote glitches, because that's where lots of savings of time and efficiencies can be found, including on things like the C of O. And lastly, Chair, we continue to work with OTI and OMB, who work with them very intimately on DOB Now, given all that is at stake to get it right.
What do we peg the total cost to complete DOB Now?
Yeah, we will get that to you, but it's in the tens of millions.
And are there going to be any recurring costs for the website?
Do you mean the work, the implementing DOB Now results in?
Aside from
cost
basic maintenance? Or
well, DOB Now will always have the need for product support because the council will always pass bills, the mayor will always have priorities, and the agency will have priorities. There will always be rule changes. So we will continue to build that out. But DOB Now saves money and creates economic activity because it saves time for the industry, and time is money, as we know. And we'll get you, there are some really great numbers about how frequent DOB Now is used, and the overwhelming majority of activity goes through DOB Now and not BIS. In some ways, it's a tiger by the tail. It is crucially important to this agency and the city to get right. But again, while you're always building the plane as you're expected to fly it, and there's a priority to build the engine and a priority to build a wing and a priority to build the aviation system all simultaneously, it's proven to be a challenge.
do you credit DOB Now with the 1076 number you gave earlier?
With the
10 days for approvals?
Oh, there's no doubt if you look at the service levels before DOB Now and you look at the service levels now, DOB Now has resulted in a vast improvement. Listen, we are very candid. We go on the road, the Deputy Commissioner and our team goes on the road not only with real estate industry and the professional design industry, but civic groups, community groups. We go out, we explain it, we get feedback. And oh, by the way, that feedback is also an avenue where we then have to build out on the platform. So I know I'm repeating myself, but I can't stress it enough. Everybody's priorities are the priority, and trying to build that out all at once is difficult. And it was, so we're trying to establish that priority, work with our partners on it, and get it built, because the sooner it's all built out, the better it is. And Chair, can I give you one example? And this goes back to your question about inspectors and efficiency. So one of the things that DOB Now has allowed us to do, because of this access to new data, we've partnered with a geographic information system software called ESRI, and we have created, we did a pilot last summer of automated inspection routing for 3 units. And what this does is, instead of a supervisor doing pencil to paper a day or two before and saying, okay, Inspector Jones, you're going to go to this site, this site, this site, this site. We take the data from DOB Now, we take the software, and we let it spit out for us automated routes that allows our inspector to be more efficient. We've done that in the construction enforcement, the plumbing division, the quality of life unit. And the numbers are pretty dramatic. It is, as we in the fantasy sports, baseball sports genre like to say, very small sample size, but the numbers are encouraging. Construction enforcement, like from 14 days down to around 6 days. Plumbing, these are work days to inspection. 6.5 down to 2 3/4 on the plumbing division side. Quality of life, almost half. So this is 3 units, a pilot. We obviously want to expand it. We can't expand it until the inspection plus capsule of DOB Now is built out. So this is how things are interrelated. The efficiencies that we want to find in this agency, many are predicated on building DOB Now out. It's not the sole focus of innovation. Maybe it's taken a lot of oxygen out of that room, maybe too much, but we got to get that right, because it provides us various opportunities to take the resources we have and be much more efficient with them.
Got a couple more. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Sanchez. One of the things that's super frustrating for us is, for me, is the 3 knock rule, basically, where inspectors can come and knock on a door 3 times. If people don't want to let you in, then it gets closed out. The council's preliminary budget response called on the administration to smartly maximize its revenue by changing penalties that create safety by disincentivizing dangerous behavior. One of the penalties, based on an IBO analysis, we believe could have raised $13 million through imposing a $500 penalty when inspectors are unable to gain access to a property. Property owners could then get the penalty dropped by permitting access at a subsequent inspection. Did DOB raise the council proposal with City Hall? Do you know what City Hall said?
In all candor, Chair, I did not. But I will tell you...
Do you like the idea?
Not for the lack of interest in it. As Chair Sanchez will tell you, and as we testified to at both the hearing, the preliminary hearing in March, and then the hearing on public building integrity in April, we in this agency need bigger sticks. We need to go beyond the ability to issue violations, and I'm open, and we as an agency have to be open to all ideas. So while I have not raised that with City Hall, it was not for lack of interest. It was just our focus were on other issues. But the Chair Sanchez, no, and I will tell you, Chair, I will sit down and have conversations with you all and vet any idea that allows us to increase greater compliance. And I will use a line I used at the preliminary hearing, and I steal it from our colleague, the DEP commissioner, when he talks about Local Law 97, where he says, I don't want your money, I want your carbon. We don't want their money, we want their compliance. At the end of the day, we are a compliance agency, and the way we attempt to seek compliance is using the only tools available, and that is violations. I can tell you we have increased our presence in criminal court on the sidewalk shed side, and we want to continue to do that. But we will sit down, Chair, and have a conversation with you about that specific idea.
Okay.
And Chair, can I say one other thing?
Yeah.
The other thing that we have at our disposal, and I know Councilmember Holden is a big fan of it, is access warrants. And this agency was doing a lot of it in 2019, and then COVID came, and in all candor, we haven't gotten back to those numbers, in part because our friends at law spread pretty thin, and also there was a weird thing going on in the Supreme Court in Queens County, where they weren't interested in doing them, although that's turned around. But we will try to increase the number of access warrants we get, again, to try to achieve compliance.
Okay, a couple of questions on sidewalk sheds, and I'm going to hand it over to Chair Sanchez. Executive plan reflects $1.7 million in FY25 city funds to make whole DOB's $3.5 million two-year contract for new shed designs as part of its Get Sheds Done initiative that you mentioned. The contract vendor Practice for Architecture and Urbanism will refine 10 concepts to a final 6. 4 for sidewalk sheds protecting pedestrians underneath, and 2 for non-sidewalk situations like general construction projects. Can you share with us an update on where the vendor is with refining its concepts and getting them to your agency?
Yeah, so two really, as we said in the testimony, two really important RFPs that we've issued, and we've brought on 3 great firms. 2, as you alluded to, PAU and ARUP, 2 different firms to address the creation of 6 new designs. We hope to have them officially on board during the summer. They have deliverables of 12 months. We hope to encourage them or get them to be able to deliver on an even more timely basis. But again, 4 at street level, as you said, 2 at above street level. I will tell you on the RFP for design, if you look at some of the sheds up now, the ones that were put up post the change to the 2022 code that have the parapets that are screens, that slight change in and of itself allows light into the building, and it has the less of the obtrusive feel. That was one slight change. We are really excited about what these 2 well-respected firms will come back to us and eventually, obviously, to the council. And then the second RFP, which we fought hard for, is a look at Local Law 11, the facade program. This is Thornton Tomasetti, well-known, widely respected entity. We hope to have them on board by July. Again, 12 months deliverables. They'll look at a regulatory review, look at other jurisdictions, maybe 3 jurisdictions comparable to us. They will look at all of our data, 3,500 or so inspection reports, try to glean from that data. They will study the materials of buildings. Maybe the cycles we have for facade inspections should vary depending on how, building typology, building material, building age, et cetera. And then they'll issue a report with specific recommendations. Again, we look forward to coming to the council with those reports, and we look forward to partnering with the council on the various pieces of legislation introduced by your colleagues.
And then, once the vendor finishes its work, the next step is going to be approving changes to the...
Yeah, good point. We expect to make them part of the code, meaning this is the new minimum standard for sidewalk sheds. If you still want to pay for the urban umbrella, or if there is a new iteration of like really high-end shed, this does not preclude that. We've seen some folks at our pre-bid meeting, that's really not the right terminology, but when we invited all the folks before the bid, they had questions. Clearly, there were some folks with proprietary concepts that did not want to participate in this process. They will not be precluded. The Urban Umbrella, as you remember, was a competition during the Bloomberg administration. They're really beautiful. The problem is because they're proprietary, you have to pay for them, and they're expensive. This will be embedded into the code. Everyone will have to abide by the new standards.
And last from me is, could you tell us thus far in FY24, how much in penalties has DOB charged for sidewalk sheds that should have come down?
Do we have that number?
In terms of the longstanding shed program, as the commissioner said, we're looking for compliance. So we skipped the process of issuing violations to these building owners. We had to wake them up. So we took them, we skipped the process of the violations and we went right to court with these building owners that have had sheds up for more than 5 years. So again, we're not looking for the penalty amounts, but we were looking for compliance. And in terms of compliance in the longstanding shed program, which we started roughly mid-2020, we have found 711 longstanding sheds, which we're defining right now as over 5 years. Of that number, 258 have been removed and 77 are actively working. That is almost 50% of those longstanding sheds have been removed due to our efforts.
Okay, thank you all very much, Commissioner. Thank you. I'm going to turn over now to my co-chair, Chair Sanchez. We've also been joined by Council Members Ressler and Nurse.
Thank you so much, Chair, and if it was okay with decorum, I would try to give you a round of applause for the stamina of hosting all of these hearings. Thank you. Good morning, DOB. It's good to see everybody. Everybody in the back. Yay, friends in the back. So I just, want to start off by thanking the agency for everything that you do on the ground. It's always good to see the buildings T-shirts and the polos on the ground and just know that the inspectors are out there. You're doing more with less, right? You're doing a lot with less, Commissioner, as you stated in some of your remarks and your answers. So my first question is just reflecting on some of Councilmember Brandon's line of questioning and appreciating the data that you shared regarding inspectors, Commissioner. But their issues remain, right? As you mentioned, it is not a single vacancy for boilers, electrical, or plumbing, and there are no shortage of these issues citywide, right? Similarly, there are now no vacancies for crane investigations either. But the executive plan had to add $624,000 to pay for contracts to investigate a crane collapse on the west side. And the parking garage collapsed just 2 blocks from City Hall. So what would you say to folks that look at this environment and wonder why DOB isn't requesting more inspectors? I for one, and I'm a bit surprised that you mentioned that you did not put in an ask to OMB to, reverse some of these pegs on for inspectors.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not. Maybe I misspoke. The response to Chair Brannon was I did not ask for the IBO plan. I will. I think the less I say, and I think you'll respect this, the better. But as you know, I am no wilting daisy, as they say. I think City Hall, my deputy mayor, know where I stand on the agency and what I think the agency needs. I was, as you remember, Madam Chair, quite candid in our preliminary and our building integrity In supporting your legislation about allowing us to go on offense, I asked the team for sort of a back-of-the-envelope look at inspections from January to April of this year, a percentage breakdown, how many would we call complaint-driven, and how many are proactive. Proactive is around 26, 27%. Don't hold me to it because, again, it's a little bit of a back of the envelope, but I think that's an accurate assessment. I think you and I both agree that everyone would be better suited with us having the ability to go on offense. I brought with me, Madam Chair, I referenced this at our last hearing. This is a document that the agency put out in 2025, I believe, Rick Chandler, under Mayor de Blasio. And in the back of it, it talks about creation of a risk management office and using intelligence and analytic tools to go after bad actors. So you and I haven't created the wheel, but we need to go on offense. And we need to use predictive analytics. We need to go after bad actors. We need to target problematic buildings and problematic players. We need to do re-inspections on a more routine basis of open class ones. And as I said to you all too candidly in 2 hearings, that falls on me to get those, or perhaps us to get those resources.
Us. Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner, and much appreciated, and absolutely look forward to making progress on that, making sure you can use the best data available to you to be proactive. Thank you. So turning to sustainability, council members have long called for the appropriate staffing to implement the landmark climate change law, Local Law 97. In response, the executive plan baselines $4 million and 36 positions for Local Law 97 enforcement and compliance. A majority of these positions are energy auditors who will review the energy reports that building owners must file beginning next year. How are you going to be hiring for these roles? What's the average salary and qualifications for the energy auditor? Are you concerned about difficulty with attracting candidates? And what is the actual and budgeted headcount for staff working on Local Law 97 at DOB now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Deputy Commissioner Laura Pope.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you, Chair Sanchez? So we're very excited about the 36 full-time positions in the executive budget. Yes, the majority of those are auditors. I will say out of the 36, we've posted for 30 positions already, so we're in it to win it. We have a comprehensive recruitment plan that we developed where we're working with universities and with professional groups. We have contacts at all of these who are amplifying our postings. And so this is the first time we've implemented this recruitment plan, and it just was implemented a few days ago. So we're hoping to get a lot of attention on the positions, and we're hoping that we can hire as fast as possible. So as far as the auditors go, there's a new position that we worked with for many years to develop with as the civil service title of Energy Conservation Specialist. And so we've looked at it as we need some people who are trained in architecture and engineering and people who are a little bit like medium with the potentially the Energy Conservation Specialist, and we're even splitting it down to an assistant auditor. So we're looking for 3 tiers of auditors, which is new. And we'll see how it goes, but we're very excited for it. And as far as, I mean, now that we have these new budgeted positions, we obviously have a high vacancy rate. We have 5 units. So the Bureau of Sustainability was created about almost 2 years ago. Before that, it was the sustainability, they had a sustainability team with 2 units. Now we have 5. So the OBEEP, which has the auditors in it, has 26 vacant positions because of the new needs, and 9 active positions currently in it. That said, Local Law 97 work isn't limited anymore to OBEEP. We have a policy and legal team, and we have an outreach and assistance team, which also does Local 97 work. So as far as that team goes, we have 6 people in policy and legal, and we have 9 vacancies, again, based on the new needs. And we have 3 people in outreach and assistance, and we have 2 vacancies based on the new needs. Those will be project advocates who will be working with building owners to help them to comply as the reports come in. I hope that answers all your questions.
Most of the questions. So for the energy conservation specialist, and you mentioned assistance as well, what is the salary level?
I'm going to have to ask Gina. If I'm remembering correctly, it's in the 70s, but I will have to get back to you with the right number, since it's new.
No problem. The new positions are funded off of anticipated revenues from report filings. Can you share the cost of what a local law 97 energy filing is to the agency? Does it vary by building size?
So we are working on the user costs. We'll be doing, in our 3rd major rule package, we will include the fees for the filing, and it's not based on the building, it's going to be based on the compliance pathway. So a building who's just submitting a simple report with clear compliance will have the lowest fee, and a building who needs us to look at their good faith efforts, and that's going to be complicated, is going to have the highest fee. There's different fee for 321 buildings, which is the affordable housing buildings, whether or not you have a mediated resolution. So there are like tiers that we're working on, but that will be in the 3rd rule package.
Got it. Thank you, that makes sense. So you mentioned 3 outreach positions. In preparation for this hearing, we convened with several advocacy organizations and coalitions relating to Local Law 97 who expressed concerns about harder to reach owners. So can you just share with us what is the work of these 3 outreach workers? How does that relate to folks at the mayor's office, under Commissioner Agrawala's shop? How are folks working? How is the Department of Buildings working with the Accelerator?
Sure. So Accelerator is the #1 outreach tool that the city has for building owners, 100%. When I came on, we created this little unit just to supplement that, but Accelerator is a big contract, and as you know, overseen by MOCJ. We work with them very closely. So it's a combination of what the outreach team does is we answer questions about Local 97, which number in the thousands, and that's divided not just between them, but obviously it implicates a lot of policy and legal issues, so then that shop gets involved. We do outreach education events, which again, all of us participate in, not just that shop. So we do council member in your Local 97 in your district events. There have been several of those. We go out and we talk to, different real estate groups about 97 compliance. So they participate in that. We do email blasts to members and letters depending on who we want to target. So when we did the 321 filing guide, which is the affordable housing details on how to comply with the prescriptive energy conservation measures, we wound up doing an email blast to all the 321 buildings. Oh, did you know, it's time to really, think about Local 97. We've done the same for the 320 buildings, which are the 34,000 regular buildings. In addition, we've undertaken the task of calling building owners personally, and we've started with the building owners that we think are in the most trouble. So that's very time intensive, and at this point, we're probably at around 600 building owners who we've tried to get in contact with, and every time that we call a building owner, we refer them to the Accelerator. So we'll follow up with an email that, even if we didn't reach them on the phone, that refers them to the Accelerator and assigns them a caseworker. So we're very busy, but we're supplementing or working in partnership with Accelerator.
So when you talk about these emails and the 600, the calls to 600 owners and all of that outreach, that's being done by 3 individuals?
The email, yes. The calls are being done by 3 individuals, yes.
I think you need a couple more people. Okay. That's a great body of work. And so turning to the accelerator, do you have data on the accelerator's reach so far? And,
I have one stat,
okay,
because you asked me last time, and the stat is that since 2021, they've helped 18,156 building owners with sustainability work, and of that, it's 15,293 just on Local Law 97. So their mandate is bigger than Local Law 97, but the vast majority of their work is Local Law 97.
thank you. And turning just back to the 600 owners, what are some of their characteristics? You said the folks that are most in trouble.
So it reflects the design of Local Law 97 itself. So the law was written for the first compliance period to capture the worst 20% of polluters. Now, since that time, based on 2022 data, 9% more have moved into compliance. So we're only looking at 11%, although now we're looking at 2023 data. We think that number is going to get better.
So what is the number now?
We have about an 89% citywide compliance rate, and it was at 80%. Now, this is just about 320 buildings. The 321 buildings, there are about 10,500 of those. Affordable housing buildings with 35% or more rent-regulated units and houses of worship. That's harder to know because they have to do PECM measures. So we can't know how many of those are compliant, right? Because they're not submitting benchmarking data, we don't know. We won't be able to guess. So at any rate, it reflects the coverage of buildings generally, which is the vast majority, or more than around 55% or 60% are multifamily buildings. That's how the law was drafted. So that's what we're looking at. It's a microcosm of that.
Got it. Thank you. So another question that advocates raised was about outreach, particularly in environmental justice communities, lower income communities among cooperatives. So can you talk a little bit about that? And specifically, there was supposed to be an RFP that went out from the accelerator to expand outreach to hard-to-reach owners. Has that happened?
So I can't speak to that. That's MOCJ, who's, again, overseeing their contract. But we have definitely focused on affordable housing outreach. That has been a big deal. And the first filing guide we did was on affordable housing. And so we've been out there with Accelerator. I believe it's this week that they have an affordable housing, a 321 event, actually, with providers. And so it's been very important to us to get out there. We are targeting them with, our email blasts or our letters or whatnot, but it's really the Accelerator who's the one going out and doing the work. There is a new 321 Go program with HPD, which they can speak to. They're partnering with Accelerator on that. That's the other agency I neglected to say. HPD is a big partner in this because of the affordable housing aspect and on the outreach.
I will ask them shortly. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner. So turning to construction injuries and the relationship to vacancies, the preliminary mayor's management report indicated construction-related incidents with injury increased from 185 to 237 when comparing the first 4 months of fiscal 23 to the same period in fiscal 24. However, DOB has added that fatalities and life-threatening injuries fell in the same period. DOB's earlier analysis of the data suggested that rising injuries resulted from numerous fall-related incidents that did not result in violations, and we covered that a bit last hearing, or stem from adverse practices by site safety personnel. This would seem to suggest that mistakes were made by the workers themselves. DOB has shared that it has been investigating this trend to identify correlations within specific work groups, trades, and individual personnel. What has DOB's investigation revealed so far regarding the city's growing trend of construction injuries, and will DOB eventually release the findings to the public?
Yeah, we have no definitive findings at this point, but the moment we do, we certainly will share them with you. Again, if you look at the numbers there, it's really curious because the spike in injuries, incidents and injuries, if you look at the delta year over year, it's not to the number, but it's very similar to this sudden growth of incidents, injuries. We go out to inspect, we see no violating conditions. And again, it was, for a long time, it was falling off of a 3 or 4 foot ladder. Now it seems to be sort of trips and falls off of stairs. So we continue to look at it, and as soon as we have reached a conclusion, we certainly will share that with you.
Great. And you'll release it to the public, share with the council?
Sure.
Sure.
And Madam Chair, can I, so I don't forget, can I clean up, apparently I need to clean up something from the last hearing.
Sure.
Because I saw some tweets that seemed to indicate that I said it was up in the air if we would release to the public or to you the report from LIRA for the Ann Street parking garage. I certainly didn't intend that. I don't know if it came out that way, but my friend Gersh tweeted and said it seemed like it was iffy. So let me be perfectly clear. And I meant to be perfectly clear then. We haven't changed our mind. This is what we've always intended. You absolutely will see the LIRA report. The public will see the LIRA report as soon as we are allowed to share it. The reason why we have not been able to share it to date is because the investigation continues.
Thank you.
But
Thank
we
you for
we
that
will share with
clarification.
you as quickly as we can the work that we do.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Commissioner. So the executive plan rolls city funds from fiscal '24 to '25 to reflect delays for vendors to finish work on various projects, including, as the chair began, for DOB Now, $9.4 million, sidewalk sheds at $1.8 million, sustainability $1.6 million, existing building code $1.4 million, waterfront $810,000, facade $800,000, and records management for $126,000. Most of this contract work is now intended to be complete by December 2024, with DOB Now having a goal of completion by 2025. Can you elaborate on the general cause of the delays across these 7 contracts?
So the cause of the DOB Now delay is a result of spending approval delays as well as procurement delays. The sidewalk shed roll is as a result of the RFP process, and that's the same for Local Law 11. And the waterfront contract roll, records management roll, and the other rolls are a result of just contract delays.
Great, thank you. And when you say spending approval delays, you mean that's from OMB
OMB and OTI.
and OTI? Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have the number that you asked for, the salary?
Yep.
We do. On average, the salaries posted will be between $73,000 to $120,000.
Madam Chair, we would like to share with you and any of the council members the postings, so you to get out on your platform, because we want to have a far and wide reach. I think Laura mentioned, did you mention, I'm sorry, I was in my own head, about CUNY?
Yeah,
Yeah.
CUNY is one of our important partners in that.
Yeah, so we will make those postings available. And then sort of related to that, if I can just get back to the inspectors for a second. What changes, obviously, is the budgeted and actual number, right? That varies over the years. What is consistent is we attrit inspectors. And it's a good thing writ large, because a lot of them go into the industry. We train them up. It's all the same ecosystem. Other agencies benefit. It's a good thing for all of us, but it's difficult to operate the candy store that way. One of the things that we would like to sit and talk with you and the council about is, once again, looking at the charter provision that mandates requirements for inspectors. The council and DOB worked in the past to create the level 1s, which has helped. But we, and First Deputy Commissioner Valenchek testified to this last year, we are proud of the amount of training we put in to our inspectors. One of the reasons why we lose them and the industry takes them. But we think we can change the education and experience requirements, widen the pool, broaden the pool, create a constant pool of would-be inspectors, bring them into the DOB family, train them up, and still have really qualified folks in the field. So perhaps we can add that to the list of the many things we're working on, but if we can broaden those qualifications, we think we could have a more consistent applicant pool for inspectors.
And what would be the mechanism to broaden those qualifications? Are those conversations with OLR, the unions?
Well, the mechanism to change it would be local law, but we would welcome anyone to sit at the table so that we're all comfortable with where we land in terms of education and experience. But again, the team does such a phenomenal job of training and ongoing training, much like, I think Kaz used the example of the fire department last year. When they are brought into the fold, we train them up. Maybe there's an opportunity to broaden the applicant pool.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yep, look forward to talking more about that. And one more follow-up in your line of discussion around DOB Now. How would you characterize what is still going through BIS versus, that still is left over to be transitioned to the DOB Now portal?
There's still modules that are being transitioned, but in terms of job filings at this point, 90% of job filings are going through DOB Now versus 10% in BIS.
Okay.
But there's things like licenses that still have to be rolled out in DOB Now, certain inspectorial functions that have to be rolled out into DOB Now, and certain compliance filings like parking structures, for example, that need to be rolled into DOB Now.
Thank you. So it's 90%. That's helpful. I was looking at the MMR and just wondering about that delta. Thank you so much. So relating to facade penalties, in addition to the failure to gain access penalty, which you discussed, the council also proposed to generate another $15 million from changes to Local Law 11, the Local Law 11 fine schedule, which regulates facade inspections and sidewalk sheds. This revenue proposal could help advance the administration's admirable determination to get sheds down. Can you tell us if DOB raised Local Law 11 fine changes with City Hall? What was the response? What percentage of Local Law 11 technical reports are filed in a timely way with DOB at this time? And how much in Local Law 11 and fines was charged and recouped in fiscal 23 and so far in 2024?
So let me answer the first part, and I don't know if Igal or Gina up here can answer the latter parts about the specific dollar amounts. The answer was no. Did not speak to the folks about that, not because I'm not interested in it, but because we have this belief that we're bringing on this world-renowned expert who is going to look at the regulatory scheme both here and in at least 3 comparable jurisdictions, and then make recommendations, which may include what you are suggesting. They will certainly be aware of it, but we have the next year to tap into their expertise and then kind of speak with one voice. But any and all ideas that are raised by you, Chair, or the Council, we will ensure that our consultant factors that into the report that they ultimately provide us. And we will eventually come back, again before you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And what about the percentage of reports filed in a timely fashion, and how much was charged in fines and recouped?
In terms of compliance rate, for the last complete cycle, we have a 97% compliance rate in Local Law 11. In terms of collected, we have about, in the last 12 months, we've collected about 14 million, roughly, in dollars. That is a collected number, not an imposed number, and that includes fees and civil penalties.
Thank you. And what is that, what's the sort of denominator there? How much was charged in fines and civil penalties?
The charged amounts are difficult to calculate, but we can see if we can try and get you that amount. The reason why it's difficult to calculate is the civil penalty continues to increase month by month until the reports are submitted. So the accrued values continue to change every single month until the reports are submitted.
Okay, well, thank you. Those are my questions for now. We will be turning it over to colleagues for their questions. Thank you, Commissioner and team, for your responses.
We've also been joined by Councilmember Hanks. Just quickly before we head to questions, perfect world, Commissioner, what would we do to end or curtail the weaponization of 311?
Just as I was drinking the water, we were going to have my first spit
I wanted a spit
take here
I
in the
was-
council.
I was hoping.
Listen, it's a real issue. We have seen it. I have a list somewhere where some of your names are on it, and it's
I'm on it.
folks. You are on it, sir. Folks where calls were made, erroneous calls were made, and accused of Airbnb. And as someone who knows the system, it's someone who's attuned to it. Although Jason Rozeski, our chief of staff, is trying his best Columbo act to sort of piecemeal it together of these folks who voted for something, but it's punitive, it's gratuitous, it's a waste of our resources.
But you have to go because it could be
Yes,
real. Yeah.
Yes. We've talked to different council members about potential legislation, but the problem is, even if we require names for 311, I'll say Jimmy Otto. Jimmy Otto called on David Michael Carr. He's got an Airbnb.
He does.
And
That's what I heard.
And I have to tell you, there's some names. It's not just council members. It's not just city electeds. It's high on the food chain across the state where these nuisance 311 complaints. Now they've died down recently, but there was a spurt. And for the record, those complaints are inspected. Particularly those Airbnb, are by the Mayor's Office of Special Enforcement,
Yeah.
which is outside of our purview, although we have DOB inspectors detailed to them. But the angry phone call certainly came to yours truly, and
But is there a way to sort of inherently, I mean, how would you identify nuisance complaints if, 5, 6, 7 calls are made, your guys go out there, there's nothing there, like how many times are we gonna?
well, we have a triage unit that is the intake, and we try, short of a formal policy, to inject some common sense into
Right.
the process because of this.
If it looks like a duck kind of thing.
But it's still a challenge, and again, this thing comes in spurts, and for now, it's died down. The individual or individuals who are engaging in it, and it's premeditated, it's intentional, could be watching now. Who knows? Next, I'm going to see a familiar address, my own. Maybe my wife is
Yeah.
running an Airbnb.
No, I think being a policymaker, sometimes you have to admit you don't know. I don't know what the answer is, because obviously if I was doing something illegal on my house or dangerous, I'd want someone to come check it out. I'd want my neighbor to be able to check it out. But when it gets to a point where it's clearly someone just trying to, or it's a neighborly dispute or whatever it may be, it's just a waste of resources. And it's sort of you're calling 911 for one thing when, the fire department is busy going there when there's something. It's the same, you guys deal with the same thing, so.
Just to add to what the commissioner said, so our triage officer will, we have to go, as you said, right? It's a complaint, it's a public complaint, and required by law to go. However, what we do, and we do this on a regular basis, is we will administratively close the large bulk of the complaints at a specific address and group everything together into one inspection and try and package that all together rather than sending out numerous inspectors from numerous units at different times. So our triage officers are keenly aware of this, and it's a challenge, but it's something that we do on a daily basis, where we group all these, administratively close the majority of them, but still go and close out the original complaint.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have questions now, starting with Councilmember Caban, followed by Hudson.
Thank you. I think the administrator is not letting me start my video, so I will be camera off. I wanted to ask a little bit in sort of my capacity as chair of the Queer Caucus. Queer New Yorkers are disproportionately affected by the affordability crisis. We're more likely to experience employment discrimination that impacts our ability to afford our expenses, and more likely to experience family separations. And so, Councilmember Bottcher and I had put out this op-ed sort of outlining the needs of queer New Yorkers and affordable, stable housing, just like everybody else across our city. And we need funding for the Homes Now, Homes for Generations ask that we've been making to ensure that queer New Yorkers are able to live safe, healthy, joyous lives for generations to come. And so my questions for you are, how much funding does HPD currently have toward preserving or constructing new limited equity co-ops? How much is proposed for the next year? And then a couple more that I want to add on there is that there's been a lot of interest from community land trusts and how they can be a part of neighborhood pillars or open door project. How can we integrate CLTs into those programs so that we have more opportunities for permanently affordable housing that protects tenants from displacement? And encourages resident. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're talking to DOB now, so you have to come back when we do HPD.
Oh, well, can I? Oh, okay. So I wanted to ask also about, hang on one second. It's letting me start my camera here. Can you all hear and see me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll come back with those for HPD for sure. For DOB, can you talk a little bit about sort of where you're seeing the most concentration of some of the violations and how you're tracking that and sending out those sort of your resources to those particular areas? Like, are you seeing particular trends, and how has that changed the way that you're operating those departments?
Councilmember, I'm going to have Deputy Commissioner Shamash speak to that. But before he does, one of the things that I've learned in the first 12 months that I was here, and it's really, I credit my chief of staff for the comment, and it was in wake of 1915 Billingsley in Chair Sanchez's district when that awful moment happened. And I'll clean up the language, but it was like crappy owners tend to find crappy engineers, tend to find crappy design professionals and crappy expediters. And we need to figure out where those universes meet. We have different data points from other agencies or from other entities about worst landlords, or we know who of the design professionals have kind of run outside the lines. We need to figure out, using the available data we have, to where those universes meet and focus some resources on that. That speaks to the bad actors and the risk mitigation effort that Chair Sanchez and I spoke about in two previous hearings, and the desire for us to go on offense and be proactive. And I will tell you anecdotally, but I think this is true, that those universes will be found most often in communities of color or poorer communities. So everyone talks about bad actors. We want to go after them. We want to take a group in this agency to go on offense, to act proactively, seeking those projects and those bad actors out. And that's the resources I need to find that I've shared with Chair Sanchez.
And can I ask about some of the data around your collaboration and partnership with the DA's offices? So, how many cases get referred to the DA's offices after being investigated by y'all? And then out of those cases, what percentage of those, if you know, are resulting in the opening of criminal court cases, for example? Like, what is the appetite amongst DAs to use the law to hold bad actors, bad developers, bad landlords accountable? And are you seeing different trends in different boroughs on that front in terms of prioritization by district attorneys' offices?
So I will give you my experience over the last year, and the cases aren't referred by us. It's the individual district attorney's office who will investigate a case and decide. And so let's use the examples of my 12 months. You have Ann Street, where the Manhattan district attorney is involved. You have Billingsley, where the Bronx DA's office is evaluating. We had, in the last 3 months in Borough Park, that fatality, that awful situation where there was no plan submitted, no work permits, and we did a stop work order, and they went in anywhere, and a 34-year-old guy died when the first floor collapsed on him, where the Brooklyn DA's office is. Those individual DAs look at these cases and make the decision, and are formulating the decision in those instances as we speak, if they're bringing cases or not.
But is HPD, and sorry, I can't see the clock, so chairs, please cut me off if I'm out of time, but is HPD feeding or informing district attorneys of like, hey, this is where you need to go look?
Oh, so HPD is next, but I can tell you from a DOB perspective.
Or I'm sorry, I'm sorry,
that's
housing
okay.
and building. I apologize.
I've begun to look like Adolfo as I've gotten older. Oh, we're dear friends. The referral, again, it's the DA's office is obviously, they're aware of these high-profile cases, or we make them aware of an incident, and then they make an individual determination. I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question, or?
Oh, just if there is like a clear process or a point of collaboration where you are alerting them to places that should be on their radar because maybe it's not as high profile but just as dangerous a condition, or it's something that is a really persistent and prolific problem or something like that.
Hi, it's Egal from Department of Buildings, Chief Structural Engineer. In terms of working with the DA's office and our sister agency, Department of Investigation, we will work with them right at the onset of the incident. Many times, all three of us will be there at the incident. Certainly that was the case at Billingsley. Certainly that was the case at Ann Street, 10th Avenue, crane collapse. But there are incidents that happened that we will refer over to the DA's office. For instance, there were two fires up in the Bronx that had fatalities, and we saw evidence of illegal conversion or lack of egress, and we referred those recently to the Bronx DA's office, and so those are cases that they're looking into. But we will certainly work with our sister agencies in the DA's office to help them in their investigation. That's one of the reasons why we hired Lyra, a very well-known forensic engineering firm for the Ann Street collapse, because we knew that there was going to be a very intensive investigation in that situation. And we'll continue working with them, but these cases take years. I think there will be, if it hasn't come out already, but out of Brooklyn, there was a case that was tried by the DA's office on the fatality of a little girl that happened back in 2019, and that case has finally resolved itself, and the contractor was found guilty. So these cases take years. The investigations take a long time, but we are staying the course. We will find the bad actors with the resources that we have, and we will work with the partners at DOI and the DA's office to push forward the investigations as much as we can.
Well, thank you, and thank you, chairs.
Thank you. Now we have questions from Councilmember Hudson, followed by Carr, and we've been joined by Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you so much, chairs. Good morning still. Just before I get into my question, I do want to say this is like the dream team that you all have up here. I know I've had incredibly positive and efficient responses and experiences with DOB, and I know that the same goes for many of my colleagues. So thank you all and all of your teams for the work that you all do. Issuing violations and imposing financial penalties is an important tool for incentivizing building owners to follow the law and keep conditions safe for New Yorkers. However, there are many cases where buildings have open violations dating back decades with no corrective action. What is the administration doing to ensure that violations are actively corrected and not merely accepted at a cost of doing business?
Yeah, first of all, Councilmember, thank you for the kind comments. Thank you for the collaboration. We appreciate it on this side of the dais as well. Open violations, let me explain it this way. We require something called a certificate of correction when you have received a violation, you've addressed the underlying condition, perhaps you've paid your oath violation, then you have to submit this affirmation to us affirming that you have addressed the underlying condition. All too often what has happened is that folks do not complete the process. Sometimes they will go as far as paying the violation and thinking they're done. And that leaves us as a compliance agency with some books that are less than acceptable in that are these 10 open violations an indication that the crack still exists, or did they fix the crack and not send us, I'll call it a piece of paper, but it's not a piece of paper.
Right.
And so we have begun to attack that in a few different ways. Under Deputy Commissioner Patino's shop, we're doing something called GSC, Get Summonses Corrected, where we are aggressively going out and reaching out to building owners who are the worst of the worst in terms of those open violations, and really trying to discern between, again, underlying condition and open COC. So we've begun this education process. One of the things that we want to do that the agency once did that we haven't been able to do in recent years is systematically, proactively go out and look at all open Class 1 violations. Have a team that just goes out and looks at it. And that's where I need to take this agency, and that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. And chairs, I do have two more questions.
My apologies for being long-winded.
That's okay. Who came up with Get Summonses Corrected?
I wanted GSD, Get Summonses Due, but I was overruled, and I go with the flow.
Okay, just curious. It's fine to pursue amendments to Local Law 11, which is regulating facades and sidewalk sheds. However, there is an existing law which private building owners are in violation of, and it sounds like the city is apparently leaving money on the table by not going after these owners. Why aren't you pursuing the fines more aggressively?
Yeah, we are. In fact, we've really upped our game in taking folks to criminal court. In the big picture, it's a small universe of cases because they're so labor intensive, but the word gets out, and we just had a big win on, what was the hospital? Well, we had a major hospital in the city where we took them to court. So we are using the tools available to us. This is why we've had previous conversations with Chair Sanchez, and we're all of the belief that we have to give us additional tools, including the ability to extend our lien ability. We need bigger sticks because there are owners out there who thumb their nose at violations, and it leaves us in a position where we've run out of means to try to ensure their compliance.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Yeah, questions from Councilmember Carr, followed by Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And if you or anyone here is looking for a place to stay for under 30 days, please see me. I might know a guy. Commissioner, always great to see you. Thank you for all the work you and your team and everyone at DOB is doing. It's always much appreciated. We've kind of got into this a little bit, this notion of how we could do enforcement better, right? As you know from your time as an elected official, so much of what we send to you and what you get sent to you just from the public is reactive, right? It's based on conditions that really should never have reached that dangerous point. And so could you talk a little bit more about the statistical analysis that you're looking to maybe incorporate into the way you do things, and how, given that there is a desire, I think, for all of us to go on offense, as you say, how you're going to do so when we're talking about, budgeted headcount reductions and maybe not filling spaces that I think we would all wish to be filled.
Yeah, so I just want to ready Deputy Commissioner Shamash for some response on this too. But first, let me just say publicly, Council Member, job well done on St. John's Villa. I haven't had a chance to tweet.
Thank you.
This is what we do. We pass the baton on and hope folks take it and run. Well done. Well done. Again, I don't know if you were here, Council Member, when I mentioned to the chairs that just the back of the envelope, look at the inspections of the last 4 months. It's around 27% that's proactive. We need to change that formula, not only for inspections writ large, but tailor it towards the universe that perhaps that Councilmember Caban was referencing and others. And we think that there is data available because of DOB now. We think there's data available from other agencies, other outside entities. And we're not just talking about inspectors. We're talking about bringing on analysts, like a whole unit of analysts, engineers, and inspectors, a SWAT team of sorts, to go on offense, to try to intercede in these cases before they become a 1915 Billingsley. This agency puts a ton of effort into maintenance. Maintenance is how we avoid maintenance compliance. Maintenance is how we avoid these incidents. So whether it's in Yigal's shop about the FISP program, which is the facade, or the PIPS program, which is the parking garages, trying to get owners to live up to their maintenance responsibilities is critical, so that it doesn't continue downstream and we have these issues. So we need to find the resources to go on offense, to allow our team to take advantage of the data, and as I just said previously, to on those buildings where we know there are existing open Class 1s, to go out, find them, and determine if those Class 1s are conditions that maybe have worsened, or because they haven't sent in their COC. Yigal?
Just to add to what the Commissioner mentioned, so we talked about analysts, inspectors, but it takes also registered design professionals, architects and engineers to review the plans, act as expert witnesses for the department, and then the attorneys also to bring these cases forward. So as the Commissioner said, it's really a large endeavor. It's going to take efforts from all bureaus within the agency to put forth this effort. And it's about connecting the dots. It's about connecting the dots with our data. It's about connecting the dots with social media and seeing what is happening out there. And the biggest difficulty that we have right now is owners hiding behind LLCs, right? So hiding behind that veil with numerous LLCs for each of their individual properties and connecting the dots between all of those entities. So that's a very short, we can talk about this a lot more, but in terms of the work, it's a group effort from all the bureaus within the agency: analytics, attorneys, registered design professionals, inspectorial staff.
Thank you. And Chair, if I could just ask another follow-up. So I think the agency's mission, you talked about the pursuit of compliance, right? And the agency's mission is safety, right? That's why you're seeking those compliances. And I guess I'm just confused, right? Where you're trying to tighten the belt, but you're adding 36 baseline positions to Local Law 97 enforcement, which has nothing to do with safety on construction sites, safety for new builds, safety for aging buildings. I understand the agency has to follow the locally law mandated provisions, but why are we adding in one area and not seeking to add in other areas when that's equally important? And then my final question is, we're currently engaging in a dialogue with the administration about the City of Yes. Remains to be seen whether that's passed or some version of it is passed. I imagine that's going to mean more applications for DOB, more plan examinations for DOB, more site inspections, more complaints from constituents about things that are legal but they just may not like, right? So given the uptick in workload that means for you, are there talks with OMB about being able to staff up for if and when that happens?
So man, Councilmember, for the last question after the bell, it was a doozy. So Local Law 97, Council passed local law. We have to carry that local law out. It's a tremendous amount of work, and we need to staff up and get those folks on board to do the work and be ready to do the work that's coming down the pike. So that's Local Law 97. The second part. Your point about not asking for help on that. As I said earlier, the less I say, the better. But I'm proud to lead this agency. I'm going to do right by this agency, and use whatever skills Mama gave me or relationships I have to do that. But the less I say, frankly, here, the better. And the last, the City of Yes. Yeah, there's a likelihood that Mrs. Otto is going to call Councilmember Carr and say, this barber shop is now here. I mean, let's face it, there'll be lots of questions. It will impact the agency across the board. This council, this administration, the state Senate, the state assembly, the governor, everyone is on board that we need affordable housing. This is an effort to deliver it. It's an administration priority. That means it's our priority. But yes, it will demand of this agency, both on the inspectorial side and the rest of the agency, and I'm having those conversations, we are having those conversations with our deputy mayor and with City Hall. And while not complete, we are doing a little bit more than the back of the envelope estimation of what that would entail for our agency, so we could speak in an educated manner on what we think those needs might be.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just in closing, whatever we achieve at Villa wouldn't have happened if you hadn't gotten the city to buy it. So thank you so much for your efforts, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. I must say that we've met with a lot of commissioners, and your responses have been very succinct and comprehensive, and you have a great team, as Councilmember Hudson mentioned earlier. Just piggybacking off of Councilmember Carr's questions on City of Yes, I wanted to ask a few questions. So I'll just ask all the questions and you guys can all respond. With staffing levels being a major topic of discussion at the hearing, has the DOB analyzed the increased workload and inspection requirements needed to accommodate the permits for building out ADUs being behind properties, and that's the City of Yes proposals for housing opportunity? Similar question on City of Yes for economic opportunity. Has DOB assessed challenges with the citywide deregulating of commercial use on upper floors, and is the requisite enforcement budget contained within the FY25 budget? And would these new zoning proposals increase the amount of time DOB spends on reviewing permit applications due to the new workload that will come from these changes? And is that reflected also in the FY25 budget? I'm gonna ask a quick question on construction impacts. Please provide us with a dollar amount DOB spends on enforcement and inspectors in response to construction complaints within new developments? And what is that dollar amount for after-hour and weekend inspections? And that's for construction complaints. And the last one on construction is, how should homeowners deal with trespassing construction workers entering properties from neighboring lots? And last question, I promise. This is on inspections. Can you provide statistics on how many inspections have closed out in I-2 or C2 status? When there's no entry or refusal for entry at a property, and how does the DOB now serve to improve these issues related to access? Would DOB now improve transparency from the agency on how and when inspections are being conducted? I know you mentioned some of that earlier regarding DOB now, but I have a constituent watching right now that's on my back about that. So if you guys could please share that. Thank you.
Okay, so that was a lot. So to the first part, as I mentioned to Councilmember Carr, we are in the process internally of trying to assess what new needs that would create. City of Yes, the various iterations of City of Yes. We don't have those numbers, but we're working on it. And the conversations, again, with City Hall and our friends at OMB and et cetera are ongoing about that. Not reflected, obviously, in fiscal '25.
Okay.
In terms of the dollar amounts, your questions about enforcement and inspection and AHV, we will get that back to you. I don't think we have them here. We will also get to you the percentage of how often we're turned away.
And how should homeowners respond to that? Like the trespassing of construction workers?
So we will get to you, but the short answer to how often we do not have access is just too often. It's a reality of our lives. And the trespassing on 311,
That's the problem. I wanted to ask a question about that, but I don't want to take up too much time, so we could talk about it afterwards. But 301 is a hot mess when it comes to complaints on construction sites, so we could talk about that.
yeah, council member, we certainly will do that. And in terms of DOB now and the transparency question, if you could just repeat it?
Oh, sure. DOB now, how will it serve to improve the issues related to access? You mentioned it earlier in your testimony.
Yeah,
regarding DOB now.
DOB now puts a whole ton of information out there online, information that was a PDF on Biz in a previous life. It's all out there. So it's increased transparency for the public, for people in the industry, for elected officials.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, chairs.
Councilmember Ressler, followed by Hanks.
Great. Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Sanchez. You both do a terrific job. We're fortunate to have you in these roles. And it's good to see you, Commissioner Otto and team. I feel like everywhere I go, I just hear about Jimmy Otto Love Fests, that everybody's so happy with the job you're doing at DOB and how responsive you are to all of the members of the City Council. And I just, want to echo the sentiments that I really appreciate when we've had issues in our district. You yourself personally, your senior leadership is responsive, is on the ball, and is trying to help solve the problems. And that's, frankly, how you've always operated in public service over a long career, and it's been a pleasure working with you in this role as well. So thank you very much. My concern today is the same thing that I gave you a hard time about in the preliminary budget hearing, and I know that my colleagues have raised some of these issues before, but I just want to come back to headcount, because I'm deeply concerned about the lack of people that work at the Department of Buildings. As good as you are, as good as Kaz is, and everyone else up there, you can't do the work if you don't have people. So just remind me, as of today, could you tell me the number of people that are working at DOB and the budgeted headcount, both of those numbers?
So we are at 1642 as a budgeted head count, an actual 1622? I'm sorry, I said that earlier too. 1622 is the budgeted head count.
Okay.
The actual head count is 1584. It's a vacancy rate of 2%. And on the inspectorial side, council member, we are budgeted at 540. We are at 525, 3% vacancy rate, 15 vacancies. The good news on that front is that we have 15 folks in the portal that hopefully will be joining our inspectorial ranks soon.
So Firstly, appreciate the direct answers, and I think it's a credit to you and the DOB staff that your vacancy rate is as low as it is. Earlier in the administration, DOB had among the highest vacancy rates in the administration. Part of the reason we've seen such a decline in the DOB vacancy rate, though, as I understand it, is that we've just seen so many positions eliminated. If we go back to FY22, we had a budgeted headcount of 2,024 positions. 2,024 positions. Today, our budgeted headcount at 1,622. That's a 20% decline in the headcount that's available to DOB to do its jobs. And when you look at response times on certain types of complaints, we have seen, at least in the PMMR, an uptick. So I think tell me, have we seen any improvement on priority B complaints, which I believe had increased by about 2 days year over year?
Yeah, let me just say that it's not on my resume that I'm the guy to hire to reduce your vacancy rate, because the vacancy rates were reduced because the lines
were eliminated.
Right, so I just want to be clear that we're not bragging that we reduced our vacancy rates. I don't want to read a tweet saying Jimmy Otto said he reduced his vacancy rates. Hurrah!
I was trying to say something nice,
no, I know,
acknowledging
I know.
that the problem is real.
We still, the numbers are what the numbers are. As I testified earlier, there is some retrenchment on new bills. There is some retrenchment on majority alts, on minor alts, in terms of our service levels. Historically speaking, though, over the year, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6, the 10, our service levels continue to be strong. The pegs that we absorbed, again, were lines that were unfulfilled. So we are seeing retrenchment because I had to go from $9 million, which was unsustainable, $9 million in overtime, down to what is budgeted at $3 million. And how we were able to afford the $9 million is all those vacancies were accruals.
Right.
Can't live that way. It was wrong that it was wrong to have it that high. So we've been very judicious on our overtime usage to take it down, and that's led to some increase. The development side, there's been some increase, but when you look at the increase, it's not going in the direction I want, but if you look at the overall length of a development project, the additional time is relatively small. So while I understand your point...
Yeah, I hear you on the processing of the development times, and I trust that you're an able manager and that you're trying your best with the limited resources you have. But, my district is one of, I shed 18% of my population in redistricting last year because of the amount of development we've had over the last 15 years. CB1 and CB2 are in Brooklyn are among the 3 community districts in New York City that have had the most housing starts in New York for 15 years. And we still have a ton of new development that's happening in our district, as there should be. It's a transit-rich area. But if City of Yes comes forward with the policies that were just adopted in the state budget, we're going to see a ton of new development happening, hopefully not just in District 33, but across the 5 boroughs. And we need the Department of Buildings out there in real time, keeping our community safe. Just this morning, I got a message from a constituent where a beam fell on Greenpoint and McGinnis, with a beam from a scaffolding fell on a lady walking with a baby carriage. Fortunately, she's okay. Her shoulder's messed up. The baby's okay. But we need DOB out there keeping us safe with all of the development happening in our communities. Losing 500 lines, nearly 400 and something lines, 20% of the total headcount that was needed for this agency is not acceptable. And you're not going to be able to keep up with the pace of development that we're anticipating in this city without this headcount. And you managed to survive with less overtime. It should have been replaced with more bodies to be able to ensure the construction projects are happening safely. I don't trust developers. I'm counting on DOB to make sure that work is happening safely. And so, I've gone way over. I had a bunch of other things I want to ask about, but if there's a round 2, then I'll bother Laura.
Councilman, let me just say that I appreciate the points you're making. I respect the platform you have to make those points. And I'm not here to argue against more. I say that candidly and let the repercussions fall where they may. It's unfair to the men and women sitting behind us to do that. But I don't want anyone in the council or at home leaving without the impression and the understanding that historically speaking, we are still doing an excellent job. We put out a report last week on construction safety, and in it there's a number. We did 370,000 field inspections last year, more than at any other point. So while I respect what you're saying, I'm not here to argue against you or against my agency. I want to be clear for everyone watching and everyone out there, this agency is doing an effective job with the resources we have and excelling. 370,000 in-field inspections, despite all of the valid numbers that you just referenced.
And I just will close because I've talked too much. I started by saying I think you're doing a good job, and I think your team is doing a good job. I think you need more staff to do as excellent a job as the Department of Building should do for our communities. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Point taken, sir.
Question, we joined by Councilmember Feliz. We have questions now of Councilmember Hanks, followed by Aviles.
Hi, good afternoon. It's really good to see you. So I'm not surprised that my colleagues think you're doing a great job because you are, but you're a Staten Islander from the Mid-Island, but nobody's perfect. So my line of questioning also revolves around the city of Yes, and if it goes through as written, and you and your enforcement team, the Department of Building, have the resources to and staff to conduct additional enforcement. I mean, I think you've answered that with my colleague, Councilmember Carr, but I think when it comes to the city of Yes, one of the things that our constituents have really been focusing on is understanding the actual laws and the revision of the laws and understanding how the Department of Buildings is educating folks on these changes. So they're concerned with the enforcement because they feel that the enforcement at this time is not as great, but it's getting better under your leadership, trust me. But with this, if the city of Yes goes through, you're talking about an entirely different new stream of revised laws that civic associations, community boards, even the builders, property owners, and business owners may not really understand if they're breaking them in particular. So I just wanted to, put a bug in your ear. It's not so much of a question, but to really think about how we're going to make, zoning laws for dummies, and how we can really educate the public and constituencies so they feel comfortable enough to understand these kinds of changes and how they can have confidence that the Department of Buildings will be able to do that enforcement, and that's kind of like the budgetary question. Thank you.
Councilmember, it's a really astute point. I once passed a local law in this body taking the convoluted property tax process and mandating that the Department of Finance would have to put out a pamphlet to describe it for our constituents. The pamphlet was 13 pages. So your point is really well taken, and it has to be, education has to be a part. We will do our part, but City Hall as well. And you hit on something that I think we can do much better job at it, and that is storytelling as an agency. That is communicating how the services we provide, the jobs that we do to New Yorkers, making them better understand, making the industry understand requirements of small property owners, and just the way we communicate. So your point about education is well taken.
Thank you so much, and we're here to help.
Okay, we're joined by Councilmember Powers. Now we have questions from Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs. Thank you. And I guess in the spirit of my colleagues, we'll continue the love fest of appreciation for you, Commissioner, and your team.
Thank you.
Includes everyone that works at this department. I hope the one thing that you are hearing from my colleagues is not only a recognition of the importance of the work of everyone at DOB and how critical it is to services. So like we want to make sure you hear that wholly. But definitely an overarching concern that we are passing policies and updating zoning text amendments, which will directly translate into significantly increased workload without a significant increase in those staff line items. So in particular, I know you're doing those assessments. I was curious about, we have this City of Yes behemoth, the carbon neutrality one, which has already passed. And then the ZEO, which is in process, and the housing behemoth on the table. For the one that already passed, for carbon neutrality, has the agency already had an assessment around what it will additionally require in terms of either staff or adjustments in the workload around how it meets the mandates for that?
So let me start with the question and then work back to your kind comments at the end. So we have trained up and have had a series of trainings for our plan exam staff to bring them up to speed on the changes in the law on the carbon neutrality. We have not seen any adverse impact so far or any ripples from that to date. We will obviously keep a close eye on that. And as your colleagues have asked and as I've stated, we are keenly aware of the potential for more demand on the agency as a result of it, and we're talking to our colleagues. And let me just say thank you for the kind words about the team, and thank you for the collaboration. And Councilmember, we have an answer based on yesterday's conversation that we could do offline for you a little bit more.
Yeah, I promised I would do that offline.
Thank you.
So in terms of, you mentioned you would love to see all the open Class 1 violations be proactively served. And at this point, you're proactively at 27%. What would the agency need to get to 50%?
I don't know about the exact numbers, but
just generally speaking.
Clearly, we would want, we would need additional inspectors to put in the field dedicated specifically to that purpose. What the number would be,
sure.
It varies on what we want to pilot it or, you know.
But it sounds like it's not just inspectors, I think, to the point that there's other, it implicates other professions like.
Yeah, the sort of overall going on offense sort of scheme, I need to figure out how to get resources to bring on data analysts,
right.
A few engineers. It's a sort of a holistic approach to it, and it's beyond just inspectorial staff.
And lastly, in terms of the inspector salaries, we saw the supporting schedule shows that the mean salary for construction inspectors at DOB is $73,000, and average salaries for other inspectorial titles are between $65,000 and $85,000. I guess we're curious about, do you believe that these salary ranges pose a problem or challenge for attracting and retaining new inspectors? And it sounds like you're obviously doing a great job developing inspectors with all the training and preparing them for a bigger check in the private sector, but we want to retain our inspectors.
Yeah. So the numbers that I mentioned earlier is assistant inspector 61,000, inspector 67, supervising inspector 76. This is the recruitment rate, 76,000, assistant chief inspector 85,000. And as I said earlier, it is historically been a challenge to retain because we do a great job of training them up. And when the industry is healthy and robust, they come and they skim off the top and they take really talented people. Big picture, again, it's a good thing because we have talented people in this same ecosystem, but it's a challenge for us, and that's why we look forward to sitting down with the chair and the council and to talk about maybe looking at the qualifications again to broaden that universe so we could have this constant, diverse pipeline of inspectors. And if we graduate them after 3 to 5 years, it's a little less painful knowing that there's someone talented coming in their wake.
Yeah, if you had the magic wand on the tail end of retaining, what would be some things you would ask for with the magic wand to be able to retain some of that top talent?
Well, I mean, salary is
Salary.
always going to be an issue. You can't begrudge someone for even changing from DOB to a sister agency for $10,000 more. I mean, we've heard stories like that.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, final questions from Councilmember Powers.
Thank you. Last but not least, I hope. Nice to see you guys. And Commissioner, thank you always for your partnership and your responsiveness to all of my questions to you throughout my district. I know you touched upon this a bit in your testimony, and I'm sure there were questions on it. I'm the annoying council member who's probably going to repeat a question or two. But I want to talk about scaffolding, which is an issue that you guys have really made a centerpiece in your portfolio, and something we had partnered on together, and was encouraged to see the mayor take that on early on, is something I think every New Yorker complains about, except for on a rainy day. Can you just give us two things, just a general status update on how we have a package of legislation, as you know, that we want to work with you guys on, but you're just sort of any updates on numbers and stats related to progress being made under the programs that you guys have put forth in place, that we did a press conference in, I guess now press conference maybe last year now. Second is, I know you recently announced a RFP around Local Law 11 to look at, I suppose, timelines and how that's working. Can you just give us, going into that RFP, a sense of maybe what your goals are, what you want to accomplish, and what the timeline on that might be? And those are my two questions.
So just I kind of tweet out the numbers occasionally with is it GIF or GIF? GIF, whatever it is, of Larry David making faces, because the vagaries of the overall numbers are fascinating. We've crept back up to around 8,800, down off from where we were from the announcement, but we were even down below that. And so we're at around 8,800. Just in May, just to give you a sample, like 219 privately owned sheds went up, 52 for active construction, 125 for maintenance, 42 for Local Law 11. I like to say, like, all sheds are not the same. You like to see the first number, active construction. We want to see that. The local law, and the maintenance too is a good thing, right? We talked about it earlier. The 42 of Local Law 11 is something that the second RFP speaks to, and that is bringing in Thornton Tomasetti, who will be on board in hopefully July. 12 months, do the work, come back to us with specific recommendations, looking at our numbers, 3,500 of the FISP reports, go in and do a deep dive on the data, look at other jurisdictions, maybe 3 or 4 comparable jurisdictions to us, look at the material of the building. Should all buildings be treated similarly in terms of the length of the cycle? Interestingly enough, of the ones that came down, so 219 went up so far in May, 176 down. The number I like, of the 176 down, 65 are older than 5 years. To me, long-standing sheds are really where we have to be at. If they're up and there's no work being done, or they're up and in bad condition, we have to improve markedly on that front. Again, we look forward to hearing your bills and working with you and the rest of the package, working with Chair Sanchez.
Just 2 follow-up questions. One is, that 65 number being taken down, how does that compare to any year of past when it talks about, proactive things we're doing now, or you're doing in your administration to help take them down? And second is, the program that would penalize buildings that are having long-standing sheds up without, as I understand the program, if you're not demonstrating work happening, new financial penalties might occur. Is that in place, and is that leading, or no?
If you're talking about the IBO or the suggestion that the chairs had,
as I understood it, there was a program that you had announced at the press conference I was at, where there would be for sheds that had been up for a long time, you'd have to continue to demonstrate there was some work being done. Or am I
So there's a legislative package that addresses that to some degree. There is a concept that I think it was an IBO or some outside group has proposed that the chair asked me about earlier, and my indication to the two chairs is that we are looking for sticks, and we'll sit down and discuss any proposal we have to date.
So let me ask this, what tools are you finding most successful? What policies or tools are you finding most successful right now to encourage property owners?
Well, taking them to criminal court has been very successful. The problem is it's labor intensive, and although we have like 33 docketed, again, 33 cases, the worst of the worst, right? Not every one of the 8,800 is the worst of the worst, but 33 cases is important. It has to be part of the tools box, but we need other tools to take on this huge universe where, again, some are up legitimately, new construction, maintenance, we want them to happen. It's the long-standing sheds that are up, no underlying work that's been done, that's the universe. And at the same time, to answer your first question, at the same time, hopefully at the end of this RFP in a year, have 6 possibility new designs, 4 at street level, 2 above street level.
Got it. Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to close out this portion of the hearing. Commissioner, your team, thank you very much. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you, and I just wanted to close by saying, let's hire more outreach workers for Local Law 97. And Commissioner, just looking forward to trying to put down a down payment and giving DOB the tools that you need to be a more proactive agency, so that looks like more inspectors, that looks like a bigger budget in certain areas, and look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll hear from HPD.
Good afternoon. If everyone can just please find their seat, we will be beginning shortly. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the final executive budget hearing for the day, focusing on HPD, the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. I'm still Councilmember Justin Brannan, chairing the Finance Committee. I'm still joined by my colleague, Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. Welcome, Commissioner Carrion and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. I always like to set the table. April 24th, 2024, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY 24 to 28 with a proposed FY 25 budget of $111.6 billion. HPD's proposed FY 25 budget of $1.84 billion represents 1.6% of the administration's proposed FY 25 budget. This is an increase of $55.1 million or 3.1% from the $1.79 billion originally budgeted in the preliminary plan. This increase results from several actions, mostly contracts for emergency demolition work and increased funds for the COLA for human service workers, partially offset by a $7.5 million peg to HPD's asylum seeker costs. As of March 2024, HPD has 252 vacancies relative to their FY24 budgeted headcount. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the Mayor to increase HPD's capital commitments for affordable housing and home ownership by $732 million annually across several programs to align the city's capital budget with the Mayor's moonshot pledge for 500,000 new homes over the next decade. We were disappointed to see the administration did not add any new money for affordable housing capital in line with the Council's call, despite the Council identifying $6.15 billion in resources that can serve as both a financial shield against unexpected costs while making key investments to move the city forward. Can't recognize the city is in a housing crisis and not invest our resources accordingly to resolve it. Neither can we expect our economy to grow if the New Yorkers that make that economy don't have the stability of an affordable home to come back to when the day is done. My questions today will largely focus on HPD's capital response and its role in the Mayor's Moonshot Homes Pledge, along with the state budget and the asylum seeker costs. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Sanchez, to give her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan, and welcome back to today's hearing on the fiscal 2025 executive budget, where we're now turning to HPD. I would like to acknowledge that we are still joined by Councilmember Wrestlers and Aviles and Councilmember Stevens. New York is facing our worst affordability crisis in decades. As the cost of rents and housing skyrocket, working and middle-class New Yorkers who've been here for generations, who've helped to build this city, are struggling to remain in their homes, as demonstrated by a 1.4% vacancy rate, with the rate of functional zero for our lowest cost apartments, the lowest on record. The housing stock also appears to be falling apart. More than 55 of every 100 apartment in New York City has a housing code violation, and over 100,000 families and 10,000 buildings are living with multiple conditions that are hazardous to health and safety. There is much action we need to take in New York City, especially in the face of a federal government that continues decade after decade to subsidize higher income households at the expense of lower income ones. Households with incomes of over $200,000, according to the Center for Budget Policy and Priorities, households with incomes of over $200,000 received an average housing benefit that is 4 times greater than the average benefit received by households with incomes below $20,000. That has implications for our state and, of course, our city. It leaves many communities, many advocates, and many New Yorkers asking, when an affordable housing development comes, affordable for who? And our state and city budgets still fall behind in filling the gaps for the lowest income New Yorkers. Moving forward, we need to preserve what we have, build more using precious subsidy dollars for those who need it the most, and protect tenants. To that end, we're here to discuss HPD's budget. How does it stack up against the challenges that we face? And is it reflective of our values and goals? HPD's fiscal 2025 executive budget totals in $1.84 billion. When pass-through funding for the New York City Housing Authority is removed, HPD's fiscal 2025 budget is $1.57 billion. There are no new needs for HPD in fiscal 2025 or beyond, and in fact, next year's HPD budget is $3.2 million smaller than in the preliminary plan, due to the administration's $7.5 million in asylum seeker savings. HPD's 5-year capital plan, which is more than a tenth of the city's entire capital plan, totals $10.58 billion, an increase of 3% from the preliminary plan. However, no new mayoral funds are added. Instead, funding is rolled into the plan from the out years, fiscal 29 to 2033, and $114 million in additional HUD home funding from the federal government is reflected. Although it is typical for the capital budget to be realigned to reflect the existing pipeline of projects, the 23% decrease in HPD's capital plan from fiscal 24 to 25 raises alarm bells. After all, we know from the hearing in March that HPD has about 750 housing projects in its pipeline, still awaiting processing and funding. Shouldn't the fiscal 2025 budget funding be increasing as HPD invests deeper resources into expanding the development pipeline? Furthermore, rising construction costs mean that dollars can't go as far. This is why the City Council called for $732 million annually in new capital commitments to fund capital projects and the associated staffing needs to speed them up. This would support critical programs like Neighborhood Pillars and Open Doors that can advance affordable rental and homeownership opportunities, while also keeping closer pace with the city's desperate need for more senior, supportive, and deeply affordable housing. Neighborhood Pillars and Open Door together would assist more mission-driven developers to preserve permanently affordable rental housing and create new shared equity homeownership opportunities for working families. This 5-year cumulative $2.5 billion proposed commitment would create and preserve over 12,000 permanently affordable homes. In addition to reviewing the capital plan, today the committee also wishes to understand where we are now, nearly 2 years from the administration's release of its long-term housing blueprint. We hope HPD is limiting any further delays or cuts to its own plan for tackling the housing crisis. The housing blueprint contained good programs to combat source of income discrimination, prevent tenant harassment through Partners in Preservation, and support homeowners through the Homeowner Help Desk. I should note that Neighborhood Pillars was a blueprint action that remains stuck in limbo 2 years on. The committee further wishes to understand how HPD will be impacted by the enactment of the fiscal 2025 state budget, which included a number of measures related to promoting housing development in New York and added some tenant and homeowner protections. The state budget presents funding opportunities that cannot be squandered, including for Mitchell-Lama 2.0 and building on state land. Through it all, we must remain laser-focused on building and preserving housing for New Yorkers at the lower end of the income spectrum, our neighbors who are getting priced out of the city every day, weakening its social fabric and dynamic character. Finally, we also hope to get a better understanding of code enforcement performance, the impact of reorganization of staff lines within the Division of Tenant Resources, and HPD's asylum seeker operations and budget, which has grown dramatically to over $600 million in fiscal 2025. After HPD, we look forward to the opportunity to hear from members of the public. Finally, thank you once again to the amazing Housing and Buildings Committee staff who worked so hard to prepare today's hearing. We appreciate all your work behind the scenes. With that, I will now pass it back to Chair Brannan.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Now I'm going to turn it over to, actually, no, I just want to remind folks, if you're here in the chambers or on Zoom, make sure if you want to give testimony, public testimony after HPD is finished testifying, make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. I am now going to turn it over to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear in the witnesses, and we'll begin.
Good afternoon. You raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to councilmember questions? Commissioner Carrion?
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner Tagani?
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner Caphart?
Yes.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, Chair Sanchez, and members of the New York City Council. I'm Adolfo Carrion, Jr., Commissioner of the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and I'm joined by members of our agency's leadership team, as you know, including some that are sitting behind us that at some point during the hearing you may want to hear from, and so I'm sure that they will be sworn in appropriately at that time. The work that we do here at the nation's largest municipal housing agency, in partnership with this city council, is very personal to me. Like many public servants in this chamber and throughout our city government, I'm a direct beneficiary of the critical investments government made that allowed my family to flourish in this great city and beyond. And so I'd like to begin my brief testimony with a personal reflection. My parents arrived in New York City from Puerto Rico in the early 1950s. Like so many others, they came looking for work in the global city. As new arrivals, they had little to no resources, very limited ability to speak English, and little formal education. But in one generation, they were able to rise to the middle class, from a Williamsburg basement tenement apartment to Jacob Riis houses in the Lower East Side, to a HUD-financed rental, to our first home in the North Bronx. It was all possible because government invested in our family with the understanding that it would pay huge dividends for our society. This is why this work is so personal to me, and I know you've heard the mayor share a similar story. Investments in affordable housing work. And that is exactly why we fought so hard this past year to get better tools to continue investing in the next generation and support those who worked hard to build this great city. Growing up, I certainly didn't understand the nuances of housing policy. I wasn't aware of our housing code or zoning rules, and I wasn't paying attention to budgetary decisions of our local government. But I knew my parents were relieved when we were chosen for a public housing apartment. And I knew the excitement and joy for our entire family on the day we moved into our new home in the North Bronx. Mostly, I always knew what it meant to have a home. My parents taught us that no one succeeds or fails alone. When you know you and your kids have a safe place to sleep at night, in a neighborhood where you know you'll be able to stay for years and you can then give back, you can be a leader, you can advocate for others, you can raise kids to hold jobs and start businesses you never would have dreamed of, even for yourself. As HPD Commissioner, I bring my parents' lessons to work every single day. In New York City, every child should have the opportunities given to my family, and that means we must maintain and deepen our commitment to creating and preserving affordable housing. This is about the roof over a child's head, the ability for an older adult to age in place comfortably and safely and with dignity and grace, and the chance for a formerly homeless veteran to access supportive services in a dignified place they can call home. We come before you today not just talking about numbers and data, we're quite literally talking about our neighbors' lives. It is a privilege to testify before you all today, especially as a former member of this party, of this body. As HPD's commissioner, as a father and grandfather, and more than anything, as the former New York City kid who had a shot to succeed in life because public servants like us invested in affordable housing. What does a real investment in housing look like? The mayor set a moonshot goal of 500,000 homes created and preserved, because that is exactly what it will take to solve the housing shortage and homelessness crisis. And we are moving full steam ahead to make it a reality. Our mission is to create and preserve affordable homes, especially for vulnerable, low, and middle-income New Yorkers. We're constantly finding ways to finance deeper affordability and to partner with community organizations who provide wraparound services to better serve New Yorkers. In the past 2 years, the city broke record after record to create and preserve as many affordable homes as possible while getting people into these new apartments as quickly as possible. Our proposed fiscal year 2025 expense budget totals, as you've heard, $1.8 billion, of which $275 million is a pass-through that goes to the New York City Housing Authority. Excluding this pass-through allocated for NYCHA, our agency's operational budget is about $1.6 billion. Approximately half of that, $790 million of our expense budget, comes from federal grants, primarily for our rental support work, Section 8 housing vouchers, and other rental assistance programs. The agency also relies heavily on funding from the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Program, which support targeted code enforcement, emergency repairs, tenant anti-harassment, and down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. The balance of our expense budget consists of almost $750 million in city funds, with a relatively small amount of state and other categorical grants that amount to just $1.3 million. City funds are used to fill gaps in programs and services that are not eligible for federal reimbursement or require a local matching contribution. So this requires innovative design and implementation of new programs and services to maximize the city's resources. Our capital commitment plan for fiscal year 25 totals $2.2 billion, of which almost $430 million goes to NYCHA's Permanent Affordability Commitment Commitment Together program, leaving a balance of almost $1.7 billion for the agency's project pipeline. Almost 98% of our capital plan, as you know, is funded by city sources, while the remaining 2% is financed by Federal Home Block Grant, the Federal Home Block Grant for affordable housing. It's not enough to just create housing. Where we build and the types of homes we build matter. Every New Yorker should have access to safe, quality housing they can afford in neighborhoods that best fit their needs. And as you know, too many New Yorkers face a wide range of obstacles to having true choice in finding a home. Our city is still very segregated, especially by race, and we are committed to breaking down the obstacles to fair housing. Through Where We Live NYC, we set 81 specific commitments and have made significant progress toward those goals in the first few years of this administration. These commitments now permeate every aspect of our work: how we plan, how we build and preserve housing, how we think about building quality and housing stability, how we're starting work on the next iteration of Where We Live NYC, which we expect to complete by mid-2025. At its core, here is our prescription: talk to New Yorkers, pursue opportunities to build housing of all types in every corner of this city, and ensure that all New Yorkers have real housing choice, the choice to stay in their current home and their current neighborhood, or the choice to move to a new home in a new neighborhood that better fits their needs. Our development division of more than 8 teams works on hundreds of projects, everything from converting hotels and commercial buildings into affordable homes to helping homeowners create safer basements to rent out at affordable rates. And our Office of Neighborhood Strategies is working with communities throughout the city to plan for the preservation and development of affordable housing in a manner that fosters more equitable, diverse, and livable neighborhoods. Through our Housing Access and Stability team, we are connecting thousands of New Yorkers to homes throughout the 5 boroughs. They not only run Housing Connect, the city's affordable housing lottery, but oversee our rental voucher programs and homeless placements, altogether which serve over 50,000 households a year. Through our rental voucher program and homeless placement programs, we can extend the reach of our affordable housing to the lowest income New Yorkers. You all know of the incredible work of our enforcement and neighborhood services team. They come before you quite a bit. With our inspectors and emergency repair teams in almost every every day in every district. Our attorneys are active in every housing court of the 5 counties. Our HPD in Your District initiative, covering any district that is interested, and our alternative enforcement program tackling the most distressed buildings. You have heard from this team directly at these hearings more than any other HPD team, and we continue to work with you productively to explore new tools and new ways to improve our process, increase transparency and communication, and work together towards our shared goal of every New Yorker having a safer place to rest their head, a safe place to rest their head. Our Division of Asset and Property Management is responsible for ensuring the longevity and affordability of homes created and preserved by our agency. And we're focused on proactively identifying at-risk buildings and portfolios and stabilizing those that are struggling and those that have been mismanaged. In the 2 months since our first budget hearing for fiscal year 2025, our state legislature and governor passed a comprehensive housing package arming us with the new tools to better confront the housing crisis. Specifically, Albany created a new affordable housing tax incentive while creating an extension to allow in-progress buildings to complete, ensure there would be affordable housing, ensured that there would be affordable housing when office buildings convert to housing, removed the cap on floor area ratio to allow for the construction of more affordable homes, and opened the door for us to start a meaningful program for safer basement apartments. Together, the new housing package and the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposals will help create the new housing and new affordable housing we need, and will jumpstart our progress toward meeting the mayor's 500,000 unit moonshot goal and the goals that were set out in the council's recently passed Fair Housing Framework. We now need the City Council and our neighbors to help create a City of Yes and pass the zoning changes to create a little more housing in every neighborhood, from the highest density to lowest density areas. Taken together, these small changes will have a big impact on New Yorkers' housing needs without overburdening any one area's infrastructure or creating the dramatic change that New Yorkers often fear. Approving this citywide change to what is and isn't allowed to be built here stands as a critical step forward, creating a healthier housing market and a fairer and more equitable city. The City of Yes will help HPD bring new affordable housing to communities more quickly and effectively. For example, the universal affordability preference will allow 100% affordable HPD projects to include more units and establishes a deeper affordability threshold than existing voluntary inclusionary housing programs. Tweaks to the mandatory inclusionary housing rules will allow for a standalone option 3, the deep affordability option, when MIH is mapped, allowing projects in MIH areas to offer deeper affordability. The accessory dwelling unit proposal will complement HPD's +1 ADU pilot program, enabling homeowners to create space for family members, such as grandparents or adult children, to live nearby, or to add new revenue streams through a rental unit, creating greater financial stability. Our best chance at success for creating a city where everyone has access to safe, affordable housing is by continuing to work hand in hand with you and deepening our partnership. We continue to work with OMB and City Hall as the budget process develops to make sure that our needs are supported and represented. We are encouraged by your commitment to create safe and affordable homes in the city we all love. In closing, in New York City, everyone has a story. These stories shape us, they connect us, and often center around home and housing. As public servants, those stories impact our work, our advocacy, and our decisions. That's true if you're a project manager on HPD's development team, a housing inspector out in the field, or an elected official here at City Hall. At HPD, we hear these stories, whether they're told to us or witnessed by us. It is a privilege to be the agency providing affordable housing and keeping New Yorkers safe in their homes. Our stories obviously don't begin with us. Mine is also the story of my mother, Elisa, who was the glue of our family. Originally from the Puerto Rican countryside, from a small farming family which relied almost entirely on the food they grew. She moved to New York City in 1952, and like many women of her generation, she spent her life taking care of us. While my dad created a vibrant faith community, it was my mom who made sure our application was complete for NYCHA, and it was my mom who made sure we learned how to save up to become homeowners. Maybe most importantly, she made sure, no matter what, our apartments were always a nurturing home. My story, my history is one of family, migration from a U.S. territory, AKA a U.S. colony, I will say on the record, friendships forged in our neighborhood, hard work, struggle, and celebrating every little success. It's the story of affordable housing and community investment. It's our job to do everything in our power so that today in 2024, no young mom needs to choose between homelessness and an unsafe basement apartment. No mom should be kept up at night wondering if they'll be chosen for affordable housing. There should be simply enough for everyone. No one should worry about being priced out of their neighborhoods, the neighborhoods they love and the vibrant communities they have created. I grew up the child of Puerto Rican migrants, determined to create stability and a new home for their kids. Because of their determination and the help of government housing programs, we went from a basement apartment in Brooklyn, in a Brooklyn tenement, to public housing in the Lower East Side, to our own home in the North Bronx. Because someone said we need to fund affordable housing in New York City, the grandson of Puerto Rican farmers sits before you today as commissioner of HPD. It's been a decade since my father passed and 5 years since Mommy did. But I think about them every single day, not only because as a son I miss them terribly, but because as a public servant I never want to forget the lessons of my childhood. I take my duties as commissioner very seriously, and I strive to be a responsible steward of our resources as an agency in a way that will bring the same housing opportunities to others that my family was able to benefit from. Home is the foundation on which we build the future of our city. Thank you very much for allowing me to provide this testimony, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for sharing your story. We've also been joined by Council Members Brewers and Brooks Powers. Okay, I want to jump right into it. The executive budget did not include any new funding from the administration for housing, although $144 million in federal home funding was added. The council's preliminary budget response called for an additional $732 million annually in capital funds. Did HPD request additional capital funding from the administration as part of the budget request process?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. And every year we go through an exercise of making our case. Every agency does, the 70-plus agencies. Obviously, there are many priorities for the City of New York to attend to. We are very confident, working with our partners at the Office of Management and Budget, that we are going to deliver affordable housing at the rates that we have been delivering consistently. And let me just point out that just in calendar year 23, as I stated in my testimony, we produced record amounts of new construction, in excess of 14,200 new units that we put into the market. We housed more New Yorkers than ever before. We created more housing for homeless families in our portfolio than ever before, more supportive housing, in excess of 1,670 units. This is an iterative and dynamic process that we engage in every year, and as you suggested, and you can see from the budget exercise, there is movement back and forth throughout the year to adjust to the changing needs. We know that there is a 1.4% vacancy rate, the lowest since the 1960s when we started recording this. We have a severe crisis in the lower rungs of income in our city, where it's a virtual zero opportunity to find an affordable home. And we're very glad that we got the toolbox back that we needed to incentivize significant investment in new affordable housing from the state housing deal. So I think, and maybe Gardier can talk a little bit about how we handle the movement of those funds internally, but we're committed to continuing the rate of production.
Okay, let's go ahead.
No, I just want to add, thank you, Commissioner and Mr. Chair. So just a reminder that across the 10-year capital plan, we still have a $20 billion capital budget for the agency. And this is a dynamic exercise we go through OMB every year as we see where our pipeline is and where projects are. We also work with OMB to rollover funding from the prior year. So for funds that were not committed in the prior year, we're able to roll into the current year, which we did this fiscal year. Typically, agencies are required to stretch that uncommitted capital over the entire plan. But given where we are this year, we're able to work with OMB to ensure that that capital remains only in the current fiscal year, which is why our current fiscal year capital budget is where it is today.
So the council called for additional capital funding for programs which would place affordable rentals and home ownership in reach for thousands of New Yorkers. Programs like Neighborhood Pillars and Open Door. Neighborhood Pillars was part of the mayor's housing blueprint 2 years ago, but the program remains closed. So could you talk to us about why it's taken so long for the administration to get Neighborhood Pillars up and running?
So we believe that Neighborhood Pillars is a good program. It is a priority for us. We have had to do some re-engineering of the program, and we are looking to relaunch Neighborhood Pillars sometime toward the end of this year, I believe. Yes, toward the end of this year. But it remains a priority. Each program, part of our responsibility is to ensure that we get the best return for the city taxpayers for these programs. Some adjustments are being made, and it will continue into the future.
I guess, speaking about the mayor's, the moonshot goal to generate 500,000 new homes in the next decade, for the council, I mean, it seems out of reach without additional capital subsidy. Do you not agree with that?
I think it's important to keep in mind that the city's housing agency that preserves and develops housing, affordable housing, is only a thin slice of a very large housing market. And so we come with a set of tools to build affordable housing, and you know the stack of financing tools that include some of the tools we were able to restore and capture in the legislative housing deal. That obviously includes a new construction tax incentive that creates thousands of units and historically has created thousands of affordable homes. That program needed to be adjusted We spent 2 years arguing about it. We're very, very glad that we now have it with deeper affordability, wage controls, permanent affordability, enforcement tools to ensure that the folks who do get that benefit, they'll have to be called to task to make sure that they're delivering that affordable housing. We've got the potential for, the tremendous potential for tens of thousands of units that will come from office conversions, and obviously we have to work out the details here at the local level. We've got, in addition to all those tools, I think a big and important challenge before us, which is to look at a 60-year-old, 60-some-odd-year-old zoning code that no longer works for modern New York and for the needs that we have. If we incentivize the private investments that will create more affordable housing, and we raise the ceiling on the zoning and create and execute on the City of Yes for housing opportunity, I think we're going to unleash a tremendous amount of housing in New York City's future. And it's around the corner. There is pent-up demand to build housing in New York, market rate and affordable. In fact, we saw a precipitous drop of new construction permits in the last 2 cycles because we didn't have a tax incentive. And now, with this incentive, with the ability to convert office buildings, hotels, which we're working on that, and other tools, I think we're going to see an explosion of development in New York City. And with that development is going to come lots of economic opportunity and jobs. And I'm sure we're going to get to minority businesses and participation in that largesse, but there's a real opportunity here in the next decade to see a tremendous amount of housing. I know that the Department of City Planning Commissioner and the director of the agency is talking about an estimate of about 100,000 units over 15 years. You know, these are estimates, but it's a significant addition to the housing supply in New York City that is so needed.
How many apartments and homes does HPD anticipate financing in the next decade? Do you have a goal?
In the next decade?
Yeah.
So at the pace that we currently operate, and you know, the Mayor's Management Report is our sort of accountability tool with you all. We set targets. We try to exceed those targets like we did last year, where we hit 27,000 units financed in the calendar year, along with our partners at NYCHA. So you do the math, right? At a pace of about, let's say, 20,000 units a year, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of units of housing in this market, financed by our agency.
The state budget increased the city's debt authority. However, we're still hearing that debt capacity is restricting capital plans. Did City Hall tell you that there was no additional debt capacity to support housing in this plan?
So as far as the conversation on debt capacity, we defer to our partners at OMB to address the specifics around that, but we continue to have conversations addressing our specific budget and ensuring that we have what we need to.
Right, but has OMB told you now that we raised the debt limit, everything is green light?
So our conversations as far as what's in our budget is not tied in terms of our conversation with OMB to the specifics of the debt capacity. Those are separate conversations. As far as what's in our budget right now, we do have $20 billion over our 10-year plan, and we continue to have conversations with OMB with any needs we have. But we'll defer to OMB as far as any conversations around the debt capacity.
And Chairman, we advocated for an increase in our debt capacity.
Yeah, I mean, OMB told us that was.
Yeah, I mean,
so.
it benefits every agency. It benefits HPD as well as every other agency that has to, raise capital. So we look forward to being able to continue to make our case inside the administration, as we have done decade after decade, to deliver on our mission.
And I agree with you on the income bands. I think we need to build more housing at all income levels. The prior administration had a target for affordable housing production, not just overall production. How many of the moonshot 500,000 units would HPD like to be affordable?
So if we have the outcomes that we have historically had, 90% or better of the affordable housing that we finance will go to low-income households. And we can break that down for you in terms of the historic performance, but you know, on the new construction side, let me see if I can call up some numbers for you. Here it is. Yep. So let's take calendar year 23 as an example. For the subsidized new construction, almost 2/3, Chairman, of that new subsidized construction was affordable to families of extremely low income and very low income, which is up to 50% of AMI, starting at zero because of all the support we give to people who have little to no income. Almost 90% of that subsidized new construction is affordable to families of extremely low income, very low income, and low income, which, as you know, is the federal threshold of 80% area median income. And for our total production, the numbers are still very, very strong. 40% extremely low income, which is 30% and below. Almost more than 2/3 of our subsidized production, which includes everything, is affordable to extremely low income, very low income, the second highest percentage since 2014. We're assuming that based on our objectives as an administration, the priorities of this city council, if they remain as they are today and have for since I was here in the late 1990s, that the lion's share of the housing that we produce will be for low-income families. Some of it will be for affordable home ownership. Some of it will be a very small portion for moderate to middle-income families. But the lion's share of the work we do is for affordable housing for low-income.
But there's no set target for that 500,000.
You know, I think that to remain committed to the way we've done our work and in line with the support that we get from the federal government, the state government, and of course this body.
I would just add, sir, that as we continue, we are putting in place the tools we need to figure out how much we can do. So, for instance, when it came to the fact of using public land, that's where 24 and 24, the mayor's initiative come. From those sites alone, we're looking at 12,000 units of affordable housing. Then you take into account the new as-of-right tax benefit, where historically we saw 80% of new housing come through that. With the changes that we were able to get at the state level for deeper affordability, permanent affordability, we can see that that will contribute greatly to where we're trying to go. And then from our MMR target, we continue to assess, and as the commissioner mentioned, work to exceed where we can and how we can with more tools. Sometimes that's making sure there's as-of-right tax benefit tools like J51 that can supplement the preservation side of our work. That's, again, sometimes we're looking at the as-of-right tax benefit side, so with 45X, we're going to be able to do more. So, and then going 2 years back, we were able to change our loan authority so we could be doing more with our money in a diverse set of ways. So we have our MMR target. As we continue to put more tools in place and see those pass through either the state or local legislature, we'll be able to increase that number and have a larger slice of the bigger market and affordable housing moonshot.
Okay, I want to talk about capital to support RAD PACT. City funding for conversion of NYCHA developments to RAD PACT totals $1.41 billion, and the 5-year capital Executive Capital Commitment Plan, NYCHA has said that the PAC conversions are targeted to be done by 2028, not 2026, which is actually when the funding runs out. So are there future plans to realign the budget to be more in sync?
So we're very proud of working with our partners at NYCHA, and I chair the New York City Housing Development Corporation that does the PACT work, and so we look forward to continuing to support them on any adjustments in terms of PACT. I would have to defer to NYCHA on that.
Okay, one of the more exciting programs included in the budget is the $150 million to create the New York Housing for Future Home Ownership Program. Sometimes people refer to it as Mitchell-Lama 2.0. This is the state budget. This is a new statewide limited equity cooperative program that will provide affordable home ownership and rental opportunities to low and middle income families and allow the program to develop housing on state, locally owned sites, as well as sites owned by not-for-profit corporations and CLTs, community land trusts. Do you have a sense of how much the $150 million that was allocated in state funding might flow to us in New York City?
We don't. We're looking forward to getting some details on this from the state to continuing this conversation. The one thing I will say is that we all know, and anybody who has a Mitchell-Lama development in their district, that it's been a great tool. It's helped people enter the middle class. It's afford to live in New York City. Some of them are healthier than others. There's a lot of challenges for the future. A lot of folks have been talking about how do we scale this up to continue to provide families the opportunity to stay here, enter the middle class, keep their kids here, have their kids come back after college, age in place in a way that they can still afford to be here and get the services they need, et cetera, et cetera. So we look forward to hearing from the state on details about how that's going to be distributed around the state. We're going to make our case as a city that we obviously need. We represent the lion's share of the New York State population and the economy and the energy of the state. So we're ready to roll up our sleeves and work with the state on that.
Do we know what share of the $650 million available for pro-housing communities the city will receive?
We don't. We don't. We're anticipating some clarity as well. I don't know if the first deputy commissioner or the...
Yeah, I can speak to that as well. So yes, there's a $650 million in the budget for municipalities that certifies pro-housing communities. So there's a process for that, and there are two ways: either by committing to boosting our housing stock by a certain percentage, or by passing a resolution declaring our pro-housing intentions. So as far as that effort for New York City, our colleagues at the Department of City Planning leading that effort. We have preliminary conversations, and they will be looking into that and sharing more details.
And the only thing I'll add, if you break down the program itself, they have examples of what consists of the larger program, like the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, the Main Street program, the Restore NYC program, and you will see that we've actually had success from the city in being able to compete and win funds. So examples, Restore funds for the Gowanus 950 units of affordable housing that we're doing there. We've been able to compete and win in Downtown Revitalization Initiative funds. And again, by demonstrating that we're pushing the envelope on affordable housing, we continue to make our case stronger. We've also applied for funds from the federal government. They have a pro-housing initiative. We've applied for $10 million in funds in partnership with DCP to work on everything from implementing, streamlining our zoning to build more affordable housing, to helping support faith-based institutions and mission-driven organizations to support them in building affordable housing. So we are competing for every dollar that's out there.
Okay, it's good to hear. A couple last things from me. I'm going to turn over to Chair Sanchez. The council has always balanced the need for affordable rentals with the need for more affordable home ownership opportunities. So can you give us an update on the status of the Office of Homeowner Advocate, which the council created last year?
Yeah, very quickly, we're proud to say that we've appointed a homeowner advocate. We have an office. Jenny Vile is her name. And thank you to Councilmember Brooks Powers, I think, for her leadership on that issue. And we're glad to be able to partner.
What are the first substantive actions that the office will pursue?
You want to talk a little bit about that?
So for the alignment for the office and making sure it's connected to our homeownership work. So this is the assistant commissioner that's actually overseeing the implementation of the expansion of the homeowner help desk. This is the assistant commissioner that will oversee the expansion of our tenant and owner resources. So we aligned, we took basically the streams of work that would focus on supporting our homeowners across the 5 boroughs and aligned it with the homeowner advocate. So there are programs that we were doing, making sure that this person has full insight and direction on that work. They work closely with our homeownership team on the development side, and those pieces of communication and workflow are being pulled together over the last 2 months.
Can you tell us how many people has the home ownership help desk served?
So, as you know, the homeowner help desk was a pilot from 2021 to 2020. Sorry, I apologize. It was a pilot going back to the Bed-Stuy plan. I can come back and get you the numbers as soon as I confirm them. But I think we had thousands of individuals who benefited from the program. It operated a phone number and in-person offices with 12 CBOs across 3 boroughs. But those numbers we can follow up and make sure that you have it. Additionally, the expansion will now expand to all 5 boroughs. It will be overseen by the Center for New York City Neighborhoods that will continue a local network of CBOs to expand it. It's baseline for 3 years, and it's baselined and budgeted for at $9.85 million. Additionally, we'll be moving resiliency funds to help homeowners dealing with resiliency issues in those homes.
And the home fix repair loans, how many have been granted year to date, FY24?
Let's see if we can dig that up for you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Additionally, I'd like to know how much funding is there in the budget for the home fix repair loans?
Well, while we search the home fix executive budget funding.
I can take that, Commissioner. So in terms of our home fix program, over the 10-year capital plan, we have our $64 million dedicated to home fix for our capital plan. But speaking about home ownership in general, just want to also point out that we have several programs on the expense side of our budget. We dedicated over $75 million across the financial plan to support different home ownership programs. And then on the capital side of the 10-year capital plan, we have about $1.2 billion spread across the 10-year plan to support our various home ownership programs.
And sir, if I can follow up on those numbers. So the pilot was from 21 to 22. The areas were Central Brooklyn, Southeast Queens, and North Bronx, with financial support from from Enterprise Community Partners and the Assistant General's Office and the Attorney General's Office. We engaged more than 47,000 homeowners. We assisted more than 2,300 homeowners with direct programs. We noted that 80% of the people we served were homeowners of color, and more than half were seniors. A lot of that work actually went into building a homeowner handbook and manual, which we released citywide, and we use in addition to the phone line and in-person support from the CBOs.
So through the Office of the Homeowner Advocate, would the mission be then to expand the homeownership help desk?
Yes, sir. It would not only expand both the people resource and the ability to get in connection with expertise, but also the areas of technical subjects would increase. Deed theft, estate planning, financial resources to banks, and in addition to our programs.
Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Chair Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm just actually gonna give a few minutes to our public advocate and my predecessor as Housing and Buildings Committee Chair, Jamani Williams, to give a few brief remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for doing above and beyond what we did when I was there. So congratulations, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. As mentioned, my name is Jamani Williams, Public Advocate of the City of New York. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, Chair Brannon, and committee members for holding this hearing and allowing me the opportunity to provide a statement. New York City's housing crisis has progressively worsened since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, exacerbated an already deeply unequal system. Housing costs are increasing for everyone, including owners. The cost of basic needs continues to rise while unemployment in New York City is almost double the national rate, with salaries that have remained stagnant for decades. Skyrocketing rents with no corresponding increase in the minimum wage means more New Yorkers than ever will face evictions. I think a recent study showed that rents have increased about 3 or 4 times faster than wages have. And another study showed that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are millionaires, some of the most millionaires in the entire country. HPD continues to have high vacancy rates. For this fiscal year, it's extremely crucial that HPD is fully staffed at levels prior to the pandemic and fully funded to properly fulfill obligations as an agency. Without this, it's concerned that it will be much more difficult to complete any projects, conduct any inspections, and enforce policies that hold landlords accountable. Although the executive plan includes a 27-person headcount increase in HPD's Division of Tenant Resources, it is not enough. HPD has 252 vacancies since March of this year. In order to have an impact on the Division of Tenant Resources, as well as code enforcement, we need to make sure that the majority of these vacancies are filled. I also want to uplift the recommendation by ANHD, the Association for Neighborhood Housing Development, which is calling to add $250 million in emergency preservation funds to keep not-for-profit affordable housing providers in sound financial health. These funds can go a long way to assist our lowest income tenants who may be in rent arrears. It would also assist the not-for-profit housing providers to make payments to vendors or set aside reserves for capital work, particularly in light of funds that are needed to comply with Local Law 97. I also know that we have to build a lot of housing to try to get out of the situation we are in, including market rate housing, but I know if market rate housing also is a need. Clearly, we have a need for the lower income bands as well. I hope that at today's hearing, the administration will provide answers to these and other questions and concerns. And I'd also like to know if the administration would push to fully staff HPD. I've also just wanted to add, we had some back and forth when I was here last with PD about their overtime, and the reason for the overtime is the crisis that occurs. So I'm just wondering as well if the crisis of housing has had HPD increase their overtime and have been asked to pull back or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Public Advocate, for joining us today and for those introductory remarks. Good afternoon. Hour 4. Hour like a million for Chair Brannon. Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions you might be shocked to hear. So if we could, as I always say, I'll talk fast, you talk fast, we all talk fast, we get through it. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Nurse, Councilmember Brooks Powers, and Councilmember Brewer. Anybody I didn't mention? Okay. Great. So starting off with the MMR on code enforcement, our favorite topic. No offense to the other divisions in HPD, but yes, we do invite code enforcement here quite a lot. But starting there, first I just want to say I have been and continue to be very heartened by the employment numbers in the inspectorial roles within the agency. There's just been a very marked increase, and then we see that turning around in terms of increases in number of maintenance problems that are made by the public, but also responded to by the agency. 22% increase in the number of violations issued, which you all have chalked up in the MMR to just having more inspectors on hand and being able to get out there more. And so with that, my first question is, we have seen more complaints, more 311 complaints, more violations issued. How are we doing on compliance? What can the agency say about compliance with respect to these violations?
So, let me, from a very high level, just say that We're very proud of the work of our Enforcement and Neighborhood Services Office. As you suggested, the inspector headcount since last January to just a month ago about has increased by 30%. Just last month alone, we had a housing inspector job fair co-hosted by the Bronx Borough President, and we were able to offer on the spot 25 Bronxites jobs as housing inspectors. And I'll take the privilege of being the commissioner and having the microphone to say to the other borough presidents, and we are working with them, with Brooklyn and Manhattan and the others, take advantage of this opportunity to offer jobs to your constituents and to the members here. A lot of the members have taken advantage of our HPD in your district, have co-hosted job fairs, and people are getting good, solid jobs helping New Yorkers. On the numbers, I'll hand it off to either. Why don't we have the Deputy Commissioner for Enforcement, who's a stranger here, come up and talk a little bit. I know she's got to be sworn in, sir, so we will wait for that. Anne Marie Santiago, our Deputy Commissioner for Enforcement and Neighborhood Services.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name.
Anne Marie Santiago.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, council member, for your question about compliance and HPD's enforcement. So we continue to see strong certification on Class C violations, which, as you know, are our most serious violations. Excuse me. We continue to encourage owners to certify compliance with all violations. We continue to, along with issuing violations, more inspectors means we can re-inspect more violations, and so we're making greater efforts to do that now that we'll be coming into the summer months. The summer is usually our big time for being able to do that, so we'll see where we land. As you know, we continue to get new tools, I feel like every year, to encourage property owners to comply, which has included over the past year an increase in civil penalties across the board that went into effect in December, right? The certification watch list that will be implemented next year as per the council. Our heat census program is starting up again in July with a new selection of buildings. So I think, we really have the tools to try and hold owners accountable. And we will continue to look at those compliance numbers as we move forward. We put out a new ABCs of housing, which I mentioned because part of getting compliance is making sure that property owners know what their responsibilities are and how to comply. And so that's a big tool as well. We're out in the communities. We'd love to talk to property owners as we come across them, the small folks. We send out just about quarterly emails to property owners with new compliance requirements. We try to help our sister agencies do that as well. Local Law 97, for example, just give them the information they need to comply.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And just a follow-up on certification rates for Class C violations. I know in past hearings we've talked about the false certification rate. Can you share the most recent numbers of HPD's found false certification rates?
Absolutely. We actually have a report that's ready to go to the council about Class C violations. So I will make sure that you have that in your hands. But we get a pretty decent certification. The highest number of false certifications that we see, and this will be laid out in the report, and happy really to discuss next steps on this, is among pest violations, which are very difficult to comply with, I think, in the period of time that property owners have, and self-closing door violations, which, as you know, we're re-inspecting all self-closing door violations, I think, which has led us to identify that. And so we really are trying to do a lot, again, to educate property owners around what is compliance, because it's not just the door swinging shut, it has to lock in place, it has to not have too much space around the edges. There are a lot of details and nuances to that violation type. So we are continuing our education campaign. We are continuing to make sure that we're getting compliance in those areas.
Got it. Thank you. But do you have, you said strong certification rates for Class C. Do you have numbers with you today?
I didn't bring the report with me today, I apologize, but again, we will make sure that you will have that report in your hands.
Got it. Thank you. We'll be following up on that. One of the sort of really interesting to be euphemistic, but trends that is shown in the latest MMR. We didn't talk about it as much last time, but the increase in emergency repair program violations and then work, right? So the most recent MMR shows an increase to 63,773 repair generating violations, which is an increase of 245%. On the one hand, great. Tenants, HPD is doing a lot of work. Tenants are seeing improved conditions on a faster timeline because the agency is taking care of it. On the other hand, we, as we have said before in this committee, we don't want landlords using New York City as a piggy bank, and we want to make sure that we're getting compliance through them and not the agency's budget, right, with the limited funds. So can you share how many buildings have received emergency repairs under ERP in fiscal 2024 year to date?
We can get back to you with that number, council member. You want buildings with emergency repair generating violations?
Yes. And the amount spent by the agency to get the work done. Do you have the percentage of ERP repairs that were for self-closing door violations? As you know, a subset of Class C immediately hazardous violations, and what other major categories of work have been done by the agency?
Let me see. I do have the total amount spent for emergency repair thus far as of the end of March. This calendar year, we spent about $9.8 million on emergency repair. Last year, for the same time period, it was about the same. It was about $10 million.
Got it. And do you have the categories of work, most common categories?
The most common category, $6 million is spent in general construction, and that can include a lot of things. So if you want to break down from that, we can certainly look at that. About 1.5 million is heat related. Last year, we spent about $1 million in self-closing doors, and I expect we'll do about the same, if not more this year. Lead at this time is about $3.4 million. Again, that's as of the end of December. Not the
Okay,
end.
sorry, I'm just getting a little confused with the time frame. So $6 million in general construction was for what time period?
Was for July 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. I'm sorry, I thought we updated this to March, my mistake.
Okay. Okay, so we can follow up just to get the most
Absolutely.
updated numbers.
Is there any particular category that you're looking
Just looking for trends
Okay.
on what the agency is spending money on for these landlords. Does HPD have targets for how long it takes to close either emergency or non-emergency problems, since we don't have targets listed in the MMR?
Are you speaking about inspection time, or you're talking about immediately hazardous violations?
Violations, yep.
We don't have a target, and it's mostly because it's very difficult to do that on a high level. Some repairs take a very short time to handle, and some repairs will take significant time to address. So there's no one set standard.
Got it. Did HPD request any additional funding or for code enforcement programs through the new needs process with OMB?
Guardia, you want to cover that?
So,
If so, which programs?
I'm also happy to share specifically for our demolition program. For the current fiscal year, we got a new needs approved for $11 million to go toward our emergency demolition program. But of course, in the context of our needs, we have a bunch of needs that we discuss with OMB on an ongoing basis. But I want to call that out one because that one got approved for funding this year, and we continue to have conversations about our other programs.
Got it, thank you. Moving to litigation in some preparation meetings for the hearing today, we heard from advocates who had some very interesting suggestions on just understanding HPD's litigation and comprehensive litigation in particular, practices with respect to comprehensive litigation. So can you share how many cases, comprehensive litigation cases, HPD has filed within the last several fiscal years?
I can share that. I don't have 7 fiscal years worth of data with me. You said 7 fiscal years.
I didn't say 7, I said several, but 7 would be great.
My mistake. I apologize. Okay. In fiscal year 22, we initiated about 3,000 cases. In fiscal year 23, 3,400 cases. And thus far in fiscal year 24, this is as of the end of March, about 3,200 cases. And those include all types of litigation that we do. So just as a reminder, we bring comprehensive litigation, which is for all violations at a property. We bring a lot of heat and hot water litigation. We bring 7A litigation. We bring false certification litigation. So that includes all of the cases we initiated. Also, we are a party, as you know, to tenant-initiated actions, which have also been increasing over the past 3 fiscal years.
Those are HP actions?
Those are HP actions, yes.
And so when you share these numbers hovering around 3,000 per year, that's inclusive of all of these categories?
Not inclusive of the tenant actions. The tenant actions themselves, as between July 1st of 23 and March 2024, are about 6,700 cases.
Got it. Do you know, I mean, I suppose this doesn't flow through your budget, but do you have a sense of how many of those tenant-initiated HP actions are supported through legal service providers that are funded through the city?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I don't.
Thank you. So moving to, as you know, I'm always interested in the fines and judgments that result from these litigation proceedings. Can you share revenues from, say, fiscal 21 to present of what the collections have looked like for the agency?
So we don't have going back to 21 right now, but we can get that for you. But in terms of just for our housing litigation fines and judgments for fiscal year 22, the actual was a little over 5 million collected. 23 was about 5.6 million. And for 24, so far as of May, early May, we're tracking about 5.4 million.
Got it. 22 is 5 million.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you attribute the fluctuation here? And I am remembering that in previous years, in the past administration, there were also significant fluctuations between 4 and 10 million. So what do you attribute the differences in collection to?
Councilmember, I think some of it has to do with cases like significant cases. So, for example, the Oheb Shalom case, which everyone knows about, right? We've gotten judgments, very significant judgments. Now, we have not yet collected that, and that is another issue. But in years where we have cases which result in multi-million-dollar judgments, the number is going to fluctuate, I think, beyond our, ability to predict.
Thank you. The MMR also has no targets for how many units in buildings or how many buildings or properties benefit from HPD's use of litigation to compel landlord to make improvements. Would HPD consider adding targets around litigation and comprehensive cases?
I think it's something we can take back, council member, and consider. I think it's going to fluctuate depending on the courts, especially in these past few years. As you know, they've been a little slow. So it's not always within our control about what happens at the court, but it's something we can consider.
The only thing I would add, Chair, is that for that same fiscal year period, just you talked about the benefit. So through March 31, 48,621 violations were corrected through litigation, which is a 10% increase. So in the way that we're managing the program now, you're seeing us continue to move up and Anne Marie's team and her inspectors continue, and housing litigation continue to move the ball.
And thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tagani. Always as you know, our first goal is to get the conditions corrected in our litigation. That is our first priority.
Absolutely. And do these judgments become liens against the property when they're not collected?
The judgments are filed with the court, and they are liens through the court system. They are not collected by the Department of Finance in comparison to our emergency repair, alternative enforcement, fees, which go through Department of Finance.
Does the City of New York get the revenue?
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, so yeah, for the fines and judgments, we get revenues in the city's budget.
Thank you. What's the vacancy rate in the HPD litigation division?
14 vacancies. So yeah, just off the top, just want to share that this area is one of the areas, given the hiring freeze right now, that is exempt. From the hiring, we're allowed to hire on a one-to-one basis. So as a vacancy opens up, we are able to fill the position. So right now we have about 14 actual vacancies that we're working actively to fill.
I'm sorry, 14 what?
So the actual 14 vacant positions that we're working to fill right now.
Out of how many positions in total?
That's about 49. Sorry. So that roughly just under 29% that we're looking.
Okay. Staff that up, Commissioner. Let's do it. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, so moving to affordable housing production, we talked a little bit about Homes Now. Well, what the campaign is called is Homes Now, but the neighborhood pillars and open door term sheets. So I just want to dive in a little bit there. So as you know, in the City Council's budget response, the council highlighted these two term sheets as term sheets that can be updated and can go a long way into having mission-driven organizations enter or increase their footprint in housing preservation and development and producing cooperative models and preserving more housing in the City of New York. So I was a bit disappointed to see that the executive budget failed to add additional funding for these two term sheets, these two programs. At the preliminary budget hearing, you noted that there were no active projects under neighborhood pillars to date, and that you are in conversations about relaunching. How confident are we about a end of May, did you say? End of May or end of June?
End of this year, yeah.
For neighborhood pillars?
Yes.
Okay. End of June. Is that the announcement that you alluded to?
We were at a housing summit a few days ago with the chair folks, and she was, shall we say, we had some friendly banter, and I suggested that I might make a special announcement about neighborhood pillars. There is no special announcement other than the fact that we are very committed to relaunching and are, as I said earlier in my testimony, re-engineering taking a fresh look at the program. And let me at this time bring up our Deputy Commissioner for Development, who from my peripheral vision looks like she already came up. You got the signal from the first Dep. She's in the batter's box and will need to be sworn in.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Please state your name.
Kimberly Darga.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, all right.
She's
Okay.
here for any
They're
questions.
preparing.
Yeah, related to development.
But no, good to have you, Commissioner Darga, Deputy Commissioner Darga. Sorry, the promotion. What are some of the changes that are being considered to the program? Can you share?
So the program was originally launched in 2018 at a very different moment in time in terms of the types of housing issues that we were grappling with. That was before really significant changes to rent stabilization laws, and so we were primarily concerned with loss of rent stabilized units and basically purchasing affordability or stabilizing affordability within buildings. After the 2009 laws passed, that definitely shifted the need to focus on that within the Neighborhood Pillars program and more generally within some of our preservation work. And so we paused the program at that point in time, and then COVID hit, and certainly that was not our primary focus at that moment. The market was also very unstable. So we've been thinking about really what the issues are right now that the program could be particularly useful in addressing. And one area of concern is making sure that we have a tool that allows a new qualified preservation buyer to purchase property in order to stabilize it. So I think the major area of focus on our part will be buildings that are experiencing some type of financial or physical distress. We have other preservation programs that are available more generally that can support some acquisition, but not really as a primary cost within the project. So that wider toolbox is still available for other types of projects.
And then the only thing I'll add is that recent changes to the New York City Acquisition Fund, and maybe they're not so recent because they were the last couple of years, but they're within that time period that Deputy Commissioner Darga spoke to, shifted to a focus on NWBE and nonprofit partners. So we found other ways to support acquisition tools for mission-driven organizations.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for that, Deputy Commissioners. So moving back to something we discovered at one of the last budget hearings, last year's executive plan included a new need for the Unlocking Doors pilot, which provided landlords with up to $25,000 for needed repairs in vacant rent-stabilized buildings to bring them online at a cost of up to $10 million in total, in exchange for the landlord's agreement to rent the units to city voucher holders. The pilot aimed to renovate 400 units and serve 400 households, and the committee previously heard the program was off to a slow start with just one applicant. Can you share an update on the progress of this program?
Kim, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So we've received 2 applications to the program. One applicant withdrew, they were not eligible. One is proceeding. And the program remains active. We've been actually doing some outreach as requested we did some community board conversations around the program just to make sure the word is out, to make sure building owners know that they can take advantage if there are vacant units in their buildings that qualify and where they are really interested in bringing in somebody with a city FAPS voucher.
Thank you. And then layering that with some of the reforms that passed in Albany in the budget, is it the case that now landlords would be able to, of rent-stabilized properties, would be able to take advantage of increases that Albany is allowing and layer on this change? And the purpose of my question is to ask whether you're hearing feedback that $25,000 is not enough, and whether conversations have gotten more productive since there are more resources from Albany now.
So I don't think that we have a large enough sample size right now to know whether or not the demand or limited demand so far is because of the amount of assistance. You would think that even if a building owner had greater need, they would want to take advantage of a program that provided basically no cost funding in order to do renovations. We're certainly very, we want to make sure that building owners have a full range of resources and tools to help them do investments in their properties. And that's why we've been very interested, not only moving Unlocking Doors forward, but we were pleased that the state legislature passed J51 last year, and hopefully council will be taking that up for authorization soon. So, you know, I think as part of a wide range of tools, hopefully between the rent stabilization laws and the different resources the city has available, there are resources for owners to do improvements to their properties.
Thank you. It's just really shocking at this time that, you know, we keep hearing about concerns that the rent levels are insufficient and costs are rising, but here we have a program by the city that's essentially giving free money and a voucher holder to occupy your unit, and the agency is not receiving any interest. So just interesting there.
We're keeping an eye on the industry to see how they respond to the new tools.
Yeah. We all will be. Thank you, Commissioner. So going into production and particularly with respect to housing starts, can you share for fiscal 23 and then actual and projected for fiscal 24, how many new construction versus preservation starts do you anticipate?
So we've set a goal for the new fiscal year of 20,000 units. It's part of the Mayor's Management Report target. As I said earlier at the opening of the session, every year we try to give a modestly conservative estimate of what we think we can do with the available resources and the market pressures that we face. Last year, we set a target of 18,000 units and exceeded that target significantly. And our goal every year is to do the same, to exceed the target. We, like everybody else, is worried about interest rates, the cost of construction. Now that we have more available tools, I think we're going to see clearly an increase in developers taking advantage of the opportunity to build more housing. And of course, the conversion possibilities with commercial conversions, the FAR cap being lifted is going to give us an opportunity to produce more housing. We don't know what the uptake will be just yet. It's always hard to predict. I know that, you know, folks try to pin us down on, well, what do you think the new tax incentive is going to do? We can confidently say, based on history, that it's going to produce a lot more housing, a lot more affordable housing, with all the benefits of the new rules associated with this. We look forward to obviously our continued partnership with you, but I don't know if the Deputy Commissioner wants to add anything to that.
Sure, I think over time, the proportion of preservation versus new construction has shifted. The last couple of years, there was a really, really significant impact from the As of Right programs that expired. And I think we do expect that with the new programs, that hopefully that trend of being able to build significantly more new affordable housing will continue.
Thank you. In conversations with the New York Housing Conference, and they put out a brief about this just a few days ago, they highlight that construction costs have increased by 26% since 2020. And yet there's a shortfall, there's a decline in the amount of HPD capital in this fiscal year, in fiscal year 25, that they project is going to result in 32% fewer subsidized units through HPD's affordable housing development and preservation programs. So how do you explain the drop that we're seeing in this fiscal year, understanding that the larger picture is still painting significant resources from HPD into the capital program, but why is there such a significant decline in fiscal 25 in the capital budget?
Let me just address that at the top level, and then I'll ask the Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration to explain the budget side of this. But with all due respect to a partner of ours, the New York Housing Conference, they got it wrong. There's no cut, and there's a historical trend that you'll see that will continue. And I mentioned earlier that the budget exercise in partnership with OMB is an iterative process. It's dynamic. There's movement of funds from future years to current year, from federal funds that come in, and maybe you can address that, Gardier.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of our budget, it's typical to see in the current fiscal year to see a higher capital budget for a couple of reasons, one of them being that, as I mentioned before, any uncommitted capital from the prior year, we can shift or roll to the current fiscal year, which we did in this case. So we were exempt from having to stretch that capital over the out years. There are times also that we will accelerate capital from the out years into the current year for particular projects. So we also did some of that this year to the tune of about $540 million, close to that amount. And so that's why the current year budget is an anomaly. It's an outlier. So now, for our capital plan, you will see that it's level compared to what it's been historically. It's on par with our historical commitments for our capital commitments over the prior year. And if you look from 25 out, it's still about the same, somewhere between 1.5 to 1.7 billion. And we work, as the Commissioner mentioned, over the course of the year between financial plans, we work with OMB to move funds as needed to fill in the needs that we have. So that's why you're seeing this year looking the way it does, but if it levels off and on par with what it's been historically.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so with respect to asset management, turning to asset management, 12% of rental and 29% of co-ops in the HPD asset management portfolio were at high risk of physical deterioration, financial stress, or at risk of non-compliance with federal requirements. Can you just share a little bit more about these properties? I imagine that Till properties are in here, but what does this portfolio look like, and what are some of the ownership models, and what are some of the major problems that they're facing specifically?
First Deputy Commissioner.
Sure. So our asset property and management team is broken up, obviously, into a number of different divisions. I mean, primarily in this world, we have asset management that oversees roughly 172,000 units under regulatory contract. 140 approximately are rental. The balance is HEFC co-ops. In the Mitchell-Lama world, which is related but separate, we oversee a little over 90 different properties, a little over 40,000 units. I think across the board, as the Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner have said before, we have seen the same trends that we've talked about in past hearings. Physical distress that happens over time, the difficulty in paying for those repairs based on operating revenues that have decreased, higher taxes, higher interest rates, insurance rates, and it's fluctuated when labor and supplies have impacted the costs. The other thing that we've seen is regulatory changes that have added new costs, everything from gas piping to local law, 11 work, obviously sustainability, things that are important that we want our buildings to meet, but they have come with costs that we try and manage with these properties. So our asset managers have direct engagement with our property owners, their property management staff. We do get annual audits to understand the conditions in the building and use that to work with them to make decisions about how we can come up with short and long-term decisions. The longer-term decisions is where the partnership between our asset management team and our development preservation finance team comes. So as you know, we have nearly a dozen different preservation finance tools. That is a more detailed process that we go through, sometimes involves the council with the discretionary tools. When we have J51 back as a tool, that will be part of it. We're looking at the changes in our loan authority to see what else we can do to use our dollars to address these different needs. There is, and often we partner with council members on reservoir funds to help put dollars into these projects. But as we've said in previous hearings, we are looking at ways that we can use our preservation dollars to continue larger, major building repairs that address both their future stability and short-term immediate physical problems. We're looking at our project-based voucher dollars in some of these projects to see how we can get more out of that, preserve the impact on the tenant, but put more money into the building to see what repairs can be made. We, again, are advocating for more tax benefit tools so that these properties can succeed, and we're helping them reposition and look at ways that they can bring money into the project. We're also, where there is assistance between the tenants and the landlords, where they need help with a local CBO, we are providing them that information and working with other partners like the Public Engagement Unit, HRA, to make sure that tenants are getting that help so that operating reserves try to get more healthy.
Are there state and federal tools, funding sources that the agency taps into to also assist these outside of HPD Capital and HPD preservation programs?
I think the Deputy Commissioner can speak more to it, but we are regularly working with HER in joint work. So either through the financing tools that they have for both 1 to 4 family and multifamily buildings, but additionally we coordinated on things like the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, which we used as a tool to help people get vouchers, but also direct them to buildings where there were vacancies, especially through the years of COVID. So there's a number of different examples where both HCR and HPD work closely on this.
And I'll just add in terms of our funding sources for our Division of Asset and Property Management, we use federal dollars as community development block grant funding. We have home investment partners funding that we use for asset management. There is some Section 8 funding for Mitchell-Lamas in there as well, and some state funding for our emergency housing services. So we have a full range of different funding sources that support our Office of Asset and Property Management.
Thank you. And what's the rental versus owner breakdown of the asset management portfolio of 172,000 units you mentioned?
I think it's roughly 25,000 co-op and 142 rental, but we can come back and make sure those numbers are exact.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna round out my last batch of questions in connection to blueprint initiatives, and then we'll turn it over to colleagues. Thank you for patiently waiting and being here and engaging on this. So the budget reflects 27 additional staff lines as part of a reorganization of HPD's Division of Tenant Resources, which administers programs like Section 8 vouchers, NYC 1515 supportive housing. However, no funding was added despite the presence of additional positions, which is a bit confusing to the layperson. So first and foremost, can you help us to understand how you added more budget lines but did not have additional funding? And what is the goal in particular with the reorganization, and what are you trying to accomplish?
Let me just, from a high level, say, we're always looking at how the agency is organized to be most effective. Anytime an agency decides to create a new office, it obviously demonstrates that there is a level of priority that is quite serious, and that we think there are smarter, better ways, more efficient ways to deal with the issues related to that work in terms of housing stability, availability, access to rental support, getting people into housing quicker, as fast as we can. And I think from the moment that we walked in the door on January 1 of 2022, one of the refrains that you have probably heard this administration talk about is housing people faster. And this body has called attention to that issue because you hear it from your constituents. How do we get into those units more quickly? And so the first Deputy Commissioner, working with a team internally, crafted a new office that gives the highest priority to that. And I wanted to say that before he goes into a little bit of explaining the mechanics of that.
So I'll talk quickly about the pieces, and I'll let Deputy Commissioner Kapar talk about the funding, but the basic premise is we wanted to create a better streamline of accountability in the process of putting people into homes. So we looked at the sections of our agency that was responsible for everything from the marketing and lease-up process into our affordable housing up and through the subsidy administration. Now, HPD is the 5th largest PHA in the country, or Housing Choice Voucher Program in the country. We have a tremendous amount of work that we do to make sure people are processed to get the federal vouchers, and the 47,000 vouchers overall between federal and city vouchers, like 15, there is a direct connection to our marketing and lease-up process. We worked a lot with outside and internal stakeholders. We brought in CBOs, we brought in housing providers, we worked with our front-line workers to figure out what is the best way to create more communication and streamlining. That resulted in the Office of Housing Access and Stability, where we basically make sure, soup to nuts, we have all the people working together, talking to each other about what we're doing to facilitate a streamlined approach to getting people into homes. As for the 27 lines, we did not need additional funding. I'll let the Commissioner talk about it.
Yeah, and just to clarify on the line, so while the reorganization is happening, aside from that, specifically to our Division of Tenant and Owner Resources that administers our Section 8 program, we've seen some incremental growth in that area as well. And as part of that growth, the headcount is just to keep up with the additional staff we needed. We already have the funding in our budget. We already have sufficient Section 8 administrative funding in the budget to cover the cost. What we've done as a strategy has been to first fill existing vacancies before we add headcount to the budget, working with OMB. And so once we reach the point where we have maxed out our authorized headcount for those for that area, we work with OMB to schedule the additional headcount needed in order to continue our hiring. But we already had the funds in our budget to cover that need. That's why there was no funding added at this time.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Commissioner, just in a quick follow-up in connection to getting people in homes faster, I did note that the median time from completed application to voucher issuance and the median time from voucher issuance to lease-up have both gotten slower by 2 days. So how does this reorganization connect with that speed, and can we anticipate improvements here?
Yes, you definitely can anticipate improvements. It's the reason we created the office. And maybe, First Deputy, you can talk a little bit about the mechanics of how we're going to execute on that.
Absolutely. So on the voucher side, we are actually moving forward with moving the vouchering process from what is largely a paper-based system that only got minor improvements toward online efficiency during COVID. We will now be going into a full-blown tenant and owner portal system. We believe that will create a lot of efficiency and speed in being able to cut down the friction from exchanging paper and emails. Continuing that communication there in the long term will help. In the short term, again, we manage a federally executed program, which comes with federal requirements specifically targeted to eligibility. Many people have been tracking the implementation of HOTMA, which are the modernization rules passed in 2016 to make the Housing Choice Voucher Program more efficient. It was last year where rules were finally executed, rules that would make it easier for us to process people with vouchers and move them into housing faster. It was the beginning of this year where many of those rules became live, and we have been slowly issuing changes in training so that we can speed up with the full implementation of HOTMA. Additionally, we are working on a set of new streamlining principles and requirements and regulations, working directly with HUD, using feedback that we're getting from people who are applying for vouchers, feedback from people who manage the vouchers as owners, so that we can continue to streamline and make less onerous, the rules to being eligible for a voucher. If we make those rules more streamlined, we're able to use documentation we already have. Agencies are working together and have been working together since the beginning of this administration to see how much more of existing information we can use to make people qualify and be eligible for the vouchers. Those are things that we think in the short term plus long-term technology upgrades to make it easier and faster for people to get their voucher approved so that they can get an apartment.
Thank you. Thank you. It's helpful context. Okay, so moving to another Blueprint initiative, is the anti-harassment unit off the ground with 20 or so staff that it should have at this time?
So we've made some investments in the anti-harassment unit. It is obviously a priority for our office. Maybe you can give some details, Deputy Commissioner, on
Thank
our
you.
efforts there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we are actively filling positions, so we have 2 candidates that are just awaiting final approval. We are actively interviewing for the remaining positions, but we are certainly moving ahead. We are also received funding for a database, and that is also a work in progress to be able to enable us to report better on the outcomes of that unit.
Got it. So what's the vacancy rate for the unit?
We'll have to get back to you on that, council member. We don't have that information.
Are the contracts targeting source of income discrimination active?
Yep, the contract for that is expected, we're expected to move forward this summer, but we have continued to work with CCHR and other partners. We've recently completed a pilot, so where we can do targeted work, we do. We are continuing to work with our partners on COI discrimination, and then we will fold that into the contract that we hope to launch this summer.
Thank you. Last question from me for now. Partners in Preservation, which is designed to help tenants defend their rights and prevent displacement, has $4 million allocated in fiscal '24. How has the program been going this year, and what outcomes have been achieved?
Just, again, generally speaking, we love this program. It empowers tenants, tenant associations, renters. It is a pro-renter approach to community engagement. We've seen success, and maybe Deputy Commissioner, you can talk a little bit about our partners, our pending contracts. We have four new contractors that we're going to be working with in specific areas of the city where we see the need to support tenants more actively than in other areas. Because of the data that we're seeing come in. So you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. We are aiming again for a launch this summer. I will say that the pilot had continued through 2021, but in between those years, between then and now, we've not waited for the launch to be able to do this work. So in fact, there was a HUD-funded version of this. We are not a funding partner, but we have been a partner with CBOs in North Manhattan and the South Bronx. That was a $2.4 million project that continues the PIP model. So in one way or another, we've continued to see implementation of this between 2019 and now. We hope HUD actually sees this as a model that they want to fund even more in the future to supplement the $3.6 million annual funding that we've baselined here at the city level. But again, the city program hope to launch this summer, and then we will obviously run that in parallel to any HUD programs that we see.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll now turn it back over to Chair Brannan to get questions from my colleagues.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. We've been joined by Councilmember Abreu, and we're going to start questions from Brooks Powers, followed by Aviles.
Thank you, Chairs. And hi, Commissioner. It's great to see you. I wanted to spend a little time in terms of HPD's new construction pipeline, wanting to understand, as measured in average time from proposal to closing, how long is that pipeline using the same measure, and how much time does it take for a project to be assigned to a project manager? I'm curious in terms of the trends in affordable housing, not so much production, but in terms of being able to get into closing. I'd also like to know the status of the Arvin East project, which we've discussed before, in terms of the next phase, which is home ownership, and the likelihood of it reaching the pipeline, recognizing that that's the next phase for the project, so delaying that delays the remaining part of the project. Also, wanting to understand if there's anything in the budget that helps to support moving these projects much more quickly in terms of staffing, if that plays a factor to that. And then we also have the Ocean Crest project in Rockaway that we worked together last year on, that created 100% affordable home ownership. Wanting to know the status of that project as well.
Okay. So let me start with the size of the pipeline, Council Member. And let me just say thank you for your.
Wait, Commissioner, one more moment, because I don't want to run out of time, so I'm gonna just ask my last question as well.
Pack it
So
all
you can
in.
just answer them all together.
Oh, my. I'll
But
try.
also, well, two last questions. We've had some cases also where landlords have been harassed and bullied by their tenants and vice versa. What is the process for handling landlord-tenant harassments through HPD? And also in my district, there have been many instances where an emergency transfer was needed for various reasons: unlivable condition, infestation of mice, asbestos, so on and so forth. What should be the longest wait time for an emergency transfer? And that's not the transfer itself, but actually moving that family. I know your team was extremely helpful recently. We had a family that is in awful conditions with their children, that is unsafe. And we were able to quickly get the emergency transfer, but they're still in the home, which is unsafe. And so how can we move that along more quickly, and what should the longest wait time be for that?
Okay. There, your time is up. That's a bad joke here, if I'm sitting before you, I know. In terms of the size of the pipeline, we have a pipeline that is 750 projects long. 300 of those projects are new construction, and the balance, 450, is preservation work that is in the queue. So it's a very long pipeline, obviously. We rely on a whole set of tools to try to deliver on that pipeline, whether it's capital, the availability of tax credits, the bond cap capacity that we have, much of which comes from the state of New York. And so based on the resources available, we can sort of trickle these projects out at a rate that we wish was much faster, but it's not, because we have the imposition of reality on us, right? We'd like to see more faster, and we always are happy to work with the City Council. I think right now on the preservation side, and I know you're interested in the new construction side, but on the preservation side, if we can get J51 through this body quickly. I know that I hear that there's a hearing that might be scheduled soon. I don't know, I hear things, you know. I think that would be tremendously helpful to advance the 450 projects that we need to get through that pipeline. On the new construction side.
I'm sorry, just on that piece, when we approve these projects, that HPD oftentimes is really advocating for us to approve, would HPD not already know that there is the capacity in terms of bonding and
whatever other metrics are used to know that these projects can go forward?
Well, when we ask you to, when we are at the phase of getting the project approved, we know about the availability of resources. And then there are a lot of impositions on the timeline. But, you know, projects can be delayed if there is a rezoning action, if they are dependent on the availability of funds from another level of government. It's, again, you know, the availability of tax credits if it's a tax credit deal. And that's why we're going outside of the tax credit universe and initiating a program that's called the Mixed Income Market Initiative, which will allow for mixed income deals that are 70% affordable, 30% market rate. There's a cross subsidy there. We don't need the tax credits. We've invited the development community to give us proposals for this type of development around the city, especially in low affordability areas that we've identified where we need more opportunity for affordable housing. So there's a lot of variables that go into this. Obviously, during COVID and after, we had some staffing challenges that we've addressed. We've created a system where we can now get outside help to get some of these projects through the pipeline. So those are kind of the strictures, and you know, that we have to live with. There's no way around the availability of resources. We look forward to continuing to partner with you to find more resources, to pressure the federal government on the low-income housing tax credit test. I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Darga to come up for a second. And I know that specific projects, I'd like to be able to discuss them after this hearing because it'll take a while, but Arvin East is a priority for us. We've invested already significantly in Arvin East. Ocean Crest is a great project. It's 100% affordable. You know, we want to work on home ownership with you. Every time you see me, you're pushing home ownership. We think that those home ownership opportunities should continue to be advanced everywhere across the city, keeping in mind that the biggest need is in low rent, low income housing for New Yorkers. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to what I've already shared.
Yeah, and just before Deputy Commissioner Darga goes on, I want to also talk about the in terms of staffing. You mentioned staffing. We've been working really hard to reduce the vacancy in our Office of Development. A couple of years ago, we were looking at vacancy rates over 30%. We were able to cut that significantly. Now we're just a little over 20%. We're still working hard to do that. We're able to work with our partners at OMB to ensure that that part of our agency has an exemption from the hiring freeze so that we can hire people on a one-to-one basis as staff leave. We're also happy with the collective bargaining increases that went through that also help with some staff retention. So those are all the different things that have been helping on the staffing front. And as the Commissioner mentioned, we also have a special program by which we have engaged outside counsel. So one of the areas where our real estate attorneys, while we're working to fill vacancies in those areas, we also have the ability to do contract with outside counsel to help with some of that work, to push some of that work along, and also just hiring temporary staff through a contract as needed. So those are all the different tools that we have put in place just to make sure we help move our pipeline. And so now we'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Darga to talk more about it.
Good afternoon. So just, I think one thing maybe to add to what the Commissioner was saying earlier about the pipeline. I think for homeownership specifically, you know, we don't have the benefit of being able to leverage some of the other sources that we can for affordable rental housing. So for example, low-income housing tax credits, We also, when we're setting affordability in a co-op, which is the most common structure that we finance, you have to set maintenance the same for every unit. And so you don't have the benefit of cross-subsidization the way that you would in an affordable rental housing project. That means that the amount of subsidy that we're putting in is higher than on average that we put in for an affordable rental project. So that does create some challenges. We're still committing to advancing the pipeline. I think one thing that has been really useful the last couple years has been that the state has also had, for the first time, or that I'm aware of, a reliable and robust source to subsidize affordable home ownership as well. That's, I'm going to forget the acronym now, but it's AHOP. What is the HOP say? Affordable Home Ownership Opportunities Program, I think is what it is. That has actually been really critical for us because it's been able to bring down the average subsidy investment from the city, and so we're able to actually advance some of those projects. It's going to be a little bit time still before we get to the newer project. I think Ocean Crest, which was approved last year, but we are making progress. And
what's that timeline look like?
We're in the really early stages, so I think it'll be a couple of years still. We're not getting active engagement with the development team at this point.
So I'll talk to Yvonne about that because that's not the read that I get from the development team. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page with that.
Great.
And going back to Arvin East, which is a larger project, and understanding that the project is sequenced out, do I have a commitment from HPD to not bypass the home ownership to move on to other phases? Because the borough president and myself have already contributed, I think, over $3 million in capital dollars for this project, specifically for home ownership, to show our commitment to it. As you saw, Commissioner, the other day in the district, that's all people are talking about. So while there is a need for affordable rental, the Rockaway community has done a significant amount to create the environment where there is thousands of affordable apartments coming off the market right now, and that are still being built and in the pipeline. Not so much so for the affordable home ownership, which fosters community, keeps people in the community longer, and that is also something that members of my district is looking to see, as well as some of my colleagues, because I hear it from them in different parts of the city, quite honestly. And so I'd like to have that commitment from HPD to make sure we're on the same page with that.
So I think that we have a project plan to execute on. We're working with the development team, right? Whatever commitments we've made, obviously we're going to keep. And let me just say thank you to that area of the city. There are other areas of the city that are not doing their part to contribute to affordable housing supply. And the Rockaways is stepping up, and we appreciate that.
So that, yes, we're on the same page in terms of the commitment, which next phase is home ownership on L&M. Because I will tell you, I am hearing rumblings that HPD is walking back that commitment, and I would really hate to see that, considering that in good faith, we as council members negotiate these projects to have specific outcomes, and I would really hate to see a change on the project and, again, being presented as if things are still moving forward as was committed at the onset of the project.
We will continue to move forward, with you in partnership, and we see a very successful project, a great outcome. I can't get into the particulars of the number of units right now. I have to look at a piece of paper so we can be on the same page. So
I just want to know that home ownership is still the next phase of L&M's Arvin East project.
yeah, I don't know if it's exactly the next phase.
That's the next phase based on a developer as recent as last week's
okay.
briefing with them, and that has been a part of, as you mentioned, the plan that was
Yes.
committed to when this was approved.
So we'll look at the TikTok on this project and see.
But Commissioner, can you tell me that that still remains the next phase
We
of this
remain
project?
committed to the outcome.
Commissioner, is a specific
Without,
question.
yeah, but without the project details in front of me, you know, based on what the developer told you that, where it is, I'd have to look at the details.
Can anyone on your team confirm?
We can circle back to you.
Can you let me know before the hearing is out? I just want to do this while you guys are under oath.
We will circle back to you. I'm not sure we can do it before the hearing is up.
Someone at HPD should be able to tell us what's next on this project, right, Chair?
We'll try.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Aviles, followed by Ressler.
Great, thank you so much, chairs, and thank you to the HPD team, and special shout out for the recognition of one of the last remaining colonies, Puerto Rico. I wanted to talk a little bit about, to get a sense in terms of the overall housing production pipeline. How many not-for-profit developers work on these pipeline projects, like in terms of a percentage sense?
Yeah, I'm not certain that right now I could answer that question, but we do have lots of nonprofit partners working with us around the city.
Do you determine targets to make sure, I don't know, to ensure that production is happening with these partners of mine?
In fact, I think we have a number of different ways that we ensure that nonprofit and mission-based organizations are part of it. So taking a step back, if you go to the website now, especially since we do get a number of questions about developers, who are developers that we can work with, maybe a faith-based organization, maybe an owner looking to partner with someone who has that expertise. You can see on our website a number of different pre-qualified lists, referral lists. One's called the owner representative list. We have our supportive housing RFQ list. We have our preservation buyer, preservation builder list. And all of these lists will demonstrate that it's actually significantly, if not almost all in the supportive housing sense, nonprofit entities. Separate and apart, our programs to help make sure that mission-driven organizations are part of the mix are very much leaning that direction. So I mentioned earlier the New York City Acquisition Fund, which we made the change to only support MWBEs and nonprofits, and often we find that they are working together on complicated deals. There's a natural partnership there. In our RFPs, since we've gone ahead and made the change to require that at least 25% of the ownership team include an MWB or nonprofit, 86% of our projects have included that requirement, and 100% obviously since we've implemented that in, I believe it's 2020, if not a little bit earlier. So we have targets on our public land. We have tried to put in measures that increase their chances in our RFPs, in our acquisition fund tools, and we make it clear to those who want to do business with us through these RFQ lists that these are folks that we have worked with, have experience, and could be excellent partners.
Thank you. So we've heard in particular there have been concerns around staffing levels and turnover in the asset and property management teams. Obviously, since they're focused on preservation, this is critically important to us. Can you tell us a little bit about what is happening here and how we can make sure we keep our people and we keep them preserving?
So, yeah, I'll just say initially that it's one of the largest teams at HPD because of how important this work is. And we are continuing to fill vacancies there. The Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration could speak a little bit about details there, but it is one of our largest and strongest teams, and we're working internally to bolster their work. We're taking a fresh look at the entirety of their portfolios and how those portfolios are managed on a daily basis, and the teams, and it's constantly a work in progress because of obviously the risk factors involved.
Yeah, and just in terms of the staffing for our asset and property management office, we're tracking just about 1% vacancy right now. We have a total of about 176 staff on board. We recognize that as staff go now so we're able to bring our vacancy rate down significantly, but now with the new hiring freeze, with the 2-for-1 requirement that we have, so we realize that will be a little slow when we have people leave, but we'll continue to work with the team, work with OMB to see how quickly we can move actions through to ensure that that rate doesn't take up higher than where it is right now.
Great. Well, as one of your strongest, it is definitely a team that's very important to the things that we hold dear. In terms of preservation, you mentioned your commitment and regard for the Neighborhood Pillars program. However, I am not sure I heard clearly when exactly that was going to start. I heard this year, but I don't know if you meant a calendar year or our current fiscal year. Could you tell me specifically when you expect to relaunch this program?
I'm sorry, we expect to do it by the end of this year, a calendar year.
Okay, so the end of the calendar year. Thank you. And so, I mean, I can't underscore enough how important this is for us, given on a daily basis we receive so many tenants that are fighting for repairs and landlords who are honestly just quite sitting on these awful situations. And so everything, we obviously commend HPD's actions on the landlord who was put in jail. We shouldn't be getting to that point. Nevertheless, this program is truly important for us to provide a mechanism to transfer the buildings out. I just want to know if the program is in fact relaunching this year, yet there are no new needs noted in the budget. How do we expect this to work? And are there particular targets that you are expecting to be part of the program?
So just in general, as we rebuild and have rebuilt the preservation finance team, the project management staff, the attorneys that work on all of this, we will continue to address the vacancies in preservation alongside our outside resources to close the deals. Neighborhood Pillars, obviously earlier I said, we're taking a fresh look at this prior to relaunch, and I think we have a capable team that's able to support Neighborhood Pillars in its relaunch.
And sorry, just to add, and again, the Neighborhood Pillars program is something that obviously we're committed to, but I don't want to leave aside the fact that we do have around a dozen different preservation finance programs now. These are preservation finance programs that some of the most trusted and experienced CBOs, nonprofits, have been using for a very long time to make sure that these properties have the funding they need to make the repairs they need. We have finance programs that are specifically targeted to sustainability, HUD finance properties, and everything in between. So right now, we do have a slew of tools that our preservation finance team and our great colleagues there who are working every day to make sure that buildings are getting funding to make the repairs that they need, either for something more narrow and specific like sustainability or a major capital overhaul and other compliance pieces. Pillars will be another tool that we add, but we do have tools now.
And I can't say enough about J51 getting through as quickly as possible.
Where we are all for tools, but we need funded tools, and we need a variety of them. So I'd like to really understand, Council has called for at least $500 million per year to be dedicated to this program, and we saw a response of 0. And I know you're rethinking the program, but again, without a fully funded team and program, the tool is not a tool. But thank you.
I just want to appreciate the commissioner taking a page out of my playbook and lobbying us while we're at a thing. Chair.
Okay, questions now from Councilmember Ressler, followed by Hanks.
Wonderful. Thank you both. Thank you to the chairs. You both do a great job. Good to see you, Commissioner and team. I'm not going to make any jokes about the first deputy commissioner today.
Thank you.
I've made them so many times, I don't need to repeat them. I wanted to firstly just echo sentiments from Councilmember Aviles and Sanchez and others to express my strong support for Neighborhood Pillars and Open Door. These are vital HPD programs. I'm thrilled that the council is championing investments in both of these initiatives. We need to get the worst landlords out of New York City. Bringing nonprofits in to take over those buildings is a great solution. And on the Open Door front, I want there to be more pathways to homeownership. If you have other suggestions for the best ways to do it that you think are more cost effective, we're listening, but we do want to see more homeownership expanded in New York City. Now that I've said that, I'm going to try to cover 3 topics, and I got 2 minutes and 6 seconds to go, so get ready. There was a disturbing piece in Crain's this morning that the New York Housing Conference found that we would need to increase HPD's capital budget by $812 million to meet our affordable housing production goal numbers from just this year in the adopted budget. So to sustain our affordable housing production, the city would need to find $812 million beyond what the mayor was willing to put in exec to meet our housing goals. Do you agree with that number, one? And if not, how much more money needs to go into the adopted budget to maintain, just maintain, the affordable housing numbers that you hit most recently?
So, as I said earlier, there is maintenance of an average across years on the capital commitment. You'll see some increase in future years. I think they were focusing on a sort of a comparative to the prior or fiscal year we're in, where we moved resources in. We carried over resources from a prior fiscal year to close on development deals that were ready to close and needed the resources. And I said earlier, council member, in my remarks, that it's an iterative process. It's a dynamic process. So we go back and forth throughout the year with OMB to look at resource reallocation, placement, et cetera, to be able to reach our goals. We're committed to exceeding the goals set in the mayor's management report. We're confident that we will do that.
How much more money is needed in the adopted budget to achieve that goal?
The resources that are needed as we go through the process will be available to us. And so
I just
look,
wish in a city where we recognize the affordable housing crisis is the #1 challenge facing the people of New York. 1 in 3 tenants pay a majority of their income in rent every month, where people are struggling like all hell to get by. 1.4% vacancy rate for moderate and low-income apartments. Why we have to push and pull and prod to get resources from OMB rather than just invest it in the housing agency so that we know the resources are there to invest in affordable housing. That makes no sense to me. So we're going to do everything we can on the council side to push for deeper investments in affordable housing. I just wish the mayor had a similar commitment.
And let me just
I'm going to shift to supportive housing because I'm in trouble on time, Commissioner, and I don't want Chair Sanchez and Brandon to yell at me.
I just want to quickly just respond to one thing.
The mayor's lack of commitment, or was it something else?
You said it earlier, and the commitment, the fight that we went through, the mayor's commitment, going up to Albany to fight for the tools that we got to advance the city of Yes for housing opportunity, gives us a whole bunch of tools to be able to deliver on supply in this town. We're committed to that, and
I've been one of the council members that's been most supportive of City of Yes. I'm pleased about the things that we've seen in Albany this year. What I'm concerned about is that budgets are moral documents. They reflect our values. They reflect our priorities. If the mayor cared as much as he claims about affordable housing, your all's budget would look a lot different than it does.
I know you, look.
So I just want to shift gears to supportive housing, which is another area of major concern. I know you're not fully responsible on the supportive housing side. You are on the new construction side. Other agencies are involved. But yesterday's news reported that we, since 2016, have only seen 3,853 units of supportive housing actually completed since over the previous 8 years. We have a goal of 15,000 units in 15 years, the previous mayor announced. This mayor said we're going to do it faster. We're going to do 15,000 units in 13 years. But in 8 years, we're just 25% of the way there, 28% of the way there. So just want to come back. Are we actually on pace to reach 15,000 units of supportive housing by 2028? And how are we going to magically triple the amount of supportive housing that's being generated to achieve that goal?
So we're very proud of the accomplishments associated with supportive housing. As you said, HPD is a partner in delivering on the 1515 commitment, half of which is congregate, which we're responsible for. We, at the pace that we're going now, will deliver on the 2028 deadline.
So by 2028, there'll be 7,500 new congregate units of supportive housing?
For our share, yes. The question is going to be
on the scatter site side, which we've stopped all scatter site production.
We think, and I know that this is part of the public policy conversation. Everybody knows we're discussing it with our sister agency.
Right.
How can we do it better? How can we move to more congregate housing? But we're committed. We're committed as an administration to deliver on supportive housing.
On the
and we're doing
7,500 congregate units, which is important. But we all know that supportive housing is the #1 most effective, evidence-based, cost-effective solution for single adult homelessness, in particular in New York City. It is the most important investment we can make to drive down our shelter census, and the single adult population has gone up by 1,000 people a year for about a decade. So I'm really concerned when you tell me that only half, HPD is responsible for just half, and you're going to meet that goal, even though you got a long way to go, you're going to meet that goal, but we have no solutions for the other half, where we've done just about 1,092 out of the 7,500 that are needed, and scatter site production has come to a complete halt. So does that mean HPD is going to take on responsibility for 10,000, 12,000 of these 15,000 units, and we're going to shift to congregate? Are you going to be able to achieve those goals by 2028, as the mayor had promised us?
The necessary adjustments that need to be made are being looked at.
Don't they need to be in this budget to get it done?
To get to the most effective outcome within the level of resources available. And, folks are talking about cuts, and maybe, Deputy Commissioner, you can address that side of it, because we are going to get to the number of units that are needed. And obviously, there's more to be done.
Okay, and I'm done because I went over time, but I just want to close by saying this. The mayor went out of his way to say we're going to achieve this bold, ambitious, but absolutely critical goal of 15,000 units of supportive housing 2 years faster. We are years behind in achieving our goal. You're telling us that scatter site needs to be revisited. We're not going to do the scatter site production, but we're not having that conversation in the context of the city budget that needs to be adopted 45 days from now. If the funds are going to be allocated to actually allow for HPD and the other sister agencies to achieve the more ambitious goals that have been set, you're going to need resources from us, and we need to be talking about it. And I'm concerned that we're getting vague answers, that you're going to come back to us on kind of the future of scatter site and how those gaps are going to be filled. This is too important. It's too important for us to drive down our shelter census, to provide actual housing to people who are otherwise stuck in our shelter system or living on the streets of New York, and I don't hear solutions.
I'll just say, just unrelated but related to this, is that as an agency, the areas where we are working on is making sure that we re-upped and retooled our supportive housing RFQs, so now we have a set, updated list of supportive housing providers that we can make sure are connected to the programs they need at HPD in order to build housing. We're looking at our public land, and there are demonstrations of that even within the recent year where we've talked about public site supportive housing. So as an agency, we continue to look for other ways to, and in addition to,
I'll do everything I can to help. We've done 2 big new supportive housing developments in our district, the largest supportive housing development in Brooklyn history. We've got another site that we're talking about for potential supportive housing in District 33. Every opportunity will be there to help. I want to be your partner. I'm concerned the council isn't being brought in as a partner to make the investments that are needed to meet these ambitious goals, where we're clearly significantly behind. Thank you.
We look forward to your continued partnership. And, you know, let me just say thank you to the council for the mandate for providing 15% of every new project to homeless New Yorkers. We remain not only committed to that, but in some cases, in some of our development deals, we are able to increase the share of needy New Yorkers who we can house. So to you, the council partners, the development partners, who oftentimes will say, yes, I'll take on more to help the city. And we will continue, we remain committed to supportive housing, to delivering as much as needed, and to working with you on getting there.
I'm pleased you're on pace for your targets. It's not going to help us meet our overall target citywide. You're clearly going to have to do a lot more, and so we've got to have conversations about how we make that happen. Thank you.
Councilmember Hanks, followed by Lewis.
Thank you, chairs. Well, there it is.
Time is up.
That was easy. So thank you so much for your testimony. I wanted to say that my family also shares, you know, a similar story. I know that I'm dating myself, but after the bridge was built, my family, you know, was in NYCHA and lived there until they were able to purchase a home. So the story that you tell is many of our stories, and housing absolutely is personal. So it kind of leads me to my question on the federal Section 8 housing assistance payments. The executive plan includes an additional $43.5 million in federal funding in fiscal 2024 to fund total expected Section 8 rental assistance payments. Following the years of trying to levy fines against landlord of a Washington Heights building and making emergency fixes, the city issued an arrest warrant against Daniel Obasham after allegedly failing to perform hundreds of court-ordered repairs on some Manhattan property he owns. It was about a total of 700 open violations on several properties. In my district, Park Hill, the neighborhood in which my parents bought a home, across the street is a HUD development, and it has over 200 violations, some dating back to 2008, preceding my being a council member. And when I tell you the conditions are so horrible, there are tenants that could actually see below and above. The holes are so gaping, mold, open garage pits, vermin, apartments where tenants, again, we could see into this neighbor's apartments. And I think what I need to understand today is why is HPD not withholding their portion of rental payments for the Park Hill apartments? And by the way, I have hundreds of families that are listening to this testimony today, in which it's important that they understand that I'm advocating for them. But with hundreds of open violations, these people are living in horrible conditions, but we keep paying. We keep, you know, subsidizing these bad actors. So what I really want to say is, will HPD withhold payments of violations if these aren't cleared up? And what is the breaking point where you actually will officiate an arrest? So he was arrested with 700, we're dealing with 200. And if you don't have plans to withhold funding from this landlord, what is the corrective action plan in place that will ensure the improvements for these residents in this development? Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Council Member. I'll start, and then I'll have the team talk a little bit about some of the aspects of our work and how we get there. But I wanted to just start by saying that I'm very proud of the work of our enforcement team in going after this guy, Daniel Obasham, who was clearly abusing the tenants in his building. We have other cases. The district attorney and the Department of Investigation about a week and a half ago announced a new indictment. So the guy is in jail, being indicted. He's got lots of properties around the city. He is emblematic of some of the bad players in the marketplace that we constantly go after. And so I wanted to say that because the message that was sent by that arrest, and hopefully if the district attorney gets what he's asking for, and the Department of Investigation does, this guy could be sentenced to live in his building.
Well, amen to that.
Yeah, and so if that happens, we don't, we want to make sure that he gets there before the repair starts, so he could experience a little bit of what it is to live in his property. But we do a lot of work, and I have to take my hat off to Anne Marie and her team on the enforcement side, the litigation side, that got us that result. And then First Deputy Commissioner Tagani will talk a little bit about the rental support and sort of how the money side of this works.
The question
And you said this is
that
Park Hill?
where
Park
is
Hill?
the tripping point?
Yep.
I applaud you for arresting and giving this gentleman what he deserves, but we don't want to wait until everyone is looking at an example of someone who's a
100%.
bad actor.
100%.
We want action because, to be honest with you, while we're waiting for new housing, while we're waiting for, folks who are in housing to become homeowners, we are dealing with, in this country, in this state, in this city, in my district, people who are living in conditions that I can't even describe nor imagine. So I have to use my time, my position, to really explain and illuminate to all of you the importance of not waiting for someone to take an example, but to take action and to hold these landlords accountable. And the action needs to happen now.
Council member, before I pass it over to Deputy Commissioner Santiago, let me say, for every one of these that make the news, there are hundreds and hundreds of cases where we've avoided all of that, and we've got, because our primary mission is to ensure the safety and the health and wellness of tenants around the city, and we're able to force landlords in many, many, many cases, which is what
But how long do the people at
Deputy
Park Hill
Commissioner
have to
can
wait
address.
since 2008? How long do they have to wait in squalor for you get to them?
Thank you,
talk a little bit about
Councilmember.
process.
And I will tell you a little bit about what we're doing in the big picture, but we're certainly happy to meet with you and talk in more detail. So Park Hill is 6 buildings, correct?
I actually have the building numbers.
Yes.
It's 120,
So
140,
I'm-
160, 260.
Yes.
It's not Vanderbilt, it's Park Hill Avenue.
So 3 of those buildings were selected for our alternative enforcement program in January. So they are getting specialized enhanced enforcement. Again, this hearing is a little too short for me to go into the details
That's
of what that
okay,
means.
I wish you would tell
but
them
we're
that
very
because
happy-
we're on the phone with them on a weekly basis.
We're very happy to meet with you and give you all of the information. The building should have been posted with flyers indicating which ones are in the alternative enforcement program. We would be happy to do another tenant meeting with the tenants. If any of the tenants are watching, as you said, we strongly encourage them to call 311 to file their
I'm
complaints
not
for
going to
us do
encourage them to call
inspections.
311. I'm going to encourage you all to come with me and take care of this.
We're
They
already-
have
we're
been
already
down this
committed-
road
we're-
before.
Council
They've
member.
heard it.
Yeah, we're committed to
And so
doing
I am
that.
going to encourage you to take action that does not involve a flyer. It involves action.
We are at that complex once a week, every week, spending a whole day there. Our alternative enforcement team is there for 3 of the buildings. We have reached out to the property owner, we've reached out to HUD, and we are working closely with them to see what other enforcement tools we can bring to bear on that complex in particular. So again, we're very happy to meet with you and
I
bring
look
you.
forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
One last thing for those people who have rental assistance or federal voucher programs, there's actually a very clear line. There's a housing quality standard. If they fail that standard, it goes into an abatement program where the funding is held back. So we can go through those units. We'll work, I'm sure we're already in contact, usually for AP building we are, and we can talk to you offline about what's an abatement, what's not an abatement, what should be an abatement.
I'll be sure to tell the tenant on the 3rd floor to yell up to the tenant on the 4th floor what happened.
Councilmember Lewis, followed by Nurse.
Thanks, Chairs. All right, I have a couple of questions. Thank you for being here, Commissioner, and glad your team is here. My office is working on a severe case where a senior homeowner in my district was assessed a judgment of $64,000 due to a squatter moving into a second floor of their home. My office engaged HPD on this issue back in January, and we have not received a response from HPD or the HPD attorney working on this case. And I still don't have a reply back from an April 26th email. So with that said, we know that many homes built in the last 20 years have utilities and amenities controlled by the tenant and not the building. So I wanted to know, how does HPD determine who is liable when utilities are not turned off by the homeowner but by the tenant, particularly a squatter, and why they're responsible for that? What is the dollar amount HPD has budgeted for litigation for housing-related violations in FY24, and what is the amount being budgeted in an FY25 budget? I also have a question on 1111 Ocean Avenue, so if you want me to ask all the questions first, let me know, because my time is limited.
Yes.
Thanks. You want me to do that?
No, I think let's tackle the first one just simply by.
And I have the notice of judgment here if someone on your team wants to
So
file
what
a
I'd like
reply.
to do, because each of these, and I want to go back to Councilmember Hanks, who unfortunately left. I wanted to say.
Are you talking about Councilmember Hanks?
No,
or
I'm going to
this?
address
Okay,
your issue.
just checking.
That we've made a commitment there, but I think it's important, Madam Chair, that, we dedicate the kind of time that we need to each of these separately and not at these hearings, simply because they require the time and attention.
But Commissioner, all due respect, there's folks on your team that don't respond. So that's why we're doing all of this. And we shouldn't be doing this during a budget hearing.
You should, yeah, we
But
definitely
we're
should
forced
not
to do
have
that because we don't get responses. So if you could please reply back to this, and then we could get to Councilmember Hanks'
So,
question.
unfortunately, with the amount of information I have right now before me, I tried to take notes on some of what you said, trying to understand the situation, but we can definitely immediately follow up.
All right, so who on your team could take this notice of judgment, and I can go to my next questions?
Yeah, you can have one of the officers bring it up.
Yeah, I'll have the sergeant give that. Now, regarding 1111 Ocean Avenue, we had HPD come out. Sergeant, if you could please give this. He'll give it. We had HPD come out to 1111 Ocean Avenue on numerous occasions. While progress is sometimes made with increased pressure, thank you, from the agency, repeated 311 calls did not result in HPD stepping in to make repairs. So I wanted to know how many active emergency work orders are typically seen in a month in FY24, and what is the limitations on expanding emergency repairs? How quickly is HPD contracting for these work orders? And just piggybacking off of Chair Sanchez's question, what is the criteria for determining whether particular Class A violations are eligible for emergency work orders? And is there a budget constraint to that? Why are delinquent violations not referred to more as emergency repairs? And my last two questions is, does HPD have the statistics on their agreements with property owners to convert their sites to HDFCs? And how many units turn into home ownership rather than rentals? That's two other members that mentioned the same question. And Clipper Equity has not adhered to the totality to the terms of their contract that you begged me for on Article 11. So I want to know how many Article 11 conversions took place in FY24 citywide, resulting in home ownership opportunities for former renters. And those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
No problem.
I'm not sure I was able to take notes.
All right, so the last
fast-
one is in
fast
regards
enough.
to the Article 11. We could go back to that and then everything else. I know the other stuff that we have to meet.
Yeah, we
about.
can meet about 1111 Ocean Avenue. I mean, you asked about emergency work orders in 1 month, and I think we could break it down for you and
Yes.
provide information as needed.
And
what was your question about Article 11s?
Article 11, how many
many?
Article 11 conversions took place in FY24 citywide, resulting in home ownership?
Yeah, I'm not certain we have those statistics readily available, so we would have to
We'll have to get back.
circle back to you on that.
So there's 2 cases here that I'm expecting for someone on
Yeah,
your team?
we will, we've got the one you gave us, and we'll follow up immediately on the other as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Council member.
Councilmember Nurse.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you, Commissioner, and your team for meeting with the Bushwick stakeholders. Really appreciate it. I was crafting my follow-up email to you in this hearing, so you can expect that this afternoon.
Okay, great.
Most of the members covered a lot of topics, but I did want to touch upon the basement conversion pilot. You know, one of my community boards, CB5, was the pilot of the city. There was about 12 million allocated. Pretty quickly after it started, it got cut. I think when I first stepped into this role, we were just begging for like a measly 250,000 to get the people who actually made it through to complete, and we weren't able to get that, so folks had to do outside fundraising, unfortunately. But the biggest issue was the state laws. So now that the state is moving forward, even though Community Board 5 is for some actually ridiculous reason not included in that, can you talk a little bit how HPD's role in that, what you're thinking in terms of any rules around developing that and timelines that you can provide to the council?
Well, let me just say that we're very glad that the state legislature acted on this. You know, as you suggested, as you've mentioned, we ran a local pilot. I think there were a lot of lessons learned about how expensive this kind of work is and the barriers, the hurdles that we need to deal with. That information that we've gathered is going to help us. This is a good first step for us to continue expanding this work. There's a lot of low-lying areas in the city that need more attention and that were potentially not included or obviously not included in the areas that the legislation covers. I believe we need to engage in a process with the city council, and maybe somebody can help me on the sort of clarification on that. And maybe Kim, you can come up and talk a little bit about that process. But we're glad we've got yet another tool, and the legislative process is not perfect. So we've made an important step. We need to advance to make it a citywide eventually. But Kim, you want to talk a little bit?
Yeah, I would just note, so there are a few things. So there's the state legislation. We know all of New York City is not included.
Yeah.
But hopefully we'll learn some things from the process. It will require authorization by council in order for us to actually implement a pilot. And HPD will be working with the other agencies to actually be thinking about what those code changes, what the provisions of the amnesty program would look like. So I think there's some process there to get.
Do you have like an anticipated time this year that you think you'll begin that process?
I think, this just happened a couple of weeks ago. I think we need a little time to talk to their folks to figure out what that would look like.
Okay.
We can circle back.
One last question, Chair, since I'm at the end of the line. So there were issues around state law that were some of the barriers, but can you, for the record, just relist some of the barriers that were city barriers to successful completion of this program? So now that the state piece might be out of the way, what are the city pieces that we need to also knock out of the way?
That's a good question. You want to address it, Kim?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are two things that we are very focused on at the city level based on what we learned from the pilot. One, City of Yes, as part of the zoning text amendment, will include, hopefully, modifications that will make adding certain type of ADU possible, more feasible from a zoning perspective. So that's issue one. That was the pilot that we implemented didn't get into zoning. We specifically kind of put it aside and focused on other issues, but we knew that a lot of folks were impacted by the zoning requirements, parking, yard, floor area, et cetera. Okay, that's issue one. Two, We know we're still learning how to help homeowners overcome the challenges associated with financing. We know that the costs, even with code changes, are still pretty significant. And in order to make sure that lower income homeowners can take advantage, we launched a ADU pilot program. It's partially funded by the city through our capital budget and partially through state funding that our partners applied for and received. We just got another round of funding, so it's pretty limited in scale, but we do think it will help us continue to learn about how we can manage those barriers. And I would just say that this program that we launched, we announced late fall. We received 2,800 applications for the program, 2,600 in New York City. And we did have applicants in your district. I think there were
about 1,000
4 dozen.
that expressed interest. I think
Yes.
only a small amount got through to the end.
So I would just say that we know this is an issue that people are interested in. We're continuing to figure it out. And one more thing, most of the homeowners that applied to the ADU pilot, they were overwhelmingly lower income, below 80% AMI. And they were, even though the pilot was open to 165% AMI from an income perspective, and they told us that the primary reasons they were interested in ADU was to house a family member or to improve their financial security.
Yeah, which speaks to the urgent nature of the safety issue.
Yeah.
Which is why it's even such more disappointing that CB5 wasn't included, particularly also because we've had death due to flooding with the new types of cloudburst rainstorms. Is there any funding that you all are seeking in this cycle to support that work that you're about to embark on?
So we do actually, our partners in administering the ADU pilot applied for the state funds that are available. We did receive 2 allocations of state funds for the pilot. In addition, we are matching those state funds with city resources. So we do have, between the 2 funding sources, about $395,000 per unit that will be available to homeowners to add an ADU.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairs.
Thank you. Almost done. I just wanted to ask, I forgot to ask earlier, what is HPD's involvement currently with the asylum seekers crisis?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked. Just, I don't want to do context overkill, but it's now 190,000 arrivals. It was a full court press by multiple agencies. We were asked to take on a chunk of that work related to running HERCs, hotels in New York City and hotels in other parts of New York State. There are contracts associated with that. About more than 7,000 people are in our care. This has continued to morph. We are very, very glad to have partnering with us and supporting us now, given the amount of staff time and strain that it put on our agency. The HRO, the Hurricane Housing Recovery Office, taking on a good portion of this work. I know that both Mr. Tigani and Mr. Caphart work every day on this stuff, so I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about some of the adjustments we're making.
Yeah, so I'll just on the top line, we can answer any other further questions you have. So as the Commissioner mentioned, we have roughly about 7,600 asylum seekers in our care across 7 different initiatives that we fund through different contracts.
7,600?
Yeah, to be, I think the latest data we have is about 7,676 asylum seekers across several initiatives that our budgets support.
And the concern the council has, the asylum seeker emergency was declared almost 2 years ago, to be July 2022. And the concern is, why does the city elect to keep using emergency procurement rather than traditional RFPs? We just don't think it's the best value. In an emergency situation, sure. 2 years in, I don't know that you could say it's still an emergency. Has HPD made it clear to the administration that it would be great to leverage our relationships with more nonprofits rather than working with companies like DocGo or whatever it may be?
Well, Chair, I will just say that so in early April, the announcement was made about the shift moving to a competitive RFP. So just again to reiterate, when the humanitarian crisis began, like emergency contracts go, we are basically responding to an evolving situation. As you point out, over time we've learned, we know now more about the scale, shape of the program. In between that time, I can say from HPD's perspective, we have worked to try to invite CBOs, we've worked to invite different partners from workforce to mental health into the different spaces we work in. Our prime contractors have also been pushed to look at MWBE possibilities, nonprofit possibilities. All of that actually is setting us up well for the work that Housing Recovery Operations, HRO, is doing, and bigger picture, the city is doing to put together a competitive RFP. So we've announced that we're shifting into that space next. In the in-between time, we're making sure that we are covering any gap that that may come about when you do that kind of shift, because the first and paramount responsibility is that there are people in our care, so we have to keep the services going throughout that process as we shift into that place.
This $40 million DocGo contract, that's new though, isn't it?
No, so that was, again, we had pre-approval for emergency contract. This is us now at the registration process of that contract, and it does have an expiration date that's coming up. Again, the future RFP will be taking over that work. As part of that RFP work is to take over that work. So this is not a new contract, this is the registration. And in between time, we had been working to get that registered and filed. Again, this was an emergency, a crisis, families, individuals coming to New York City. We had to deal with the crisis first, and we worked on building the parameters of the administrative pieces later. It's the purpose of having an emergency contract in place in the beginning.
The executive budget had to backfill $200 million in city funds for asylum seekers because the state didn't put in the full amount that the city expected. So can you share why the city made this expectation in its financial plan?
So I will speak to that. So in terms of that was a technical adjustment earlier. So as part of the preliminary budget, in anticipation of the state budget, the city added to HPD's budget $200 million in state funding so that it could be directly accessed on our contracts. However, the city reversed that. So in working with OMB to again take the state funding out and replace that with tax levy funding. So as far as the details on the technical adjustments that go with that, we don't have that right now, but it's essentially just replacing tax levy dollars that was swapped out before. That's what that $200 million is doing.
So with regard to some of the state impact, the state budget impacts that we mentioned before, when do we think we'll fully digest what all that means for us, and as far as HPD is concerned?
So that's still ongoing in terms of the partners that are involved. So in terms of the development side, just speaking with HDR and other partners, but specifically as it relates to the asylum seeker funding, the city as a whole, at the citywide level with the Office of Management and Budget, handles in terms of reimbursement requests to the state against the funding that was already made available in the state budget for asylum seeker services. So we provide reports in terms of our expenditure, and the OMB works with the state in terms of accessing the funds that were made available in the state budget.
Okay. All right, I'm going to give it to Chair Sanchez for some closing remarks, and then we'll close it out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. Before closing, just wanted to ask on behalf of Councilmember Brooks Powers whether there is any update. Do you have responses for her in connection to Arvern East and Ocean Crest?
We will get back to her, Madam Chair, with all due respect.
Okay, I tried, but I'm also going to follow up on her behalf.
Good try.
Thank you for today's testimony. See, you gotta keep up the energy in hour 6. 7? 20 million? No, thank you for all your responses today. I think, just my own reflection in hearing your responses to my questions and colleagues' questions, and just connecting it back to the New York Housing Conference's analysis on the capital budget, I think that the broader point that many of us are trying to make is that it seems that HPD's capital budget is still insufficient to meet the demand, meet the desired production levels that we have in the city of New York. You might have thought that I was going to let it go, but I don't let things go. So the mayor promised $4 billion in capital funding per year as a candidate. We are still not there. We're close to 68% of that. We've increased. Thank you for listening to the council as we continue to drive this priority forward, but we're not going to stop. We want HPD to do more and more and more, and commit capital and build more and do all of that. So that's my major takeaway. We want to see more. We want to see the agency doing more, and we want to make sure that the great ideas in the blueprint are receiving the resources that they need in order to be successful. So thank you so much, and Chair.
Thank you, Chairs. Thank you. Commissioner, your team, thank you very much. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much.
Questions? Oh, wait, Gail's got questions.
Just kidding, sit down.
I'll be very
Just kidding.
I was at a meeting with the police department, I'm sorry. One question is, where are we with the HDFCs? Another one is, will you support the Mitchell-Lama program that keeps Mitchell-Lamas in Mitchell-Lama? I know Cadman has gone out. And then I know you answered the DocGo question. And then just finally, maybe you did this, but what's the time to get an apartment rented when you have a voucher, and just the time it takes, maybe just generally, to get affordable housing? If you come as a developer, you have a building, how long does it take to get through HPD? Those are my questions, and I guess DocGo got asked earlier.
Councilmember, thank you, and we did discuss a number of the issues that you raised.
Okay, then skip them if you did HDFC.
On the pipeline, I think we discussed HDFCs.
Okay.
And look, we see that as a great opportunity. We have 51 buildings that we've closed, and we have 7.
On the HDFCs, we've closed 51 buildings?
Yeah, and we have 75 that are in the queue.
Okay.
We need the support of the council.
And how many more in the queue doesn't mean that they've happened?
They're in the works, yeah, they're in the works.
And there are some that are not in the works, or everybody's in the works?
In our estimation, everybody's in the works, because our goal is to close them all, which will give us in excess of 1,300 units, additional
All right, so
units.
75 is the issue, okay.
Yeah, so we look forward to working with you on that. And on the pipeline question, very quickly, if you're a new developer and you come to us with a plan, it can range anywhere between 2.5, 3 years to 7 years to get your project through. And these are estimates, and it's simply because, as you know, availability of resources, the complexity of a project, and 750 projects in the pipeline, 300 of which are new construction. So it's just the queue it's a small opening in that pipeline. So we've got more tools, like I said before to your colleagues, more tools to work with now, and I think it's going to unleash development across the entire city. And I cannot overemphasize the importance of the city council helping us with taking a fresh look at the zoning envelope in this city and supporting the city of Yes for Housing Opportunity that will also unleash, in our estimation, at least 100,000 units in 15 years.
Right.
And that's an estimate from Dan Garodnik, the chair and
Right.
director of city planning.
Okay.
I'm not sure I could keep up with the other.
And there was Mitchell-Lama, try to keep it in Article 2 and not go to Article 11, despite Cadman Towers.
I think the answer is any state funding, federal funding for that matter, that we can use to work with that building to keep it in affordability long-term, we're going to look at.
Yeah.
So we will look at all the options, including any state funding that will come our way.
No, I mean, that's one, but I'm just talking about for the future, because there are other co-ops. I'm trying to keep them
Absolutely.
in Article 2 and not Article 11?
As boards and property managers come to us, we work with them and say, if there's a funding source, we'll look at that option. If that's there for them and they can use it and it stabilizes their building and extends affordability past the current affordability and creates options for people for homeownership, we're going to look at the program.
Okay, we're going to try to pass legislation that keeps them in Article 2, just so you know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, this time, for real, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to hear from members of the public.
Good afternoon. If everyone can just please find a seat, we will be beginning shortly.
Okay. We're now going to open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, unless you are testifying, members of the public shall remain silent. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the official record. If you wish to speak on today's hearing, just make sure that you filled out one of these appearance tickets with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. Once you're recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, which is the DOB HPD FY25 executive budgets. If you have written testimony or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You also have 72 hours from the completion of this hearing to submit testimony, and you can do that via email, testimony@council.nyc.gov. I'm now going to call the first panel. Brendan Cheney, William Spisak, Emily Goldstein, Allison Nickerson, and Paula Siegel, and Jolene Negron. I'm going to go left from right. Just say your name and then you can begin.
Hello, my name is Jolenes Negron.
You can begin your testimony.
Oh, give me 1 second. Sorry. Hello, my name is Jolenes Negron, but everyone calls me JJ for short to save time and oxygen, and I'm a member of the East New York COT. I joined the East New York COT because I was homeless for a moment of time due to a house fire caused by the negligence of a landlord not keeping the building up to code. The Red Cross put 15-year-old me and my family into a shelter before we were moved into NYCHA through the winning of the lottery. I was displaced, and that's why I joined the COT, because East New York COT's mission is to prevent the displacement of longtime Black and brown residents and protect and grow our generational wealth. We are building a movement in East New York and Brownsville because people know that we need to control the land ourselves in order to thrive. In June of 2023, we launched a campaign alongside the tenants of 248 Arlington Avenue to purchase their 20-unit rent-stabilized building, and just 8 months later, in February of 2024, we made the purchase. Now, 248 Arlington tenants have housing stability, control over the management and renovations of the building, and the opportunity to own their apartment, and the opportunity that many of them may never have in their lives before. We are not stopping at 248 Arlington. We have plans to acquire many more homes and buildings in East New York and Brownsville in order to keep people in our homes, but we need funding to grow. We have been able to do all this work because of so many dedicated members, such as I, who truly care about our communities. Council members, if you want to do something to stop displacement in our working class Black and brown communities, you should fund the COT initiatives with at least $3 million. East New York COT needs only $300,000 of that initiative funding to hire more staff and grow our small organization. Yet with our mission, East New York COT needs $4 million in capital funding for the rehab of 248 Arlington so we can upgrade all the building systems, replace the roof, and much more aspects that was neglected by the previous landlord of 248. The COTs in New York City need your help. East New York needs your help. Brownsville needs your help. So please, council members, help the COT so we can help the very same people you vowed to help upon entering your offices.
Thank you.
My name is Paula Siegel. I'm here as senior staff attorney with Take Root Justice, and I'm also here as myself and a Mitchell-Lama resident. And I just want to thank Councilmember Brewer for mentioning the puzzle of conversions. I live in a building that has been puzzling through that problem, and I'm excited to see a legislative fix. I want to echo what JJ said about the need for doubling the funding for the CLT initiative. The work that the community land trusts on the ground have been able to get done on a shoestring over the last 4 years has been unbelievable. I'm so proud to work with the East New York Community Land Trust on that transaction and on related campaigns. It's incredible to see them partner with seasoned developers, to see them replace terrible landlords, and to see them really take leadership from both tenants and residents who are impacted by how buildings are managed in their neighborhoods. I want to also, just pointing to my written testimony, I feel like we've been saying this like a broken record, but I want to make sure that our budget next year has funding in it for a robust and equitable debt collection system. Councilmember Brennan, we met with your staff today. It was a meeting that I kind of want to cry, like my heart dropped out. We're making such incredible progress towards a system that'll be equitable, that'll protect tenants, that will protect equity for homeowners, and that will really help neighborhoods. We're not all the way there, but there are huge strides being taken, and I just want to make sure that we're not just hand-waving and that the programs that we're talking about are actually going to be funded. We will probably see an expansion of city and REM foreclosures if the programs that we're talking about happen. We'll need to see funding for outreach, and that all needs to be reflected in the budget if it's going to happen. And finally, it's in my written testimony, but I just want to highlight the need for capital funding for New York City public housing and the need for us as a city to invest in public housing and not rely on the private sector to bring those buildings back into habitable conditions. Thank you so much for all your work.
Good afternoon. I'm Allison Nickerson. I'm the Executive Director of Levon. Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Sanchez, Councilmember Brewer, Dan, thank you for being here, and the whole staff. I know these are really long days, so thank you all for being here. So at Live on New York, we believe that all people deserve equity and housing as they age, and our systems are actively excluding older people. 7 years ago, we did a research study that showed 200,000 people on waiting lists for affordable senior housing and waiting for an average of 7 to 9 years. We have a forthcoming report that shows those waiting lists have deteriorated and gotten even worse, and people continue to wait and wait and wait and wait. I heard what the commissioner said, and we work very closely with HPD. The budget for SARA, for senior housing, was slashed by $300 million. That's on top of a $100 million budget cut over the next few years for NYC aging. That is not acceptable. So I will submit in the coming 72 hours a written testimony with specific recommendations, but I really want to tell you two things. The first is people who are older in the city are poorer than you can imagine. People believe that if they see someone in a hat and might have a car, that they're okay. They are not. They are living on just a few $100s a month, and they're struggling to get housing. Number two, I go all over this wonderful city, and everywhere I go, people come up to me and say, I don't need a huge apartment, or in Staten Island and Queens, I don't need a home. I have nowhere to go. There's nowhere for me to go. So if we want to allow families to move into housing, we have to have a plan for older people and for where they can go. Otherwise, it's a constant struggle. So I look forward to working with the council, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Spizak. I'm a Senior Program Associate at New Economy Project. We're a citywide organization that works to build a new economy that works for all New Yorkers. And we are co-founders and coordinators of the New York City Community Land Initiative, which is a coalition that's been at the forefront of expanding community land trusts in New York City as organizations that help stem the tide of displacement and build permanently and deeply affordable housing and equitable community space for New Yorkers. We've seen tremendous growth in COTs over the last several years, and the City Council has played a critical role in that, channeling $6 million since fiscal year 20 to COT organizing and technical assistance through the citywide COT initiative. And we're here to urge the council to redouble its commitment to COTs and permanently affordable housing by ensuring the city's fiscal year 25 budget includes enhanced funding of $3 million for the citywide Community Land Trust initiative to meet the growing demand for COTs and support 3 new community land trusts in the initiative, $2.5 billion in capital funding for permanently affordable housing as outlined in the Homes Now, Homes for Generation platform, and $3.2 billion for NYCHA repairs and infrastructure. Public housing is social housing, and we want to make sure we are standing in full solidarity with our friends in NYCHA. As coordinators of the citywide COT initiative, we can only speak very briefly. I have written testimony that has more details, but we've seen tremendous growth from Mont Haven, Port Morris Community Land Stewards in the Bronx to Real Edgemere COT in Queens, acquiring land and growing their base of members and expanding the COT model across the city. We hope that the City Council continues to be an ally and support the Community Land Trust movement by redoubling their commitment in the budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Cheney. I'm the Director of Policy and Operations at the New York Housing Conference. So first, I just want to thank the City Council, thank Chair Sanchez, Chair Brannon for your ongoing advocacy for housing and your ongoing fight for housing resources every year. It's really important. We really appreciate it. So as you know, we released a report recently that found that the executive budget, the capital budget for housing, is insufficient to maintain housing production. I appreciate you guys talking about this at the hearing and asking the commissioner about it. You guys have my written testimony. I'm going to spend my time today just sort of trying to correct how it was sort of represented at the hearing. Maybe they misunderstood it. So I just want to be clear. Our analysis says that the $2.1 billion that's in HP's capital budget next year is insufficient to maintain sort of historical affordable housing production, right? We did mention that there's a cut, but our focus is really that $2.1 billion is not enough. We came to that conclusion by looking at how much housing they normally produce every year and what the average subsidy cost is per unit for those programs. And what we found was, if you look at the subsidy amount and the number of units they do, you need more funding than they have currently in the budget. So with the $2.1 billion, we found that affordable housing production will drop by 32% next year unless they increase the capital budget. New construction will be reduced by 52%, and that includes supportive and senior housing. And preservation projects that are funded through subsidy will see a 15% decrease. We're also concerned that this low level of funding might mean that they won't fully utilize low-income housing tax credits, leaving federal funding on the table. So we call for the city to increase HP's capital budget by $1 billion in fiscal year 2025. This will both bring them up to historic production and start to address another issue that you guys discussed, which is the pipeline. So just real quick, $1 billion, $812 million to maintain current production, and then $187 million should be invested to help relieve the pipeline. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Goldstein. I'm the Director of Organizing and Advocacy at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, or ANHD. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify at this hearing this afternoon. You have my full written testimony, so I'm just going to hit on a couple of highlights. First, to continue on the capital budget theme, this is absolutely the time to invest more, not less. We both, we desperately need more affordable housing that's both new construction and, crucially, preservation, which often gets overlooked and underappreciated, I think, in some of the production numbers. We think that, first and foremost, proposed cuts in the executive budget need to be restored so that the mayor's original commitment actually gets met. We also need additional funding. In particular, I want to pull out two areas where we think more money should be allocated. One, we really need emergency preservation funds for existing affordable housing. This is buildings in current HPD programs, current state programs that are facing shortfalls due to pandemic era challenges. There are a lot of affordable housing buildings that are dealing with massive arrears that did not get ERAP or other sort of emergency federal funds at the height of the pandemic and are now still grappling with the fallout. The city can't fully address this issue. There's going to have to be funding from a variety of government sources, but the city can and should do its part. Second, want to emphasize the importance of the neighborhood pillars and open doors programs, and we support the Homes Now, Homes for Generation demand of $2.5 billion over the course of 5 years for those preservation and homeownership programs in particular. Finally, want to put in a plug for the importance of improving agency staffing levels, because without that, none of the rest of this actually hits the ground in our communities in the way we need, whether it's on the construction side or providing tenant services, doing inspections, making sure that essentially our government is serving the people who live in the housing here. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, Michael Hanlon, Albert Scott, Rolando Guzman, Kevin Wolf, Ben Dorman, and Caroline Chen. You can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Hanlon. I'm a member of Local 3 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, one of nearly 27,000 members in the electrical industry in New York City, Westchester, and the tri-state area. I've been a member of the union for 7 years. In my time with Local 3, I have been proud to work with men and women across the 5 boroughs on construction projects that advance the city economically and structurally. Now, with the impacts of climate change becoming clearer and more impactful, I want our city to transition to a renewable energy economy and create good jobs in the process. As a Local 3 member, we receive top-notch training on the fundamentals of our work and training in the cutting-edge areas of our field. On work such as solar energy technologies, most importantly, we are taught and uphold the safety measures that ensure everyone returns home safely at the end of the day. Solar installation work is dangerous, and workers complete difficult tasks, oftentimes high up on roofs. Without proper training and safety precautions, serious injuries and even deaths can happen. Neither I nor my union want to see the growing solar industry become a dangerous job where workers are put in a lose-lose situation. On union jobs, workers are protected with proper equipment and safety measures, and they can speak up when something is unsafe. Non-union workers don't have that same protection or options. Additionally, Local 3's state-of-the-art training center and registered apprenticeship program enables working people to build a career that ensures they can live and raise a family right here in the communities of New York City. When I work with green technologies such as solar panels, I know I have the backing of my union, my company, and all our members to get the job done safely, efficiently, and professionally. And with the union, I know that my job is not temporary. When one job finishes, we have the support of the union in finding a new one. That means we have a family-sustaining career in New York City, supported by our union wages and benefits. By investing in the public solar power legislation and other building decarbonization efforts, we can uplift many more young people into a lifelong career while tackling climate change. We urge the Council to invest in funding these projects so that more people like me can join the middle class while taking a huge step in the transition to a renewable energy economy. Local 3, IBW, fully supports the New York City public solar power legislation, and my brothers and sisters in the union are eager to get to work. This is an opportunity for all of us to work together in a win-win that will help us transition to fight climate change head-on, create good union jobs, and save the city money. It is a no-brainer. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Albert Scott. I'm with the East New York Community Land Trust. And I'm just going to make it simple and plain. In this upcoming budget, we need to see $3.5 billion for Homes Now, Homes for Generation. As was mentioned earlier, this will help contribute and promote community ownership, community control, community wealth building. We also need to see in this budget $3 million for the Community Land Trust Initiative. Again, this will increase and enhance community ownership, community control, community wealth building. And finally, we definitely like to see $4 million for the East New York Community Land Trust for capital funding. Just for on a small, limited budget, we were able to do great things in promoting community ownership, community wealth building, and community control. In a community that we're seeing saturation of just rentals, which is, of course, the question, affordable for whom? When we hear about housing affordability, from my understanding, ING means plural, but we only see in rental, but not enough ownership opportunities for the existing residents of our community. With these budget items added, I'm encouraging and asking on behalf of a dynamic, awesome community to please invest in our communities for ownership. If you believe in community wealth building, if you believe in community control, if you believe in community ownership, these budget items will be there. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Chen. I'm Senior Supervising Counsel in the Environmental Justice Group of the New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. It's my first time. I am here to talk about the implementation of Local Law 97 as currently envisioned in the budget. We appreciate and applaud the inclusion of climate initiatives, and especially, specifically the budget allocating $4 million toward 36 full-time positions at DOB. And what we want to talk about today is making sure that these positions are applied correctly. Commissioner Laura Popa testified today that only 2 or 3 current DOB staffers are calling 600 plus buildings in the city. And my understanding is that Chair Sanchez remarked that this was too little, and we completely agree. At this critical stage in implementing Local Law 97, it is extremely important to do things right. We don't want things to be ending up like the Housing Maintenance Code that we've been hearing about for the last little while. Violations in Park Hill, for example, things that we can't fix because they're too difficult to fix. I think we're at this critical time where Local Law 97 can be done right, and we urge you to make sure that the new positions at DOB, if only 36 for now, to apply more than 2 to insist that more than 2 are committed to outreach and assistance. We know that MOSEG is there to do some work, but we know there's no transparency in how the accelerator is working. We would love DOB to be able to take more of those positions, apply to organizing, to compile success stories, to motivate people out there, buildings out there, to do things right from the get-go, so that we're not worrying about at the back end about enforcing and collecting penalties, which we know we're not doing anyway in housing court or at HPD. The other piece that we want, something else that the DOB staffers should be encouraged to do with this new additional funding is to make sure that good faith efforts are being made and assist owners to make good faith efforts, because Local Law 97 does allow exemptions on penalty collections and can defer them if good faith efforts are being made. And if DOB can play a part in that to make sure that we can achieve our climate goals the right way from the get-go right now at this critical stage of implementation, and hope that we really can ensure a clean future for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job on your first time, sorry.
Sorry?
So great job on your first time testifying.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you, good afternoon. And thank you to Chair Sanchez and Chair Brannon for giving us the opportunity to testify. My name is Kevin Wolf. I am the Deputy Director of Advocacy at the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. And the center is one of the largest homeowner service organizations in New York City. And we provide assistance to New Yorkers at all stages of their homeownership journey, whether or not it's helping to buy a home, helping to maintain a home, or helping to save the home if it's in foreclosure. The City Council has been one of the biggest supporters for homeowner services, and we've really established something unique in the country by supporting nonprofits across the city to provide critical services to homeowners. I did want to say that we are in support and would like to echo the statements made by those supporting the Homes Now coalition, ask for $2.5 billion in capital funding for Open Door as well as for Neighborhood Pillars. We're supportive of that, and also we're supportive of the Community Land Trust Initiative expanding to $3 million. Those are both very important items, but we also did want to really focus on homeownership preservation. That's one of the critical issues affecting New York City, especially as we see a increased focus on new production. We want to make sure that none of our homeowners are displaced. So we are asking for an increase in the City Council's foreclosure prevention initiative. We are the anchor partner. We would like to see that increase by $1 million. And a part of that will include supporting estate planning services that Speaker Adrian Adams has championed. In addition, we do want to point to support for increasing support for home repair through the City Council's Home Fix program. That's been critical. That you did make a statement in the budget response that I wanted to respond to. There was a question about how much, what's the average loan amount for Home Fix? It's about $48,000. There also was a question about how many loans have been done. We do 100 loans per year, and we're happy to include that in our written testimony. The last thing that I did want to mention is that aside from increasing funding, the biggest issue that we're having is contracts and processing contracts with the city. We've seen the Home Fix program that you've supported. We actually saw $700,000 clawed back, and that was money that we could not provide for homeowners. And so the biggest thing that we can do, aside from increasing funding for our nonprofit homeowner services, would also be to speed up the contracting process with New York City. And I'll be happy to include the rest of this in my written testimony. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Double microphone. Thank you to the chairs. Thank you to the council. My name is Ben Dorman. I'm the Deputy Director of Climate Jobs New York, and we direct the Carbon Free and Healthy Schools campaign here in the city. Our union coalition is made up of public sector unions such as UFT, DC 37, CSA. In addition, we join with the private sector unions like Building and Construction Trades Council, like my colleague at Local 3 IBEW, 32BJ, and New York State Nurses Association. What our coalition and these union members know is that if we continue to wait to act on climate change, the cost of recovering from future extreme weather events and other climate change effects will only grow. So our coalition supports building decarbonization measures and energy efficiency retrofits that can help turn our public buildings and schools into tools in the fight against climate change citywide. Currently, buildings contribute nearly 80% of total greenhouse gas pollution across New York City, and we need to act now to utilize the ever-growing and cutting-edge technologies that we have to alleviate not only that pollution, but also to transition away from fossil fuel energy sources. So to do this, our campaign is asking for a $600 million investment via the capital budget to help transform those city-owned buildings and city schools. And in the process of revamping our buildings, we can create family-sustaining jobs for workers in this new renewable energy economy. As part of that, and in addition, we do strongly support intro number 353, which was introduced by Councilmember Nurse as the New York City Public Solar Power Bill, with an end goal of enabling or getting to 150 megawatts on city-owned buildings and schools by 2030. So with new avenues like the Inflation Reduction Act's direct pay provision and other sources from the state government, we believe that we can recoup or cover up to 50% or more of the costs for investing in those projects sheerly through federal and state sources. Across our larger program to revamp those city-owned buildings and schools, we believe a $600 million investment will be enough to get us on the right path to, as I said, turn those, what are right now 80% fossil fuel emissions into tools in the fight against climate change. And we hope that by investing in our future, we can create those good family-sustaining careers and also create huge cost savings for the city. So I'll leave it there, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you so much, Chair Sanchez and Branham and Councilmember Brewer for this hearing. My name is Rolando Guzman. I'm the Deputy Director for Community Preservation and Advocacy at St. Nick's Alliance. We are a local community organization in North Brooklyn. In my department, we are responsible for providing anti-displacement assistance to residents who are being pushed out of their community and their apartments. I'm here today in support of Stabilizing NYC and the Community Housing Preservation Strategies Initiative, and also the CLT. I think one thing that I want to say is thank you so much to the City Council for the continued support to Stabilizing NYC. And when we started this coalition, we were spearheading the organizing in buildings owned by predatory equity companies. That was back in the days that not everybody talked about it. And to this point, we have 19 organizations citywide working, organizing tenants, and fighting against displacement. Some of the success including organizing thousands of tenants, organizing hundreds of tenant associations, assisting tenants with applications for benefits such as ERAP, one-shot deals, and other benefits to make sure that they are able to stay. And also making banks accountable. And I want to stress that we were one of the first organizations, along with the NHD, trying to figure out how to make the banks accountable to their mortgages in buildings that had really bad conditions. And one case that we all know from the news is Signature Bank, for example, that was notorious for giving bad loans to bad players in the community. I want to thank you all, and again, Stabilizing is a great way to make sure that long-term, low-income tenants stay in New York City, and we thank you so much for your support. And we look forward. For this year, we are asking for $4 million. That will allow us to have a more updated job retention from community organizers and expand our services to other areas as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next panel. Anse, Raul Rivera, Jackie Del Valle, Deval.
You may begin when ready.
Hi, my name is Anshe. It's my first time at a city council meeting. I have a little bit of notes here. I'm a disabled New Yorker, a freelance photojournalist, a musician, and a community organizer. Before the pandemic, I managed a reformer Pilates studio not too far from here. On Martin Luther King Jr. Day in 2021, I was at a peaceful march commemorating the great civil rights leader MLK when the police attacked us with brutal force. I was beaten and knelt on by grown men, placed in an illegal carotid chokehold and hogtied. I was beaten so brutally by the NYPD that I am now permanently disabled. Because of the police brutality, I can no longer work and I have lost a lot. As a result, I'm unhoused and I am navigating the NYC DHS shelter system. I entered the DHS shelter system in January 2024. And within 48 hours, I witnessed an unhoused New Yorker being brutalized by a DHS shift supervisor, and I was body slammed and assaulted as well. I have been on the ground documenting as a photojournalist in New York City hotel shelters since 2021. Men repeatedly told me that the conditions of confinement inside of the shelters were worse than prison. Men struggled to get housing vouchers after over a year of tenancy in the hotel shelters, and then were evicted like they were less than human after trying to comply with the malfunctioning system to get housing vouchers. I went into the shelter system because of what the NYPD officers did to me. I'm an upstanding member of my community with recognition from the NAACP as a youth leader. I'm an award-winning musician. I loved to dance, and I used to love to run. And I can't do any of those things anymore. I would love to be able to work and to pay rent, but I am simply no longer physically able to do so. So, because of my disability, I am now navigating, the DHS shelter system. I took this life change by the horns as an opportunity to grow as a journalist, and I have been constantly conducting interviews with women and femmes who have been in the shelter system much longer than I have. I have documented horrific conditions inside the shelter, unconscionable misconduct by DHS staff, including my own physical assault. I have interviewed women who have experienced sexual assault in the shelter system and all kinds of harm that could have and should have been avoided if they had simply been housed. I have interviewed women who have been in the shelter for not 1, not 2, but up to 8 years in the shelter system. Most are waiting unnecessarily long for access to housing vouchers, which are becoming increasingly inaccessible because of the addition of disqualifiers like mandatory credit checks. Many of the women I have interviewed are Black women and are discouraged, and some are even contemplating leaving New York entirely because they've lost faith. We need housing-first approach to homelessness, not the treatment-first approach anymore. I've written an open letter to the acting commissioner of DHS, the Department of Homeless Services, Molly Wassell Park, who recently went on CBS News to defend the treatment-first approach, or the ILP approach, to homelessness. When it does not work, it is simply drowning us in mountains of paperwork. I am organizing a class action lawsuit for the disability discriminations and violations of the Americans with Disabilities Act I've experienced as a shelter tenant. And I'll include more in my written testimony, which I'll deliver to you all. But we are also living under the imposition of reality. It's unacceptable for us to be waiting for over a year for access to housing, which is a human right, to languish in a shelter system that is infested with bugs. We are served moldy food. We are constantly abused.
Thank you.
Yes, and I will deliver that open letter to you as well, which is published on medium.com and has over 50 signatures from across the country and international signatures as well.
Thank you for testifying. Go ahead.
Hi.
No.
There we go.
There you go.
Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you to the Housing and Buildings Committee for the opportunity to speak and the members who have given all their time today. And thank you to Dan and, of course, our wonderful chairwoman. My name is Jackie Del Valle. I'm the coordinator of Stabilizing NYC at Take Root Justice. As Rolando Guzman from St. Nick's Alliance explained, we are a coalition of grassroots organizations that combine tenant organizing with legal representation to combat tenant harassment and preserve affordable housing. Our tenants associations form coalitions across landlord portfolios whose landlords have often made speculative investments with the plan to push out tenants and flip the units out of rent stabilization. We've won rent strikes, prevented evictions, corrected hazardous conditions, and empowered hundreds of tenants to lead the rent law fights up in Albany for the past 10 years. Yes, it's been 10 years that we've been a council-funded initiative. To celebrate, we're going to have a breakfast briefing next Thursday, May 23rd, from 9:30 to 11 at 1 Center Street. Everyone here should have gotten an invite. I know it's a busy day, but I hope people can kind of stop in and hear some stories. We're going to be hearing from the leaders of STAND, which is the Shalom Tenants Alliance Neighborhood Defense. These are the tenants of landlord Daniel Abshalom, who's been in the news. He was arrested, he's in Rikers, for failing to do repairs, tenant harassment, and falsifying information. And although we've been working really hard this 10 years, there's still a lot of challenges ahead, as actually you all up there know really well. The recent data is showing rents at all-time high, vacancy rates at all-time low, and courts are really overrun with eviction, and the rent laws that passed up in Albany really favor landlords. Our coalition right now is working on sending out fact sheets and holding meetings on the new good cause law throughout our large network of tenants associations. Just the last thing that I want to say is I was looking for testimony from last year, and I'd mentioned Signature Bank, which Rolando talked about, which had recently, at that time, failed. And over the past year, stabilizing groups along with ANHD, UNHP, and others have worked really hard so that the FDIC and the current note holders are actually holding the owners accountable to making repairs. And with additional funding and organizing, it's going to be a really big opportunity to make sure that those buildings become stabilized, and when the owners they choose to walk away, that the opportunity is right for preservation purchasing. So we really encourage you to fund stabilizing, fund Homes for Now, and fund the CLT initiative so that we're able to kind of work together to meet this current threat and crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Raul Rivera. I'm a TLC driver and a TLC driver advocate. I'm a native New Yorker. When we have a mayor of New York going to 50 Hudson Yards in a $5,000 suit and cutting ribbons, that tells you who he's with. He's not with the New Yorker. When you have the city of Yes to rezone this city, the city I was born in, this rezoning is not for us. These are for the developers. And this city council is filled with Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, blacks, Asians. But you guys want to convince us that it's the white man. The white man sticking it to us. When it comes to congestion pricing, what do you say? Nothing. When it comes to Thrive NYC, what do you say? Nothing. Huh? When Kathy Hochul makes a racist remark, what do you say? Nothing. I bet if Trump said something, you would have something to say. Huh? I know many drivers, including myself, who have lived in their vehicles. We have drivers now living in their vehicles. We have other cities. Minneapolis is about to make more money than the New York driver. We got bills drafted for the benefit of the driver, and Brooks Powers does not want to pass those bills. It is shameful. It's our own people. It's not the white man. It's the Puerto Rican. It's the Dominican, the black, the Asian. They're the ones doing it to us. Defund the cops. We need cops in this city. It's chaos that's happening here. It's chaos. We can't be safe in our own city. We can't walk in our city. It's you guys, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans. It's you guys. And I'm going to say it like that. I'm Puerto Rican myself. You gaslight us like if it's the white man. White supremacy. No, it's our own people sticking it to us. Congestion pricing.
Thank you.
Huh? Vaccine mandates.
Okay, we have our next panel
You
now.
fire people.
Sir, we're all
You
set.
fire people.
We're good. Thank
What do
you.
you expect when you fire people?
Thank you for
You're
your
gonna need
testimony.
workers.
Thank you.
Brennan.
Okay, we have our next panel on Zoom, starting with Bessie. Okay, please remove him. Okay, thank you. Have a good night. Bessie Kurvosky.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Bessie Kurvosky. On January 19th, 2024, at 5:45 a.m., I opened my son's bedroom door, and in the loudest, most fearful voice at the top of my lungs, I shrieked, "Help! Fire!" My husband leaped out of bed, ran into our baby boy Benjamin's room, into a room that was filled with what we thought was smoke. He immediately took baby boy Benjamin out of his crib and ran outside of the apartment holding my motionless son. I ran into my bedroom to get my 2 newborn twin girls from their bassinets. Benjamin was taken to Maimonides Hospital with my husband riding in the same ambulance, while I rode to the hospital in a separate ambulance with our 1-month-old newborn twin girls. When the doctors informed us that Benjamin passed away, we were in shock and were in a profound state of perpetual terror and paralyzing fear. How had Benjamin, a boy who was 20 days away from celebrating his 1-year birthday, passed away from a malfunctioning steam radiator in the comfort of his own bedroom? It has been almost 4 months, and outside of grief support, we are rightfully outraged by how the landlord failed to provide the most basic, most essential, most important right that every human being deserves, which is physical safety. We would like the budget to include funds for annual steam radiator inspections. This should apply to all residential buildings that use steam radiators, but especially pre-war buildings that are using aged steam radiators and are often known to have corroded floors that can cause the steam radiators to malfunction. Why are New York City rent stabilized tenants allowed to live in pre-war buildings that are unsafe? Why are boilers inspected annually by the Department of Buildings but not the steam radiators? Why are there no mandatory safety inspections for steam radiators?
Thank you so much. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Bessie. Thank you for your testimony. Now we have Danielle Manley.
Starting time.
Hi. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Sanchez and Brannon. Sorry, that was a hard testimony to hear. Good afternoon, Chairs Sanchez and Brannon, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today on the mayor's executive budget. My name is Danielle, and I am the manager of policy at Urban Green Council. We are a nonprofit based here in New York City, and we are dedicated to decarbonizing buildings for healthy and resilient communities. I'm here today not only on behalf of Urban Green, but also Natural Resources Defense Council, the New York League of Conservation Voters, and Regional Plan Association to stress our very strong shared support for the $4 million in 36 staff positions allocated at DOB to oversee the implementation of Local Law 97. I detailed our support in our written comments, but I'll underscore a few things. Since 2021, our organizations and a wide range of other stakeholders have been advocating for the law to be prioritized in the city's budget because Local Law 97 is the centerpiece of New York's climate strategy for buildings, and robust funding for its implementation is key to the city's climate progress. So we are glad to see that this year's executive budget demonstrates the commitment to Local Law 97 that we need right now. Since the law passed in 2019, DOB has worked very hard with very few staff and has successfully facilitated a large advisory board process, issued 2 sets of major rulemaking on technical details, and navigated many complex implementation questions. Now that the first year of compliance is underway, the Bureau of Sustainability staff still has a big charge, including that they need to finish conducting analysis required by the law, complete the rulemaking process, deliver outreach and education to thousands of owners, and prepare for substantial review and enforcement efforts on the compliance reports that will start rolling in May of next year. The mayor's new climate budgeting publication found that private building emissions limits through Local Law 97 are the most impactful climate mitigation action that the city is taking, and the executive budget supports the charge at hand.
Thank you so much. Your time has expired.
We strongly encourage the city council to pass a final budget with this full allocation at DOB to see that work through. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Next, we have James Dill.
Starting time.
I'm Jim Dill, Executive Director of Housing and Services, Inc. We are permanent supportive housing serving 750 households in Manhattan and the Bronx. We are members of the Supportive Housing Network in New York and support all the network's advocacy points of this hearing. First, we would like to express our thanks to the Council for both, including provisions for a reallocation of NYC 1515 resources in the preliminary budget response, and for instituting the COLA over the next 3 years for the human services sector. The reallocation will vastly help the bold and absolutely necessary 1515 initiative to meet its ambitious targets. We're also so very grateful for the COLA that will provide encouragement to our dedicated but chronically underpaid essential workers. We do express alarm at what we understand in the proposed 30% plus cut to HPD's special needs housing funding in the mayor's executive budget. While we applaud the mayor's ambitious goals for increasing affordable housing, the proposed cuts will only delay and prohibit production of urgently needed housing. HPD funding was the centerpiece of our last development project brought online in 2022 with the 1515 rent subsidy and services funding. We are currently struggling with the development of a proposed new project facing significantly higher construction and interest costs. We understand there is up to a 3-year backlog in the HPD development pipeline that could make our new project unviable. To meet the housing crisis, it is imperative that HPD's capital and staffing funding be significantly increased and not cut. We will submit written testimony, and thank you so much for your time here, and very many thanks again for the COLA and for the reallocation.
Thank you, Jim. Now we have Ludmilla.
Starting time.
Radiator inspections in buildings.
we have had the death of my little cousin, Ms. Kropsky's son, was the third death of its kind to occur due to a radiator malfunction. And it is our lawmakers' responsibility, you city. Hello?
Hi, yeah, you're on.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Milani Pomiche, and I'm here to, this is my first time testifying. I'm here to support the plea by Ms. Karofsky to have regular radiator inspections happen. Actually, her little boy was my cousin, and he was the third such death to have happened recently, and that is a preventable death. I think you all need to appreciate the tragedy of 3 little babies basically dying from what could have been prevented through just a simple inspection. So I call on you, our lawmakers. You have a responsibility to prevent these deaths. So inspections drive accountability. Steam radiation inspections should be a priority, and I call on you to make sure that that is prioritized in these next budget discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Natalie Askelrod.
You may begin.
Hi, how are you? Hi, Councilman. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm going to try to be as short as possible. Unlike a lot of the members who I sympathize with, I'm not here to ask for money. I'm here to talk about the legislative change pertaining to mandatory radiator inspections in all of New York City apartment buildings that are over an X amount of years old. There are a lot of very, very old buildings. We have no idea how these radiators functions. We really have no precedent, and mandating these kind of inspections is crucial because it will prevent tragedies such as the one that has occurred. You have all heard the mother and the testimony of putting her son to bed and finding that he had passed away because of something that could have easily been prevented. Yes, it's an accident, but if an accident could have been prevented, it is no longer an accident. It is an act of negligence. And just to draw an analogy, when 25 years ago I was giving birth in New York City, I was not able to leave the hospital without the car seat being inspected. And that's reasonable because if the car seat was not inspected, it was not up to par with standards, or if I did not know how to use it, I could actually do a lot more damage. Never mind putting the baby at risk. There have been cases when babies had died as a result of either malfunctioning car seats or parents accidentally killing them by buckling them in incorrectly, right? And that's reasonable that that inspection had to take place. 2 years later, when I had my second baby in New York City, I could not bring the same car seat and say, oh, it's fine. It was inspected 2 years ago and I still remember how to do it. They had to inspect it again before letting me leave the hospital. And they had to give me a mini tutorial about strapping the baby in. And that makes sense. So it's insane that with something as large as radiators, where again, we have no idea how the radiators will work in these buildings.
Thank you so much. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Tierra Labrada.
You may begin.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Tierra.
Okay, great. Thank you. I can't hear you. Hi, Chairperson Brandon. Councilman Brandon, members of the New York City Council. My name is Tierra Labrada. I'm with the Supportive Housing Network of New York. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. First, we'd like to thank the Council for their support for the Human Services workforce and reinstating the annual COLA. And thank you also to the Council for including the $6.4 million to expand the Justice Involved Supportive Housing Initiative in your preliminary budget response. I also want to say a huge thank you to Day of Thanks, a huge thank you to the Council for supporting the network's NYC 1515 reallocation proposal by signing on to the Dear Colleague letter circulated by the Mental Health Chair, Linda Lee. As you know, NYC 1515 is the primary mechanism for supportive housing development in the city, and it's currently failing to meet its target. This means that critical units are not being brought online. Our proposal for NYC 1515 also includes expanding eligibility to include those exiting institutional settings and survivors of domestic violence. But with that being said, we are very concerned about the capital budget, which decreased in funding from $2.6 to $2.1 billion, which according to our analysis by the New York Housing Conference could result in a 32% decrease in affordable housing units that are financed by the city. This will impact the most vulnerable populations, as you know, including those exiting homelessness and low-income seniors. We're also concerned about the reductions in the Mayor's Office of Contract Services. Nonprofits are under significant financial strain due to the city's failure to reimburse them for contractually mandated services in a timely manner. Some providers are still awaiting payment for services provided in 2018 with millions of dollars in arrears. As proposed, the executive budget's significant reductions would exacerbate this already untenable situation. And we urge you, the council and the administration, to restore the funds to personnel and non-personnel services to avert further harm. The network is also a member of CCIT, Correct Crisis Intervention Today, a coalition advocating for peer-led non-police mental health crisis response. The current pilot program, Be Heard, omits peers. We ask that the council
Your time
adopt
has
best
expired.
practices of
Thank you.
CCIT NYC's model and focus on placing trained peers on Be Heard response teams, as well as fully restoring the prior Be Heard pegs. With the recent tragic killing of Wynn Rosario, we must say that enough is enough and fully invest in and build out a true peer-led mental health crisis response in our city. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Now we have Yakov Medenitz.
Starting a time.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you to the chairs. My name is Yakov Medenitz, and I am testifying to echo the concerns raised by many about the issue of malfunctioning radiators that have recently killed small babies and are a fundamental risk to anyone who lives in apartments that are old with old radiator equipment, to the extent that they may be young, they may be unable to get out of a room. There may be lots of reasons why people can get hurt by these sorts of equipment. And the common sense approach to this problem should be basic legislation that prevents owners from fixing these radiators, from inspecting these radiators, from making sure that these radiators are safe. Some of these equipment can be more than 100 years old, and they're slowly falling apart. This may be only the beginning of the kind of horror we might see if we don't pass some sort of reasonable regulations that require people who own homes in New York City, who rent it out to tenants, especially those that are controlled by the HPD, and in general, there should be common sense approach. We need the political courage to realize that the cost of this sort of regulation is far outweighed by the value of the human life that we'll be saving, the importance to our communities to make us feel like that people who are renters are still human beings, that they deserve protection. We have all sorts of regulations for all sorts of dangerous items in the house. This is just
Thank you so much. Your time has expired.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Alexander.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry about that.
Yes, we
Hello,
can hear you.
Hear me?
Yes,
go ahead.
Okay. My name is Alexander. I'm the father of Benjamin Karofsky, the boy that tragically passed away. Benjamin passed away 20 days before his first-year birthday. We already had a birthday party for him planned. We had his outfit planned. We had everything ready to go. I don't need your sorry. I don't need any sympathy. I need change. I need laws to change. And I think I speak for myself as well as on behalf of many, many others who feel the same. Benjamin is the third baby that has passed away inside of the comfort of his own home as a New York City tenant. He is the third baby, again, that has passed away in the comfort of his own bed, in his own home, in what should have been the safest place in the world, his own home. If the right laws were in place, baby boy Benjamin today would be 15 months old. if you have children or grandchildren, chances are Binyamin would still be even younger today than your children and your grandchildren are now. Binyamin would still be younger than them, and he passed away. He's not here because the right laws were not in place to protect him. If the right laws were in place, the landlord would be required to have the steam radiator inspected. A licensed professional would inspect it and alert the landlord if it posed a danger to anyone living inside of that unit. But that didn't happen. We trusted that without any kind of laws, the landlord, out of the kindness of his heart, would just provide basic maintenance. He clearly did not, and I'm sure that many other landlords aren't doing it as well. Our cars need to be inspected annually. Our children need to undergo a medical checkup before they go to daycare, school, after-school clubs, extracurricular sports, you name it. We believe in checking and inspecting things in order to have basic safety measures. Why are the same safety measures not being used when we are talking about a 100-year-old
Thank
piece
you
of
so
metal?
much. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yeah, I just want to thank the family of Benjamin Zachariah and all who testified on his behalf. I know that you have been working closely with Councilmember Farah Lewis, who represents your community. She does have legislation in the works, and I look forward to reviewing that and working with you all to make sure that the children in our city are safe. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Okay, with that, we're going to close out today's hearing, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.